little more about what's on the agenda there.
Absolutely. Just a few hours before, we saw that many Shiv Sainiks, many party workers from Uddhav camp have also started gathering at Matoshri. And in the morning, as usual, we saw Sanjay Raut taking pot shots at CM Eknath Shinde and predicting that there will be soon a change of Chief Minister in Maharashtra, after which I think the moral of Uddhav camp party workers has also been seen increasing. And because again there is a Guru Purnima today, there's a tradition that all the Shiv Sainiks in large numbers gather at Matoshri to seek blessings of Bala Saheb Thackeray and now of Uddhav Thackeray. They gather there, they meet, they exchange the blessings, they meet the party leader as a guru. And right now, after this political upheaval which happened yesterday in Maharashtra, it is very important that now the moral of Uddhav camp party workers and NCP party workers is on high, and I think there will be again a show of strength from their side also. Nabila.
All right. So Ritvik, to be honest here, if you really look at it from the point of view of the Maharashtra government, that is, of course, Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde, both of them now have to ensure that their flock remains together until 2024, because having three teams is certainly not easy. This is what we saw of Mahavikas Aghadi, how they fell apart. This government, led by Eknath Shinde as the chief minister, will have to pacify his own MLAs who have ditched Uddhav Thackeray and joined his camp, hoping that they get a berth in the cabinet, a cabinet berth itself. While now they have also got to satisfy the 8 MLAs who've taken oath in the cabinet from the NCP Ajit Pawar camp.
Absolutely, because last several days when we were talking to MLAs from Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena, what we were sensing that they were awaiting this cabinet expansion very eagerly, and they were almost ready. Many of the MLAs were telling us that we are ready with a new suits for the swearing in ceremony and will be swearing in very soon. But what happened yesterday, we all saw that 9 ministers, including Ajit Pawar, who sweared in as Deputy CM, and another 8 cabinet ministers, there was no place for Eknath Shinde as well as BJP MLAs in this cabinet expansion. And in recent times, we also saw that how the photos on the advertisement of Eknath Shinde and also Deputy CM Devendra Fadnavis was a talking point. Just across his residence, what we are seeing here is the poster again, which shows that Eknath Shinde, Chief Minister, and Deputy CM Devendra Fadnavis are shown. And it is being said that if we read out the slogan here, Samanya Mansacha Janamanya Sarkar, which means that this is a government of common people, representing the common man in between. But now we will have to see that will this poster, such kind of posters of CM and DCM, will be replaced, and there will be a third photo on this banner with Ajit Pawar in between. Now, this has to be seen, and exactly the point which you've made, that it is going to be very difficult to accommodate Ajit Pawar in this double-engine Sarkar.
Right. Of course, it's not like as if the double-engine Sarkar wasn't already in governance. They're very much right now in power in Maharashtra. So Ajit Pawar's camp to be roped in, or for them to join hands with the government, is clearly with the eye on the ball for 2024. That's established and understood. But now the real challenge would be the power-sharing formula. What does Ajit Pawar really get? In fact, Ritvik is tracking those developments. Do stay with us. But here's a quick look as Ajit Pawar pulled this massive Maha surprise that after he pulled out from the NCP, the Sharad Pawar camp, almost took 9 of his MLAs, 8 of them, apart from him, took oath as the Deputy Chief Minister himself, and the 8 others took oath as cabinet ministers. This happened just yesterday. The war only intensifying now as the NCP Pawar versus Pawar fight out in the open. It's escalated to such a point where Sharad Pawar has dissed Ajit Pawar, calling him a robber. In fact, saying that he has backstabbed him. He's robbed him. NCP chief Sharad Pawar today was seen in Karad in Satara district, which is known as the stronghold of the NCP. He visited the memorial of his mentor and the state's first chief minister, Yashwantrao Chavan. Right after that, Pawar addressed his first public meeting after Ajit Pawar took oath just yesterday and hit out at the BJP particularly. Sharad Pawar accused the BJP of trying to topple the Mahavikas Aghadi government the last year as well, saying that this was done at that point too by creating divisions based on caste and religion. Pawar is vowed now to unite Maharashtra against these divisive forces. NCP has now filed a disqualification plea against 9 turncoat MLAs who have joined the Shinde Sena camp as well as the BJP to become ministers. Now, all of them are wanting to be given a plum cabinet post. It remains to be seen after the host of meetings that will be carried out today on who gets what kind of or what cabinet berth, where exactly the power sharing formula will lay. In fact, NCP has also submitted a letter now to Maharashtra Speaker appointing Jitendra Awad as the new NCP chief whip and the leader of opposition.
एक वेळ उपाशी राहील पण तो महाराष्ट्राची सामूहिक शक्ती ही मजबूत केल्याशिवाय राहणार नाही म्हणजे ही शक्ती मजबूत करून जी उलटा फालत करणारी शक्ती आहे वर्ग आहे त्यांना त्यांची योग्य जागा दाखवायला राहणार नाही याला फार अवकाश नाही वर्ष 6 महिन्यामध्ये पुन्हा एकदा लोकांच्या समोर जायची संधी येईल आणि त्यावेळेला ही राज्याची लोकशाहीच्या मार्गाने शांततेवर विश्वास असणाऱ्या या शक्तींना धक्का देणाऱ्या ज्या प्रवृत्ती आहेत त्या पूर्ण फळानं बाजूला करू आणि पुन्हा एकदा महाराष्ट्र प्रगतीच्या आणि सामान्य माणसाच्या हितासाठी कष्ट करणाऱ्यांचे राज्य ही अवस्था आपण निर्माण करू.
I've received some petitions. Now, as you are aware, disqualification petitions. There's a process laid down for that. I'll have to see the merits of that petition. I'll have to see procedurally whether they comply, and thereafter we'll follow the process.
So basically, who is the real party and who has got the numbers is what you have to study. Is that the one?
No, there are the claims which have been made in the petition will have to be studied.
हमारे विपक्ष के नेता के जगह जहां अजीत पवार ने इस्तीफा दिया उस जगह पे हमने जितेंद्र आवाड को अपॉइंट किया है और आज हमारी संख्या कितने लोग हमारे साथ है वो आने वाले दिनों में सबके सामने आएगा. हमें आज ऐसा लगता है कि 53 हमारी पार्टी की स्ट्रेंथ है असेंबली में, उसमें से 9 जन जो उस तरफ गए हैं जिनके ऊपर हम डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन का पिटीशन दाखिल किया है वो छोड़ के बाकी सब लोग हमारे साथ है.
पहिलं 9 जणांचं व्हीप आम्ही दिलेलं आहे. मोबाईल थोडा पाठी गेले. 9 जणांना आम्ही डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नोटिसेस सर्व केलेल्या आहेत. आमचं काम आम्ही केलेलं आहे. अजून कोणी पुढे समोर आलेलं नाहीये. जो जसा जसा ऍक्शन घेईल तसं तसं रिएक्शन येईल.
पूरे विधायक हमारे साथ है, मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट हमारे साथ है, बाकी के पार्टी के वर्कर हमारे साथ है. इसीलिए आज मैंने डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टरशिप का ओथ ली. तो बहुत अच्छी तरह से हम राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी बढ़ाएंगे. हम राष्ट्रवादी पार्टी के और भी ज़्यादा वर्कर्स पार्टी में कैसे आएंगे वो देखेंगे. हम अभी पावर में आए हैं. पावर में आके अलग अलग रीजन जो है वहाँ के जो सवाल है वो सवाल हल करने के लिए हम पूरी कोशिश हमारी रहेगी.
All right, on that note, we're going to slip into a short break. Coming up next, just a day after Ajit Pawar's rebellion against his own uncle, Sharad Pawar, mega opposition unity meet that was supposed to be scheduled in Bengaluru has now been postponed. The reason given is assembly sessions underway, but is that it? Right after the short break,
The India Today Group is pleased to announce the launch of a brand new online portal for our Best Colleges survey, featuring 6 years of ranking data as well as a wealth of granular information on thousands of institutes of higher learning. Our interactive portal offers easy access, analysis and guidance to our Best Colleges of India survey results for over 2,000 colleges across 14 streams. We invite everyone to visit our site, bestcolleges.indiatoday.in, and we wish aspiring students all the very best.
Supriya Sule ji हमारी फ्लोर लीडर है पार्लियामेंट में. She has been guiding support throughout my career of 4 years into parliament. And जब उनके चेहरे पे ये बात पता चली कि ये this is not a policy decision ही नहीं है, उसके बाद ये चर्निंग शुरू हुआ कि फिर आवाज क्या है, जो मैंने ट्वीट किया कि दिल या दिमाग किसकी सुने. और मुझे लगता है, जैसा मैंने पहले ही कहा, कि जिन किरदारों को मैं अब तक निभाता आया हूं, मुझे लगता है उसमें दिल की सुनना बहुत जरूरी है. क्योंकि आखिर में ये सवाल, मतलब अगर इसको हर कोई मान्यता दे तो मुझे लगता है पूरे लोकतंत्र पर ही एक प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा होगा. नहीं तो फिर लोग वोट क्यों करेंगे?
नहीं, लेकिन अभी ये हो रहा है कि कल अजित पवार कह रहे हैं कि मैं ही असली एनसीपी हूं और हमने एनसीपी के तौर पर इस सरकार को समर्थन दिया है. अब असली एनसीपी कौन है, इसकी लड़ाई शुरू होने वाली है. तो आप किस तरीके से इस चीज को देखते हैं? शरद पवार जहां पर है वो असली एनसीपी है, या नंबर्स फिलहाल अजित पवार के साथ है या नहीं है? कैसे आप उसको देखते हैं?
तो मुझे लगता है ये सब जो कानूनी पेचीदे मामले हैं, इसके लिए हमारे जो सुप्रीम लीडर्स है, दे आर कैपेबल इनफ टू टैकल दीज मैटर्स. लेकिन मुझे जितना, मैं हमेशा बार बार बोल रहा हूँ, दिल की आवाज, तो दिल की आवाज मैंने पिछले 4 साल पार्लियामेंट में खड़ा होकर किन लोगों की आवाज पहुंचाई है, वो किसके खिलाफ पहुंचाई है. और इन लोगों ने आज तक, लाइक, आई डोंट हैव एनी पॉलिटिकल बैकग्राउंड, आई हैव नथिंग टू लूज इन द पॉलिटिक्स, बट यस, एज अ वोटर आई स्टैंड ऑन माई ड्यूटी कि लोगों का लोकतंत्र पे विश्वास बना रहे. तो जिन लोगों ने मुझे एनसीपी के नाम पे, शरद चंद्र जी पवार साहब के नाम पे अगर वोट्स दिए हैं, और सडनली कुछ दिनों पहले आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री कुछ स्टेटमेंट करते हैं, या फिर बीजेपी के नेता कुछ स्टेटमेंट्स करते हैं, और मैं उनके साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर जाके बैठूं, ये मेरी अंदर की आवाज को राज नहीं आया, इसलिए मैंने अपना स्टैंड क्लियर किया।
आपको लगता है कि ये मॉरली गलत है एक तरीके से? मॉरलिटी में, पॉलिटिक्स में मॉरलिटी की जरूरत है, मॉरली ये चीज गलत है, ऐसा आपको लगता है? इसके लिए आप अपने आप का स्टैंड क्लियर किए।
जी हाँ, पॉलिटिक्स में दो तीन चीजों की बहुत आवश्यकता है जो दिन ब दिन कम होती हुई दिखाई दे रही है। दैट इज, वन इज मोरालिटी, सेकंड इज क्रेडिबिलिटी एंड थर्ड इज आंसरेबिलिटी। जिन लोगों से मैंने वोट मांगे थे वो किन मुद्दों पे मांगे थे, जो लोगों ने मुझ पर भरोसा दिया, भरोसा रखा, वो भरोसे पे क्या मैं खरा उतर पा रहा हूँ या नहीं उतर पा रहा हूँ, एंड अल्टीमेटली व्हाट आर माय मॉरल वैल्यूज। जैसा मैं एक बार वापस मेंशन करना चाहूंगा कि छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज का स्वराज बाकी राजाओं के राज्य से भले छोटा था, भले शायद संपत्ति में उतना बड़ा नहीं, लेकिन 350 साल बाद भी आज छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज का नाम लिया तो हमारा सिर्फ गर्व से
तो आखिरकार
हमारे गर्व से चौड़ा होता है। इसका रीजन, आई थिंक दिस मोरालिटी इज ऑफ।
आखिर में शरद पवार अब कह रहे हैं कि वो लोगों के पास जाएंगे और लोगों से मैंडेट मांगेंगे। विधायक किसी के तरफ जाएंगे वो बात अलग है, लेकिन वो लोगों से मैंडेट मांगेंगे, एक बार फिर पार्टी खड़ी करेंगे, एक बार फिर नए सिरे से काम करने की कोशिश करेंगे। क्या पूरी तरीके से आप उनके साथ में इस पूरी कोशिश में शामिल होने जा रहे हैं?
100%, क्योंकि मैं समझता हूँ ये नॉट ओनली एज अ पार्टी वर्कर बट एज अ वोटर, एज एन इंडियन सिटीजन भी ये मेरा कर्तव्य है, ये मेरा प्रथम कर्तव्य होना चाहिए। क्योंकि जैसा हम कहते हैं कि अगर लोकतंत्र रहा तो हम रहेंगे, तो हमारा स्वातंत्र रहेगा। और इसके लिए जिस प्रकार की राजनीति आज हम देख रहे हैं, पार्टियों का फोड़ना, पार्टियों पे प्रेशर टैक्टिक्स, ये सब चीजें जब आप देख रहे हो तो मुझे लगता है कि टाइम हैज कम टू स्टैंड ऑन दीज मॉरल ग्राउंड्स।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया डॉक्टर कोले, आपने हमसे बात की इसके लिए। और शरद पवार से
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to Rohit Pawar, Sharad Pawar's grandnephew speaking.
अरुण चालणार नाही, लढावं तर लागेलच. चांगला विचार आणण्यासाठी आपल्या सर्वांना मिळून लढावं लागेल. हा संदेश पवार साहेब स्वतः या वयामध्ये सुद्धा फिरून कार्यकर्त्यांना आणि जनतेला देत आहेत असं माझं मत आहे.
असल्याचं चित्र पाहायला
कालची जी बैठक होती ती बैठक जेव्हा आम्ही काही आमदारांशी बोललो तेव्हा आमदाराकडनं असं कळण्यात आलं होतं की 6 तारखेला आदरणीय पवार साहेबांच्या मार्गदर्शनाखाली राज्याचे जे अध्यक्ष आहेत ते बदलण्याच्या बाबतीत काही मोठे नेते बोलले होते. तर पवार साहेबांच्या सवयीप्रमाणे लोकप्रतिनिधी पदाधिकाऱ्यांची चर्चा घेऊनच निर्णय आपण घेऊया आणि त्या बाबतीतली 6 तारखेच्या आधी एक बैठक होती, म्हणजे काल होती असं आमदारांना सांगण्यात आलं होतं. आणि त्या दृष्टिकोनातून आमदार तिथे गेले असता काही बऱ्याच गोष्टी घडल्या ज्या आता टीव्हीच्या माध्यमातून आपल्या सर्वांना बघायला मिळतात. त्यामुळे आमदारांना बैठक कशाची होती हे खरं तर माहीत नव्हतं असं आज जयंतराव पाटील साहेब, सुप्रियाताई, पवार साहेब स्वतः आणि अनेक आमदार पवार साहेब आणि या सगळ्यांचे संपर्क साधून हे सांगत आहेत. त्यामुळे आमदारांवर पण खापर पडून आज चालणार नाही. 5 तारखेपर्यंत आपल्याला सर्वांना वाट बघावी लागेल. येत्या 5 तारखेला काय होतंय हे आपण सर्वांनी बघितलं पाहिजे. आणि एक समजून घ्या की साताऱ्यामध्येच जी सभा पवार साहेबांची झाली होती त्या सभेमुळे आणि स्वतः या वयामध्ये पवार साहेब सोलापूरपासून अख्ख्या महाराष्ट्रात फिरले होते. त्यामुळे माझ्या सकट अनेक आमदार निवडून आलेले आहेत काँग्रेसमधले सुद्धा. आणि अशा परिस्थितीमध्ये त्यांनाही माहिती आहे की निवडून यायचं असेल तर कोणाची साथ म्हणजे लोकांची साथ, लोकांची साथ म्हणजे पवार साहेबांची साथ असणं महत्त्वाचं आहे. आणि त्या गोष्टी आमदार विसरणार नाही असाही विश्वास माझ्यासारख्याला वाटतो.
अजितदादांनी आमदारांची फसवणूक केली का असं वाटतंय का तुम्हाला की फसवणूक केली फोटो?
काय त्या बैठकीत घडलं मला तर सांगता येणार नाही. फक्त एकच आहे की बैठक सांगण्यात वेगळी आली होती, झाली वेगळी, झालं वेगळंच. त्यामुळे या 5 तारखेला जी बैठक आहे ती पार्टीच्या हिताची भविष्याची आहे. तिथं काय चर्चा होती हे आपल्या सर्वांना
We'll have to see on 5th of July. The meeting has been called by our Supremo, and the official stand of the party with more clarity will be told in that meeting.
आजोबा, माझे वडील, माझी आई कुणीही राजकारणात नाही. तुम्ही कुठून
My
ऐकलं?
father, my grandfather, my mother, no one is in politics.
की भाजपची लोक आणि शिंदे गटाची लोक राजकीय पतंग फार उडवतात, पण पत्रकार उडवायला लागलेत हे मला माहित नव्हतं. आजच काय त्यामुळे उगाच अशा पतंगी कुणी उडवू
I
नये.
only knew that the speculations
आणि कुठल्या
from Shinde's
विधानसभेच्या
MLAs and BJP MLAs
आणि कोण
are being made. But now even
हे आपल्या
journalists are making wild speculations.
विजय शिवतारे स्वतः इच्छुक आहेत बारामती लोकसभा मतदारसंघामध्ये. ते अजितदादांची मदत मागायला गेलेली आहे सुप्रियाताईंच्या विरोधात.
शिवतरे साहेब आता आमदार आहेत का?
नाही, आमदार नाही, लोकसभेला उभा आहे.
जी व्यक्ती आधीच लोकांच्या मुळे आणि लोकांच्या मतामुळे
Supriya Sue is not an MLA now.
त्यांनी उगाच वेगळा विचार करून वेगळी चर्चा घडू नये, पण ते अशी करणार नाहीत असंही मला वाटतं.
दादा कालच्या झालेल्या घटनेनंतर
Vijay Shikare was MLA.
तुमच्या टीव्हीच्या माध्यमातून एवढंच कळत आहे की तिथं गडबड खूप मोठ्या प्रमाणात चालू आहे. जशी गडबड त्यांच्या गटात आहे तशीच गडबड शिंदे गटात म्हणून आता चालू आहे असं आम्हाला
We are
कळतंय.
getting from the
सगळ्या
news that
गडबडीमध्ये
there's a
कोणाला
lot of
कशाला disturb
restlessness
करायचा हाही विषय,
in
पण एक
Shivsena's
सांगतो,
Shinde camp.
अजितदादांनी मला राजकीय क्षेत्रामध्ये नाही तर व्यक्तिगत इतरही विषयामध्ये खूप मदत केलेली आहे. त्या गोष्टी मी कधीही विसरणार नाही.
Ajit Pawar has always helped me politically as well as in my personal life.
All right, the grand nephew of Sharad Pawar, Rohit Pawar, speaks to the media as well. Of course, the family now all in action, trying to firefight. The real conundrum now is who's the real NCP, which camp holds the larger sway. As Ajit Pawar swears in as the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, the battle to claim the real NCP now begins. The stage is all set for Maharashtra to witness another Shiv Sena-like legacy battle over party's name and symbol, while the uncertainty over future course of action by Sharad Pawar camp still continues. The two fractions of that party will chair two separate meetings on the 5th of July. Earlier speaking to the media for the first time after joining the government, Ajit Pawar laid claim on the party's name and symbol. He says, whatever election going forward we are going to fight, we will fight on the NCP symbol and NCP's name. He says, I have the blessings of the party leaders. Meanwhile, rejecting his claim, NCP patriarch Sharad Pawar, on the other hand, has said that justice will be done, and this time it's not in court, it's the people's court that will decide.
राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्ष म्हणूनच आम्ही ह्या सरकारमध्ये सामील झालो. पुढं पण तशाच पद्धतीनं कुठल्याही निवडणुका असतील, जिल्हा परिषद असतील, तालुका पंचायत असतील, महानगरपालिका, नगरपालिका, आमदारकी, खासदारकी, तशाच प्रकारे जे पक्षाचं चिन्ह आहे, पक्षाचं नाव आहे, त्याच नावाखाली, चिन्हाखाली आम्ही सगळेजण निवडणुका लढवणार आणि त्याच्यातून पक्ष अधिक बळकट करण्याचा प्रयत्न, पक्ष वाढवण्याचा प्रयत्न हा आम्ही त्या निमित्तानं करणार आहोत.
मला असं वाटतं की याच्यात विचार करण्यात त्यांना वेळ घेतील तोपर्यंत महाराष्ट्राच्या विधानसभेचा कार्यकाळ संपेल. त्यामुळे थोडक्यात पुढच्या निवडणुकीपर्यंत त्यांच्याकडून निकालाची अपेक्षा माझी नाही आहे.
5 तारीख को आदरणीय शरद पवार जी के साहब के नेतृत्व में मुंबई में यशवंतराव चौहान प्रतिष्ठान के यहाँ महाराष्ट्र के सारे जिले के कार्यकर्ता, राज्य के कार्यकर्ता और नेताओं की एक बैठक बुलाई गई है और वो 5 तारीख को दोपहर में 1 बजे चौहान प्रतिष्ठान को होने वाली है.
इस बारे में हमने अभी तक सोचा नहीं है और सुबह पवार साहब ने भी, अगर आपने उनकी प्रेस देखी होगी तो एक चीज़ पवार साहब 2-3 बार बोले कि
All right, shifting our focus to Manish Sisodia, big setback for him yet again in the Delhi excise case. The Delhi High Court refuses to grant bail to Manish Sisodia in the ED case. The court says no illegality in trial court's order denying him bail. Big setback for Manish Sisodia at this point, who's been in prison. He's, in fact, as the investigation continues, rather, he's been in custody as the Delhi High Court now refusing to grant him bail, saying very clearly that there is no illegality in the trial court's order denying him bail. Manish Sisodia, who was the deputy of Delhi, he was the main man to Arvind Kejriwal in the Aam Aadmi Party. He has now been taken into custody in the Delhi excise policy case, where they're reported to or suspected to have indulged in huge scandal, a money scandal, or rather money laundering scam. As investigation continues, he's been applying and appealing for bail, but seems like this is yet another setback for him, as the Delhi High Court now taking up this matter refuses to grant him bail, says the trial court's order, there was nothing illegal in it when they denied bail to Manish. Let me cut across to Anisha Mathur joining us for more on that. Anisha, give us more on, yet again, Manish Sisodia being refused bail, this time by the Delhi High Court.
Well, yes, another setback for Manish Sisodia, and not just Manish Sisodia, but also Vijay Nair, Abhishek Goenpalli and Vinay Babu. The Delhi High Court, in a series of verdicts passed just a few minutes ago, has rejected the bail petition filed by all four persons in the ED case arising out of the allegation of the Delhi liquor scam case. Now, remember, the trial court, of course, had rejected the bail plea filed by Manish Sisodia, and after which he had come this was in March, and after which he had come in to the Delhi High Court seeking bail in the case. Now, the Delhi High Court, in its verdict, has very clearly held that the South Group was given certain favors. The South that 65% stake was given to the South Group in the liquor cartels, that there was a role played by the South Group in finalizing the policy, in also creating support for the liquor policy to make it look like it had public approval. There have been statements given by approvers as well as other witnesses, including Arun Pillai, who's in the case. And additionally, as far as Manish Sisodia is concerned, the court has also gone into the fact that he is somebody who was in power, he was a minister, and the role played by him while being in power cannot be ignored, and therefore they have agreed with the trial court that he does not at this stage deserve bail. What is also important is that the High Court has said clearly that the evidence seems to indicate that the policy circumvented rules to generate and channel illegal funds, and the person who were involved in this particular conspiracy cannot escape the responsibility of their roles in it. This particular observation, of course, was made in the Vinay Babu bail order, but it has a ramification for all the co-accused in this particular case, as the Delhi High Court very clearly saying that they all played a role. As far as Vijay Nair is concerned, the court has also noted that he arranged a video call between the Delhi Chief Minister and Sameer Mahindra and others, in which the Chief Minister had very clearly said, and this comes as an allegation also against Arvind Kejriwal, that the Chief Minister had said that Vijay Nair was his boy, was his man, and that is why the court has noted that this is a conspiracy that existed, that Vijay Nair, Abhishek Goenpalli...
And in that case, how many times has Manish Sisodia been denied bail, Anisha? Could you tell us, he's been struggling to get bail. He was let go of briefly to meet his wife, who's keeping ill. But otherwise, so far, his attempts to really obtain bail have fallen flat. Give us a sense on the number of times he's appealed.
Well, see, this was Manish Sisodia has sought interim bail on about 2 occasions, citing his wife's medical condition. That, of course, has been denied. Other than that, of course, he had gone to the trial court, the special CBI court at Rouse Avenue, which had denied him bail, after which he had filed this appeal in the Delhi High Court. Now, of course, the only path open to Manish Sisodia would be to appeal before the Supreme Court of India. Whether or not he gets any relief remains to be seen, but the High Court's verdict seems to be very unequivocal, that given the entire conspiracy, the accused do not deserve to be let out on bail. Back to you.
Thus, I'm going to quickly cut across back to Maharashtra as the political upheaval intensifies. Sharad Pawar addressing the media.
काही ठिकाणं बघा अशी आहेत की क्रायसिस असला, संघर्ष असला किंवा काही नवीन उभं करायचं असलं तर प्रामुख्यानं 2 शहरांची मी निवड करतो. त्याच्यामध्ये सातारा एक आणि कोल्हापूर एक. राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षात आमचे अनेक सहकारी ज्यांना हजारो कार्यकर्त्यांनी शक्ती दिली, पाठिंबा दिला आणि अपेक्षा होती की हे संघटन महाराष्ट्रामध्ये मजबूत करावं.
The expectation was that they would strengthen the party.
नुसतंच मजबूत करण्याचा विचार नव्हता.
But they
आज
didn't want to do that.
देशामध्ये भारतीय जनता पार्टीच्या माध्यमातून समाजामध्ये जातीमध्ये धर्मामध्ये
Using the people of Maharashtra,
वातावरण तयार करण्याचा प्रयत्न केला जातो. या सगळ्यांची
an attempt is being made to divide society.
सामाजिक ऐक्य आणि समता यासाठी प्रयत्न करणं ही अपेक्षा आमच्या सगळ्या सहकाऱ्यांच्याकडून आहे. काही मित्रांनी वेगळी भूमिका घेतली.
Some netas took a different position, of course.
त्यांनी वेगळी भूमिका घेतली. त्यांनी महाराष्ट्रामध्ये कार्यकर्त्यांच्या पाठींब्यानं महाराष्ट्रात अनेक वर्ष मोलाची कामगिरी केली. पण तेच लोक या प्रवृत्तीशी आमचा संघर्ष आहे त्यांच्यावर गेल्यामुळं नवी पिढीचा कार्यकर्ता नाउमेद होऊ नये, तो पुन्हा जोमाने उभा राहावा.
Karyakartas may not be dejected.
मी आजपासून हा दौरा सुरू केला.
That's exactly why I'm here, and I've started it all over again.
अगदी सकाळी 8 वाजता गाडीची बसल्यापासून पुण्याला
Since the time I sat in my car this morning in Pune,
ठिकठिकाणी फार मोठ्या संख्येनं कार्यकर्ते आणि त्यात 70-80% तरुण हे मजबूतीने स्वागताला आणि पाठिंबा द्यायला उभे आहेत. हे
Karyakartas stood along the way, giving me strength and support.
कष्ट केले, या सगळ्या तरुणांना योग्य दिशा दिली, कार्यक्रम दिला. तर माझी खात्री आहे की 2 ते 3 महिन्याच्या प्रयत्नानं सगळं
Within 2 to 3 months,
राष्ट्रवादीला अनुकूल करण्याच्या संबंधीची भूमिका बजावता येईल.
we will be able, if we continue to strengthen the party, to have our party stand up again.
हा गुरु पौर्णिमेचा दिवस आहे.
Today is Guru Purnima.
गुरु पौर्णिमेच्या दिवशी एखादी महत्त्वाची मोहीम सुरू करायची असेल तर ज्यांनी
That's why I started this muhim, this movement.
आमच्या जीवनामध्ये अखंडपणानं शेवटपर्यंत पाहिलं त्यांना स्मरण करावं, त्यांच्या समाधीस्थ मधून ही सुरुवात करावी आणि म्हणून कराडपासून ही सुरुवात केली. या
I started this from Karad.
समाधीला नमन करून आता तिथून सुरुवात केल्याच्या नंतर माझी खात्री आहे महाराष्ट्राचा तरुण ज्या पद्धतीनं या जिल्ह्यामध्ये मी बघतोय त्याच पद्धतीनं पुन्हा एकदा राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्ष मजबूत करायला उभं राहील. आणि या
I'm assured that the youth of Maharashtra will help NCP strengthen again.
त्यांनी एक व्हिडिओ तयार केलाय तुमच्यासोबत आहेत असं सांगितलंय, पण काल ते अजित पवारांसोबत होते.
त्याच्याशिवाय वेगळी भूमिका घेऊ नये, ते योग्य वेळी त्यांचे निर्णय जाहीर करतील.
अमोल कोल्हेंनी ट्विट केलंय, त्यांनी एक व्हिडिओ तयार केलाय तुमच्यासोबत आहेत असं सांगितलंय, पण काल ते अजित पवारांसोबत होते.
आता अजित पवार म्हणजे अजित पवार काही कोणी फरके नव्हते. आता माझी मुलगी 3दा तिथे गेली, याचा अर्थ काही चुकीचं काम केलं असं नाही. शेवटी एकत्र काम केलेले आहेत, मतभिन्नता असते. ही मतभिन्नता काय आहे हे जाणून घेण्याचा प्रयत्न एखाद्या सहकार्याने केला, म्हणून त्याच्याबद्दलचा संशय हा कधी मी व्यक्त करणार नाही.
सांगितलं की पक्ष माझ्याबरोबर आहे, मी राष्ट्रवादी माझ्याबरोबर आहे, वैष्णवांचा मला आशीर्वाद आहे. तर या पार्श्वभूमीवर आपली भूमिका आणि आपण करण्यासाठी काय पावलं
असं आहे की आम्ही कुणाच्या अफाची कारवाई वगैरे या गोष्टी जाणार आहोत.
We're not going to take action against anyone.
तेव्हा या सगळ्या रस्त्याला आम्ही कुठं जाणार नाही आहे. तुमच्यासारखे माफ करा शुद्ध उद्देश कोणी व्यक्ती असेल तोच त्यांना आशीर्वाद हा शब्द करेल. ज्याला एवढं समजत नाही की मी जाहीरपणानं महाराष्ट्राच्या दौऱ्यात निघालो आहे पक्षाच्या बांधणीसाठी, आणि त्यावेळेला पत्रकारांच्या परिषदेमध्ये आशीर्वाद अशा प्रकारचा शब्द म्हणून एकंदर पत्रकारांचा दर्जा तुम्ही खराब करू नका ही मला तुम्हाला विनंती करतो. कशाचं काय
दुसरीकडे सभागृहातली जी लढाई आहे त्यासाठीचे अर्ज जे आहेत ते विधानसभा अध्यक्षांकडे गेले. विधानसभा अध्यक्षांकडे आपली अपात्रतेसाठी पत्र जी गेलेली आहे त्याच्याबाबत नेमकी भूमिका काय? आपण कायदेशीर भूमिका घेणार नाही असं म्हणतोय, पण दुसरीकडे सभागृहातली जी लढाई आहे त्यासाठीचे अर्ज जे आहेत ते विधानसभा अध्यक्षांकडे गेले.
महाराष्ट्राच्या विधानसभेमध्ये राष्ट्रवादीच्या वतीनं पहिल्या दिवसापासून ज्यांना नेतृत्व दिलं, पक्षाचं नेतृत्व विधिमंडळामध्ये जे करतात त्यांचं नाव जयंतराव पाटील आहे. जयंतराव पक्षाचे अध्यक्ष जसे आहेत तसे विधिमंडळ काँग्रेस पक्षाचे नेते सुद्धा आहेत. आणि त्यामुळे नेत्यांनी एखादा निर्णय घेतला असेल किंवा पत्रव्यवहार केला असेल तर हा त्यांचा अधिकार आहे. त्यांनी काय केलं हे मला माहिती नाही. मला समजलं त्यांनी काहीतरी असा निर्णय घेतला असेल तो विचारपूर्वक घेतला असेल.
If he's taken a decision, he's obviously well thought it through.
साधी गोष्ट आहे की आम्ही शिवसेनेवर जाऊ शकतो. 2.5 वर्ष आम्ही शिवसेनेसोबत काम केलं, त्यावेळी आम्हाला कधी वाटलं नाही की शिवसेनेकडे जाता आपली चूक झाली. तुम्हाला लोकांच्या माहितीसाठी एक सांगतो की इमर्जन्सी ज्यावेळी या देशात जाहीर झाली त्यावेळेला देशातल्या अनेक राजकीय पक्षांनी आणि विशेषतः मीडियानी फार मोठा अटॅक इंदिरा गांधींच्यावर केलेला होता.
Many parties, including media, attacked Indira Gandhi.
इंदिरा गांधींची भूमिका योग्य आहे असं म्हणणारा एकच पक्ष आणि एकच
only one party accepted her behavior.
ठाकरे पक्षाचं नाव शिवसेना.
And that was Bharat Thackeray and the party was Shiv Sena.
जी निवडणूक झाली त्या निवडणुकीमध्ये शिवसेना असा एकच पक्ष होता की त्यांनी एकही उमेदवार उभा केला नाही आणि इंदिरा काँग्रेसच्या उमेदवारांना पाठिंबा दिला.
They supported Indira Congress in the elections later.
असं नव्हे, यापूर्वी सुद्धा आम्ही त्यांच्या समेत भूमिका घेतलेली होती आणि त्यामुळं काहीतरी वेगळं काहीतरी घडतं असं सांगायचं कारण नाही. आणि काय घडतं आहे हे आज कळलं. 2.5 वर्षाच्या पूर्वी ज्यावेळेला आम्ही सरकार स्थापन केलं त्यावेळेला आज काल ज्यांनी शपथ घेतली त्यांनी त्या सरकारमध्ये शपथ घेतली होती. त्यावेळेला काही शिवसेना किंवा याची चिंता कोणाला वाटली नाही. त्यामुळे आज काय म्हणतात त्याच्याकडे फारसं लक्ष द्यायची आवश्यकता.
5 तारखेला आपली पक्षाची बैठक आहे, त्यासाठी त्या बैठकीला हरकत घेतली त्यांना आपण बोलवणार आहे पक्षाचे अध्यक्ष म्हणून.
ते आता पक्षाच्या अध्यक्षांना विचारावं लागेल राज्याच्या. याच्या कारण हा निर्णय जयंतचा घेतला.
काय कमी केलं होतं आपण? रामराजेंना असं काय कमी केलं होतं ते तिथे गेले, आज इथे उपस्थित नाहीत?
आज इथं उपस्थित नाही याच्याबद्दल समाधान अनेक कार्यकर्त्यांना मला कळलं नाही. त्या माझी कमतरता होती. त्यांच्याबद्दलची जी मतं मी आज ऐकतोय हे बघितल्याच्या नंतर कार्यकर्ते मधून नाराज का होते माझ्यावर त्याची कारणं मला समजायला लागली.
बडतर्फीचं पत्र जे आहे ते काढलेले काल ज्यांनी शपथविधी घेतला त्या प्रत्येकाच्या संदर्भामध्ये आणि त्यांनी पक्षाचं नाव चिन्ह वापरल्यास कायदेशीर कारवाई करणार असंही त्या पत्रामध्ये म्हटलेलं आहे.
तो जयंतराव हे पक्षाचे अध्यक्ष राज्याचे हा त्यांचा अधिकार आहे. त्यांनी नक्की काय केलं मला माहिती नाही. तर मी सकाळी 8 वाजता घर सोडले. जयंतराव हे शिस्तबद्ध घटना, कायदा, नियम या सगळ्या गोष्टी निर्देश ठेवूनच काम करतात.
He's obviously looking at all the rules and protocols involved.
म्हणजे इच्छा नसतानाही त्यांना ही स्टेप घ्यावी लागली असं आपल्याला वाटतंय का?
याचा काय संबंध
नाही. अजित पवारांवरती जे प्रेशर टाकलं गेलं भाजपकडनं की तुम्हाला जेलमध्ये टाकू, ईडीची चौकशी लावू, महाराष्ट्र राज्य बँकेचा घोटाळा असेल,
अशी माहिती माझ्याकडे नाही आहे. अशी माहिती माझ्याकडे नाही आहे. म्हणजे
I don't have such information with me.
प्रधानमंत्र्यांचे स्टेटमेंट वाचलं.
I only saw the PM statement.
असं सांगितलं ते स्टेटमेंट काही अजित पवार किंवा यांच्या कुणाच्या उद्देशाचं नव्हतं. ते राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाबद्दलचं होतं.
It was about NCP.
आणि प्रधानमंत्री 4 दिवसापूर्वी असं म्हणले
And he said the PM.
राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्ष त्याचे सहकारी भ्रष्टाचारात सहभागी झालेले आहेत.
That NCP's colleagues are
उदाहरणं किती देऊ
corrupt.
असं वेळेस त्यांनी 2 गोष्टी सांगितल्या. राज्य सरकारी बँक आणि काय ते पाच बंधारे खात्याचं धोरण या 2 गोष्टी त्यांनी सांगितल्या. आत्ता तुम्ही म्हणला त्याप्रमाणे याचे काही आरोप आमच्या सहकाऱ्यांच्यावर खुद्द प्रधानमंत्र्यांनी केले होते. पण ज्या ते काल मंत्रिमंडळामध्ये सहभागी करून घेण्याच्यासाठी आमच्या सगळ्या महत्त्वाच्या सहकाऱ्यांना त्यांनी थांबवलं नाही. याचा अर्थ त्यांनी जे आधी आरोप केलेले होते ते वास्तव नव्हते हे यांच्या निवडीतून त्यांनी मान्य केले. ही जवळची बाजू आहे. राष्ट्रवादीच्या दृष्टीनं याच्यात एकंदर प्रधानमंत्र्यांचं त्यावेळेचं स्टेटमेंट आणि आजचं एकंदर चित्र हे पाहिल्याच्या नंतर या सगळ्यांना त्यातनं निर्दोषत्व हे द्यायची भूमिका पक्षाच्या देशाच्या नेतृत्वाने केली याचा मला आनंद आहे.
अशोक पवार के कैंप की ओर से बड़े विधायकों का नंबर की दावा किया जा रहा है. आपकी ओर से क्या मत है? और उधर भी शो स्ट्रेंथ जैसा पावर स्ट्रेंथ यहाँ दिखाया
नहीं, यहाँ हमने दिखाई नहीं. हमने बात नहीं की नहीं. ये MLAs की स्ट्रेंथ अभी यहाँ MLAs है मगर ये उनका डिसीजन है. हमने स्ट्रेंथ दिखाने के लिए यहाँ किसी को बुलाया नहीं. 8-10 दिन के बाद लोग जब सोचेंगे तब मुझे भी पक्की स्थिति क्या है इसका अंदाज़ा आएगा. और दूसरी बात है कि स्ट्रेंथ कभी कम हो जाती है, कभी चुने हुए साथी छोड़ जाते हैं. ये बात शायद आप लोगों को नहीं होगी और मुझे खास एक्सपीरियंस ऐसे चीज़ों के बारे में 2-3 बार हुआ है. और मुझे खुशी इसकी है कि जब ऐसी स्थिति का सामना करने की स्थिति मुझ पर आ गई, चुनाव होने के बाद लोगों ने मेरी जो नीति थी उसका समर्थन दे दिया. एक ही एग्जाम्पल बताता हूँ. 1988 में मेरी पार्टी की स्ट्रेंथ 69 थी. मैं कुछ काम के लिए विदेश गया 1 महीने के लिए और वापस आने के बाद 5 छोड़कर बाकी सब लोग पार्टी छोड़कर गए थे. तो जो नेता 59 का नेता था वो 5 का नेता हो गया। इतनी मेरी हालत हुई थी, मगर मुझे कोई चिंता नहीं थी। मैंने पूरा महाराष्ट्र घुमा कर लोगों को मिलकर एक वेगळा अलग माहौल पैदा किया, और जब चुनाव हुआ तब जो हमारी स्ट्रेंथ थी वो रही, सब लोग चुनकर आ गए। और जब छोड़कर गए, इनमें से 3 या 4 छोड़कर बाकी सब डिफीट हो गए। और इसलिए ये मेरा फास्ट एक्सपीरियंस 2-3 बार ऐसा है, इसलिए कितने गए, कौन गए, इसकी जांच मैं कभी करता नहीं हूँ। जो मेरी आज की जो शुरुआत है, ये शुरुआत आगे का रिजल्ट ठीक आएगा इसके लिए है। और मैंने सातारा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में ये देखा आज कि जो लोग जगह जगह पर खड़े थे स्वागत के लिए, इनमें से 80% से ज़्यादा नौजवान थे। ये नौजवान, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है, महाराष्ट्र के हितों की रक्षा करने के लिए चाहे वो कुर्बानी देंगे, सेक्युलर विचारधारा के लिए चाहे वो कीमत देंगे, और एक नई संगठन खड़ी करने की एक स्थिति है, इसमें अपना योगदान अच्छी तरह से देंगे।
पक्षाच्या घटनेमध्ये अशी काही तरतूद आहे का? फार कॉन्फिडंट सांगितलं जात आहे आपल्या लिगल सेलकडून सुद्धा। राष्ट्रवादीची जी घटना आहे ती तुम्ही इतक्या वर्षाच्या अनुभवानं बनवलेली असल्यानं या 9 मंत्र्यांनी ज्यांनी शपथ घेतली आहे हे अपात्र होतील किंवा त्यांच्यावरती निलंबनाची सुद्धा कारवाई करता येईल, अशा पद्धतीची तरतूद राष्ट्रवादीच्या घटनेमध्ये आहे का? असेल
कायची आहे नाही, अफाचं करायचं का नाही याचा विचार मी करणार नाही। याचा विचार जयंत पाटील आणि त्यांचे सहकारी करतील, हा त्यांचा अधिकार आहे। मी कुणाच्या विरुद्ध नाराजी, यानी कुछ साथियों ने कुछ किया वो ठीक नहीं है, मगर इसके लिए द्वेष विद्वेष मन में रख कर मैं कभी राजनीति करता नहीं हूँ।
अजितदादांची कायम महत्वाकांक्षा होती साहेब, अजितदादांची महत्वाकांक्षा कायम होती मुख्यमंत्री पदाची।
9 जणांनी ते तुमची वेळ मागणार आहेत भेटायला असं समजतंय, तुम्ही त्यांना भेटायला वेळ द्याल का जर त्यांनी मागितलं?
जर तर मागितला विचार करू। तुमच्याकडे काय मेसेज आला का?
मुंबईत असं सांगतायत की आम्ही साहेबांना भेटायला जाणार आहोत, वेळ घेणार आहोत।
तुमच्याकडे काही अथॉरिटी आहे का?
अजितदादांची महत्वाकांक्षा
त्यांचं होऊन जाणार।
ज्या फडणवीसांनी तुमच्यावर आरोप केले होते बैलगाड्यावर पुरावे आहेत, त्यांनीच आता तुमच्या सहकाऱ्यांसोबत सरकार स्थापन केले, कसं वाटतंय?
हे त्यांना विचारायचं ना कसं वाटतंय।
अजितदादांची एक महत्वाकांक्षा कायम राहिलेली आहे, मला मुख्यमंत्रीपद व्हायचे, आणि ती कुठेतरी होताना दिसली नाही या 5-10 वर्षामध्ये। तर आता त्यांना आपोआप संधी चालून आली, बीजेपीची ऑफर आली, आणि स्वतः फडणवीसांनी निर्णय घेतला की आता या 15 दिवसामध्ये एकनाथ शिंदे मे बी पदच्युत होतील, डिस्क्वालिफाय होतील, आणि अजितदादा
असं म्हणजे
हो असं
म्हणजे डिस्क्वालिफाईड होतील असं
पृथ्वीराज चव्हाण म्हणाले।
पृथ्वीराज चव्हाणांचा काय अधिकार आहे? तो अधिकार काय ते भाजप पक्षाचा प्रमुख जो म्हणत असेल तर तो सिरियसली घ्यायचं। उद्या मी म्हणलो हे म्हणलो, आमचा काय अधिकार आहे?
Whatever a party chief says, that should be taken seriously. What he said, she said. I don't have anything to say.
तुम्ही याच्याकडे कसं पाहता? यापूर्वी अनेक संकेत होते किंवा प्रोटोकॉल ठरलेले आहेत, विधानसभा अध्यक्षांनी कुठं जावं कुठं जाऊ नये, कुठल्या कारणांसाठी जावं,
असं आहे की
योग्य वाटतं?
विधिमंडळाचा प्रमुख म्हणजे चेअरमन किंवा प्रेसिडेंट अध्यक्ष या सगळ्या इन्स्टिट्यूशन्स आहेत, आणि या इन्स्टिट्यूशनच्या काही पद्धती आहेत, काही मर्यादा।
Legislature party is a certain institution and there are certain protocols.
म्हणजे अध्यक्षपदावर बसलेली व्यक्ती असो किंवा विरोधी पक्षाचा नेता असो किंवा कुणी सभासद असो, या प्रत्येकाने या इन्स्टिट्यूशनची प्रतिष्ठा राखली पाहिजे।
Everyone should respect the institution.
इन्स्टिट्यूशनचे प्रमुख म्हणून जे अध्यक्ष असतील त्यांनी ही चौकट सोडून काही वेगळं काम करण्याची भूमिका घेतली तर महाराष्ट्राच्या इतिहासात असेही अध्यक्ष म्हणून नोंद होईल, यापेक्षा दुसरं काही सांगायची आवश्यकता नाही।
सर, डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन कल देर रात आपकी तरफ से भी व्हिप जारी किया गया है 9 लोगों के खिलाफ। अब आज अजित पवार द्वारा भी लीगल एक्शन लिया जाएगा, इसको आप कैसे देखते हैं?
मैंने इससे पहले कहा कि इस बारे में डिसीजन लेने की अथॉरिटी हमारी स्टेट पार्टी चीफ है, वो अपने साथियों के साथ बैठकर इस पर क्या करना तय करेंगे। उनका जो डिसीजन होगा उस डिसीजन को हमारा समर्थन रहेगा। तुमच्याकडे काही माहिती आहे का? नाही काही असली तर मला खाजगी द्यानंतर.
अतिशय जवळचे होते, पण वळसे पाटील असे निर्णय घेतील म्हणजे 9 जणांमध्ये हा मोठा प्रश्न महाराष्ट्राला पडलेला आहे. कारण का हेच राज ठाकरेंनी पण वळसे पाटलांना आपण इतकं सांभाळलं आणि आज वळसे पाटील सारखा माणूस तिथं जातोय, हा सर्वांना मोठा प्रश्न पडलेला आहे.
तुमचे सहकारी होते ते काल शपथ घेतली त्या लोकांनी, यांना पक्षाकडून बरंच पदं मिळाली असतील आतापर्यंत, त्यांनी पदावर होते, पण याचं दुःख वाटतं का तुम्हाला?
अजिबात नाही, अजिबात नाही. कारण मला साधारणतः माझा अनुभव अनेक वर्षाचा. अशा गोष्टी घडल्याच्या नंतर अंतिम रिझल्ट आज नसेल, 6 महिने असेल, 1 वर्षाने असेल, निवडणुकीत असेल, तो रिझल्ट या देशातल्या या राज्यातला सर्वसामान्य मतदार देतो. माझा विश्वास सामान्य माणसावर आहे.
voter. The decision is always with the voter. That's my experience, my political experience.
वो भी वहाँ दिखे, वो उनके खिलाफ क्या आप कार्रवाई करेंगे?
सीधे कि वे ऑफेंसिव अथॉरिटी मैं हूँ, ऑफेंसिव अथॉरिटी होने के बाद उनको क्या काम देना है इसकी जिम्मेदारी मैंने तय की है. वो लाइन छोड़कर कुछ काम उन्होंने गलत किया, अलग किया, तो इस पद पर उनका रहने का अधिकार होता है.
राहुल पटेल ने आज तक से बात करते हुए आज सुबह कहा है कि MLA NCP की कोशिश कर रहे थे आपको मनाने के लिए कि बीजेपी के साथ जाना चाहिए, पर आप
नहीं, मुझसे किसी बात नहीं की. प्रफुल्ल पटेल छोड़कर
पक्षाच्या घटनेमध्ये आपण एवढ्यात काही बदल केले होते का सर? पक्षाच्या घटनेमध्ये आपण 2022 साली काही बदल केले आहेत का?
माझ्या लक्षात नाही, बघितलंच नाही. कॉफी मला हातात घेऊया. काय
अलीकडच्या काळात झालेत का बदल?
मला काही दिसत नाही, कारण अलीकडं म्हणजे जनरल बॉडीची मिटिंग होऊन 6 महिने झाले. त्या मिटिंगमध्ये तर काही नव्हतं, त्याच्या आधी काही केलं असेल माझ्या लक्षात नाही.
शेवटचा प्रश्न, पक्षाची बांधणी हा शिवधनुष्य आपल्याला वाटतं का पुनर्बांधणी आपल्याला करावी लागेल?
शिवधनुष्य वगैरे काही नाही, लोकांच्या दाणे. लोक तयार आहेत तुम्हाला शक्ती द्यायला प्रोत्साहन करा. फक्त तुम्ही त्यासंबंधी कंटाळा करू नका. जास्तीत जास्त लोकांना भेटा, चित्र बदलेल. शेवटचा,
Don't get dejected. Go out and meet as many people as possible. The decision is with the people.
शपथ घेतात, ईडीचा जो पास आहे तो जाणीवपूर्वक केला, हे सिद्ध होते याच्यामध्ये.
साहेब, याला जोडून प्रश्न आहे, ज्या 9 जणांनी शपथ घेतली त्याच्यापैकी 8 जणांवरची ईडीनं गुन्हे दाखल केलेले किंवा त्यांच्या संदर्भाने तपास केला. एक कॉमन या सगळ्यांमध्ये स्टेटमेंट जे दिसतंय ते ईडीला घाबरून हे सगळे पलीकडे गेले असे सर्वसामान्य नागरिकांच्या रिॲक्शन्स येत आहेत की ज्या 9 जणांनी शपथ घेतली या सगळ्यांनी ईडीच्या भीतीमुळे ही शपथ घेतली. तुम्हाला याच्यामध्ये तथ्य वाटतं का? त्यांच्याकडून काही तशा इन्साइट्स तुम्हाला होत्या का? किंवा
तुम्ही जे विचारलं त्याच्यात तर विरोधी मला वाटतं. तुम्ही जे म्हणता ते मला पटत नाही. तुम्ही म्हणता याला ईडी करणार असेल. प्रधानमंत्र्यांनी जाहीर स्टेटमेंट केलं की आमच्या पक्षामध्ये असे लोक आहेत की त्याच्यावर कारवाई केली. असं म्हणले की त्यांची जागा काय हे आम्ही दाखवणार इथपर्यंत ते बोलले. पण ज्या प्रधानमंत्र्यांनी नीट माहिती न घेता हे स्टेटमेंट त्यांनी केलं होतं असं मी निष्कर्ष करतो. या 6 जणांच्या उगीच त्यांनी अन्याय केला होता असं मला म्हणावं लागेल.
जनतेचा तर राजकारणावर विश्वास उठत चाललाय साहेब. जनतेचा राजकारणावर विश्वास उठत चाललेला आहे. हे सगळं प्रक्रिया बघून नको वाटायला लागले राजकारण सामान्य जनतेला.
मी शरद पवार यांना फोन करणार, गुरुपौर्णिमेच्या शुभेच्छा देणार, पण बाकीच्या गोष्टीवर आम्ही बोलणार नाही, आम्ही मागे फिरणार नाही, अशी त्यांची भूमिका काही वेळा बोलू शकतो.
असं आहे, त्यांचा भूमिका घ्यायचा अधिकार आहे.
पण
त्याच्यावर त्याच्यात काही चुकीचं नाही. आणि बाकीचे किंवा अनेक आमचे खासदार आमदार हे सगळे हे अतिशय कष्टाने निवडून येतात, लोकांचे काम करतात.
MPs, MLAs
एक
go through a lot to get elected and then work for the people.
ते संसदेचे सभासद होतात. या लोकांना मत द्यायची सुद्धा वेळ येत नाही. आम्ही विंडोवर त्यांना देतो. कसल्याही प्रकारच्या निवडणुकांना जो खर्च वगैरे असतो कधी येत नाही. आणि त्यावर सहजपणानं संसदेमध्ये जाण्याची संधी त्यांना मिळते. ते भाग्यवान आहेत. आणि त्यामुळे ते काही या संबंधीचं जर मार्गदर्शन करत असतील तर आम्ही ऐकून सोडून देऊ.
माध्यमांशी बोलताना ते असं
They are blessed to serve the people.
करत होतो भाजपसोबत जाण्यासाठी, मात्र तुम्ही ऐकण्याच्या मनस्थितीमध्ये नव्हता.
चांगली गोष्ट आहे.
प्रफुल्ल पटेल
पण ही काही वाईट गोष्ट आहे का?
चांगलीच गोष्ट आहे.
मग
सर, आप कैसे देखते सर इस चीज को, जब 9 लोग आपके घर से निकले भी, सर आपकी पर्सनल
ज्या सुनील तटकरेंना तुम्ही जनरल सेक्रेटरी केलं होतं, त्या सुनील तटकरेंना अजित पवार यांनी त्यांच्या बाजूचं प्रदेशाध्यक्ष म्हणून आता पत्र दिलंय विधानसभा अध्यक्षांना.
चांगली गोष्ट आहे. आमच्या
पक्ष संघटनेत काय बदल होणार?
नाही, काही काल ॲक्शन डेअन्सवरनी घेतले असं मला आता कळते. मला पूर्ण माहिती नाही.
सर, आगे आने वाले चुनावों में इसका क्या असर दिखेगा, क्योंकि साफ तौर पर कहा जा रहा है कि पटना में हुई अपोजिशन की मीटिंग के बाद एनसीपी का बिखरना सीधे आगे आने वाले चुनाव के ऊपर हमला है भाजपा का. 2024 में एनसीपी के बिखरने का क्या असर दिखेगा, क्योंकि साफ तौर पर कहा जा रहा है लोटो ऑपरेशन जो है वो सक्सेसफुल रहा महाराष्ट्र में. पटना में भी अब नीतीश कुमार जाकर अपने विधायकों को बुलाकर मिल रहे हैं. आगे आने वाले चुनावों में शरद पवार की पार्टी का मान लीजिए बिखरना नुकसानदायक है 2024 के चुनाव में.
ऐसा किसने कहा?
भाजपा का कहना है साफ.
अरे भाजपा का क्या कहना है, इसकी चिंता हम क्या के लिए करें?
2024 में सब कोई असर नहीं पड़ेगा.
नहीं, जो कुछ करना है उन्होंने अपने बारे में करो. हमारी पार्टी के बारे में ध्यान देने की उनकी क्या आवश्यकता है? अच्छा, तारीख काही बदलली असं मला सकाळी कळवलं. बहुतेक 17 असेल, 17, 17-18 यापैकी एक दिवस.
17th and 18th is when the opposition is to meet. We've learned this morning.
विरोधी पक्ष नेता आज ज्यांच्याकडे सगळ्यात जास्त स्ट्रेंथ आहे तो पक्ष मागणी करू शकतो आणि ते नेता पदावर बसू शकतो. आत्ता माझी जी माहिती आहे महाराष्ट्राच्या विधानसभेची, बहुतेक काँग्रेस पक्षाकडे सगळ्यात जास्त सदस्य आहेत. आणि सगळ्यात जास्त सदस्य काँग्रेसकडे असतील तर विरोधी पक्ष नेता या पदावर त्यांनी मागणी केली असेल तर ती मागणी रास्त आहे.
साहेब, तुम्ही जेवढे कॉन्फिडंट वाटतात.
LOP is from the party which has maximum numbers in the legislative assembly. At the moment, it is the Congress party. If they have made that request, it is to be seen.
काही काळजी करू नका. पक्षाचा अध्यक्ष नेता कॉन्फिडंट असेल तर बाकीची सेना डबल फॉल करू शकते.
Soon, of course. Don't worry, we'll decide. On party leader, LOP.
नाही, असं आहे की सातारचं वैशिष्ट्यच आहे. कुठं चुकीचं होत असेल, अन्याय होत असेल, अत्याचार होत असेल, त्याच्याविरुद्ध आवाज उठवायचा असला तर सगळ्यात उत्तम ठिकाण सातारा आहे. सातारमधून हा त्यामुळे इथं मी आलो काही उगीच आलो का
एवढी गर्दी आहे म्हणून तर तुमच्या प्रेमामध्ये एवढी गर्दी आहे
तुम्ही घोषणा देऊ नका
All right, that's Sharad Pawar right there who says, who addressed a press conference right now, going on to say how BJP is trying to divide the country. There was a live press conference by Sharad Pawar right now in the wake of the political crisis that Maharashtra is facing currently. Getting you those live visuals of the press conference from Sharad Pawar's press conference. In fact, he goes on to make a few solid political statements right there in terms of what has happened. He says we will restructure NCP from scratch, and this is a big statement coming in right ahead of the 2024 elections as well, because this is going to have an impact on the Lok Sabha elections. He also goes on to say that we must not be dejected in the wake of what is going on at the moment. Breaking news just coming in. Parliamentary Standing Committee for Law and Justice meeting begins in the Parliament. Agenda of the meeting to discuss Uniform Civil Code. Latest coming in. Parliamentary Standing Committee for Law and Justice meeting has begun. This is truly a big one, given the fact that the agenda of this meeting is going to be on Uniform Civil Code, or the UCC, One Nation, One Law. And this has been a big divide in terms of politics and political parties who are against the UCC. The BJP also is, the BJP wants to push UCC, but there are some other opposition parties who do not want a uniform civil code to come in. This is a parliamentary panel headed by Sushil Modi, who is chairing this particular meeting. This is the Parliamentary Standing Committee for Law and Justice meeting, which has begun in Parliament. The agenda is to discuss the Uniform Civil Code. It's a big huddle as far as the parliamentary panel is concerned. One nation, one law. Will it go through? Will it not go through? This is an agenda. The meeting is going to be discussing just this. BJP Sushil Modi is chairing this crucial meeting. This is after Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We all know how passionate he is about the big UCC pitch about the Uniform Civil Code and bringing out this Uniform Civil Code in the country. The views of all stakeholders are now under the lens, and the question is, will all Indians be truly equal finally before the law or not? We'll get Paulami to join us on these on this breaking news that is coming in, but we're getting a reaction coming in from Sushil Modi. Listen in.
पार्लियामेंट्री पैनल की बैठक होती है, गोपनीय बैठक होती है। कल मैं इतना ही कह सकता हूँ कि जो पर्सनल लॉ है, रिफॉर्म्स इन पर्सनल लॉ, इस मुद्दे पर हम लोगों ने लॉ कमीशन को बुलाया है, भारत सरकार के मंत्रालय को भी बुलाया है। तो इतना ही मैं केवल कह सकता हूँ, बाकी मीटिंग में क्या होगा नहीं होगा ये गोपनीय मुद्दा रहता है, सभी पार्टी के लोग रहते हैं, इसलिए उस बैठक के बारे में से ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं कहा जा सकता है।
Paulami now joins us. Paulami, what's on the agenda? Because we do know that there are several opposition political parties in this country who do not want the UCC. At this point of time, what are you picking up in terms of agenda? Are they going to be listening in to all the stakeholders?
That's right, Jackie. They have called in some stakeholders, as Sushil Modi over there, who chairs this parliamentary standing committee, was in fact saying that the subject, of course, is going to be the Uniform Civil Code. And this debate, of course, was sparked off after very recently the Prime Minister referred to the UCC. And just before that, just shortly before that, earlier in the month of June, the Law Commission, the 22nd Law Commission, had invited, reopened the debate on UCC by saying that we have, of course, time has lapsed since the 21st Law Commission, in fact, said that there is no need to in fact stir the pot as far as Uniform Civil Code is concerned. But that was 3 years ago. Many developments have taken place. So we are looking for in fact stakeholders, religious organizations and outfits to in fact reach out and give us their suggestions and views on the possible implementation of Uniform Civil Code across the country. And that's exactly what today this committee, the Standing Committee of Parliament, will in fact be discussing as they meet. So that is going to be in fact a heated discussion because, like you rightly pointed out, there are political parties which have already made their positions clear. Some, of course, extending their support. For instance, the Aam Aadmi Party, very surprisingly, saying in principle they support the UCC. And then, of course, there are parties which have steadfastly, in fact, said that they will be opposing the UCC bill when it's brought to Parliament, which includes, for instance, the Shiromani Akali Dal. So it's expected to be a very heated debate and discussion, which very rarely, of course, you see full houses at these meetings, but expect all 31 MPs to be present.
Absolutely. Paulami, continue to be with us right there. It's a crucial parliamentary panel meeting, as Paulami just mentioned, to discuss the UCC, which is underway as we speak. Less than a week after Prime Minister Narendra Modi strongly pitched for a UCC, a high-level parliamentary standing committee meeting is going on at the moment, headed by BJP Rajya Sabha MP Sushil Modi. This committee is going to be deliberating on the proposal and will seek the views of the stakeholders on this matter. Meanwhile, politics continues to rage. Now, PDP has hit out at BJP. Mufti says that UCC lacks basic fundamentals. Congress continues to oppose it. Meanwhile, you've got the Shiv Sena UBT, which is non-committal for the moment, says they will speak on it post the draft of the UCC is made public. However, they've given their in-principle support to the UCC.
कांग्रेस 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों, हिंदू, मुसलमानों, सिखों, ईसाई, आदिवासी, जनजाति और तमाम उत्तर दक्षिण पूर्व पश्चिम की परंपराओं की हत्या नहीं होने देगी, किसी के धर्म पर कोई चोट नहीं आने देगी। हम ड्राफ्ट देखें, ये तो भाजपा सिर्फ पोलराइजेशन कराने के लिए कर रही है।
चुनाव से पहले ऐसी कोई काम करो जिससे खलबली फैल जाए, तो आज ही क्यों यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड, जब 7 महीने चुनाव को रह गए हैं, 5 साल की बात की थी, ये वादे 5 साल पहले के वादे थे, उनको यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड पहले लेकर आना चाहिए था। इसके चर्चा और विवाद जो थे उसमें बैठ के बातचीत करनी चाहिए थी।
धारा 44 संविधान की कहती है कि सभी समुदायों से बातचीत करके जो भी सरकार होगी वो यूसीसी लाने का प्रयास करेगी, उसमें लिखा हुआ है साफ तौर पे। क्या इन्होंने कोई ईमानदारी से प्रयास किया? क्या सिखों के समूह से बातचीत की, जैन समूह से बातचीत की? बात सार्थक दिशा में होनी चाहिए, सभी समुदायों से बातचीत होनी चाहिए और उसके बाद एक कंसेंसस बना के आप यूसीसी के ऊपर काम कीजिए। आपकी मनसा ही नहीं, 9 साल तक तो मोदी सरकार भांग खा के सोती रही, जब 10 महीने चुनाव करा गया तो आप कह रहे हैं यूसीसी लागू करना है। तो इसलिए इनकी मनसा पर बुनियादी तौर पे सवाल है।
उनके पास अब कोई मुद्दा नहीं है 2024 के चुनाव के लिए। राम मंदिर हो गया, 370 हो गया, ट्रिपल तलाक भी हो गया, तो 2024 से पहले ये मुद्दा लाया है, लेकिन हम उसका ऊपर डिबेट करेंगे। हम देखेंगे नया ड्राफ्ट क्या बनाया है। कानून है, देश को दिशा देने वाला एक कानून बनने जा रहा है, तो ड्राफ्ट तो देखना पड़ेगा। सर, अगर समाज के हित में है, राष्ट्र के हित में है, तो उस पर डिबेट करेंगे।
हमारे पास ऑलरेडी यूनिफॉर्म क्रिमिनल कोड है और वो बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है, क्योंकि बिल्किस बानो के रेपिस्ट को छोड़ दिया गया और हमारी जो पहलवान बच्ची हैं उनका रेपिस्ट खुला घूम रहा है। टमाटर जो है 25 रुपए से 100 रुपए किलो आपको भी मिलता है, मुझे भी वही मिलता है। नौकरियां ना हिंदुओं को मिल रही है ना मुसलमान। दैट इज द यूनिफॉर्मिटी जो इस कंट्री में इस वक्त। गैस की जो कीमत है 500 से 1200 हो गई है, वो यूनिफॉर्मिटी है। आप इन्होंने कहा था कि 2 करोड़ रोजगार देंगे, ना आपको मिला, ना मुसलमान को, ना मिला हिंदू, वो तो सब यूनिफॉर्म चल रहा है। अब कौन सी यूनिफॉर्मिटी लाना चाहते हैं वो मुझे बताइए। अगर वो कोई ऐसा कानून है जिससे टमाटर की कीमत फिर 25 रुपए हो जाएगी, यहाँ के नौजवानों को 2 करोड़ रोजगार मिलेगा, अगर पहलवान बच्चियों को इंसाफ मिलेगा, उनका रेपिस्ट जेल में डाल दोगे आप, तो शायद हो सकता है कि किसी को कोई एतराज नहीं होगा।
All right, Maushami Singh is now joining us for the latest on this. Maushami, exactly what is the argument against the UCC? Because we do know that the Congress party and several other opposition parties, including the PDP that we heard right now, is opposing the UCC. Shouldn't they first listen in to what the UCC is, and shouldn't the BJP make the contents public?
So clearly, Chati, in a nutshell, this entire UCC meeting that's happening of the Standing Committee, it will delve into the 2018 Law Commission report, and incidentally the Congress has cited that report saying that the Law Commission said that this is UCC is neither necessary nor desirable. In fact, the Law Commission had suggested a uniform codification of each and every personal law related to every religion so that there can be a uniform law, a universal law in future. So that's what the recommendation of the paper that was has been circulated to all the parties has been, and 4 members of the Congress are in this standing committee, so they will be voicing that opinion. Along with that, all the opposition parties are focusing on one key point, that this uniform civil code cannot be a blanket implemented on a blanket manner. In fact, it needs wide consultations, and the BJP is only trying to divert attention from key raging issues of unemployment, poverty and other issues to in fact rake up the UCC debate.
But it's been 9 years that the BJP has been in power and they've been promising a UCC. Why is it that this has not gone through as yet?
A very pertinent question. In fact, the fact is that the opposition parties, even Sanjay Singh I spoke to, said 9 years they didn't remember, just close on the heels of the upcoming Lok Sabha elections. The BJP wants to indulge in polarizing tactics, but has it consulted members of the Sikh community, the Jain community, the Muslim community, the Northeast or the tribals? Because this will apply to each and every caste, creed and religion. So that's the point that the opposition is raking up. Importantly, the standing committee which is taking place right now will dissolve in the next 3 months. So it seems that there's a lot more political rhetoric into the entire uniform civil code debate than any tangible delivery.
Thank you so much for that perspective and that report as well. We'll come back to you for more on this story. Breaking news coming in Kerala. Governor's big backing for the UCC. Arif Muhammad Khan backs One India, One Law. Most vocal Muslim voice for the Uniform Civil Code. Arif Khan says anti-UCC stance is unconstitutional. Arif Khan further goes on to say UCC ensures uniform justice. Big Arif Muhammad Khan exclusive.
There's a lot of discussions and debates going on around the Uniform Civil Code, especially after Prime Minister Narendra Modi said that same people in the family should be treated equally. All the members of the family should be treated equally, stressing that the Uniform Civil Code will be introduced. How do you look at the Uniform Civil Code?
It's not a question of how I look at Uniform Civil Code. The question should be asked how the Constitution looks at the Uniform Civil Code. Constitution clearly says that directive principles, although they are not enforceable by the courts, but the principles therein laid down are fundamental to the governance of the country. And it shall be the duty of the government. The words are absolutely clear. It shall be the duty of the state to apply these principles in making laws. And then Article 44 says, the state shall endeavor to secure for the citizens a uniform civil code throughout the territory of India. So this is a goal, this is the ambition which was expressed by the fathers of our constitution. And they had giants like, so many of them, they were freedom fighters and they were legal luminaries, great experts. In fact, I do not know if in the history so many in one body, that is the Central Legislative Assembly, which was almost it was combination of the talent, and they have placed this. Now it is more than, now we have already completed 75 years of our independence. When are we going to realize this goal or ideal or ambition which was incorporated into the Constitution of India? And there is a purpose behind it, the philosophy behind it. The philosophy is that under Chapter 3 of the Constitution, everybody will enjoy equal protection of the laws, and there shall be equality before law. What a ridiculous situation it is today. Has been continuing since 1937, but it becomes more glaring in independent India, particularly after the enforcement of the Constitution of India, which talks of equality. Here, in matters which are governed by the personal law, when a person goes to the court, then the court, as the situation exists today, court first has to inquire what faith you subscribe to. And then they will decide what kind of justice can be given to you. Don't you find it ridiculous? In a country where equality before law and equal protection of the laws is one of the basic fundamental rights. So I think we have already late, but it is even better, better late than never. So now we need to, in this Amrit Kal of our independence, when we have taken the vow to realize the dreams of our freedom fighters, which includes the makers of our Constitution, the time has come, although it is late in my opinion, but at least now we should go ahead and have a law. And please do not make the mistake of becoming victim of this malicious propaganda that the Uniform Civil Code means uniformity of customs, uniformity of rituals, uniformity of the way in which you solemnize your marriage, uniformities of way in which you dispose of your dear ones who have become dead. Law is not concerned with that. Law is concerned only with the uniformity of justice. That is the purpose of the law. It does not it does not aim for uniformity of customs, rituals, the way you solemnize. That is not the subject matter of the law.
That was an India Today exclusive. We're slipping into a very short commercial break. When we return, violence continues unabated in Bengal. Congress worker shot at in Murshidabad. Full story in moments from now. Don't go anywhere.
You are watching India Today.
India Today Group is pleased to announce the launch of a brand new online portal for our Best Colleges survey, featuring 6 years of ranking data as well as a wealth of granular information on thousands of institutes of higher learning. Our interactive portal offers easy access, analysis and guidance to our Best Colleges of India survey results for over 2,000 colleges across 14 streams. We invite everyone to visit our site, bestcolleges.indiatoday.in, and we wish aspiring students all the very best.
From Putin's chef to cooking up a global storm with an armed mutiny, Yevgeny Prigozhin finds himself at the center of the attempted coup. Prigozhin is one of Russia's richest and most influential men, but he's had humble roots. He started his business initially as modest hot dog seller in St. Petersburg. He eventually opened a series of chic restaurants, including one on a floating boat called New Island, that became a favorite of another St. Petersburg native, Vladimir Putin. Lucrative state contracts followed, and with time, Prigozhin's activities expanded beyond the kitchen. For instance, in 2012, he won more than 10.5 billion rubles of contracts to provide food to Moscow's schools. However, despite the riches that the food industry brought him, in 2014, he diversified into a new sector, the private military. It is unclear whose idea was it from the Wagner Group, whether Putin asked Prigozhin for help or the latter pitched it to him. Either way, the group came into existence during Russia's 2014 invasion of Crimea. Wagner's success in these early operations led to the group's swift expansion. Wagner became a proxy army for Putin. Subsequently, Wagner Group began to be involved in almost every conflict in the world where Russia had a role to play, from civil wars in Sudan and Libya in Africa to Venezuela during the presidential crisis of 2019. When Putin decided to invade Ukraine in 2022, Prigozhin and his Wagner Group were at the heart of Russian operations. The group benefited Russia significantly. It captured the key regions of Soledar and Bakhmut for Russia. White House officials estimate the private mercenary group employs around 50,000 soldiers. Of those, 40,000 are thought to be convicts, who have been employed from prisons in Russia. What role will Prigozhin and his Wagner Group play now is unclear. Will they mount an assault on Kyiv from Belarus, or will they regroup against Putin? Bureau Report, India Today.
iPad. Get yourself an iPad. Well, you want to get an iPad Air maybe? iPad. I think you should get an iPad. I think you should get the iPad Pro if you're being really luxurious. No, an iPad Air or an iPad 9th generation for you. Well, that used to be my standard default response if anyone asked me whether they should pick up a new tablet and which one it should be, because there wasn't much competition from the Android guys. But then a few weeks ago, we saw the OnePlus Pad, exclusively a first look and a review on Tech Today. And we were in the Delhi studio with the team, and all of us, with the colors on that, the output and the performance, mind equal to blown with what OnePlus had done with its tablet. And then every time there's a revolution coming, well, you need a captain of the ship, but it's nice to have, well, two pilots in the cockpit. And what if I told you that I just found my second pilot to drive the Android tablet revolution forward, the Xiaomi Pad 6. And honestly, the iPad has a lot of competition with this monster. Look, taking on the iPad is not an easy task. When it comes to software, iPadOS is spot on. Can it get better? Maybe become more like macOS? That's a pipe dream. Android has a long way to go, but that's nothing to blame the Android tablet guys. It's Google that needs to work on that. From the hardware side, that's where companies like Xiaomi and OnePlus can come in. And yes, the OnePlus Pad look good, but this particular device looks like a Xiaomi 13 Pro from the outside with this camera module. It has a 13 megapixel shooter. In terms of design, yes, it's an 11-inch screen. I'll tell you a little bit more about the display. You have a speaker set up here and then down here as well. Of course, it comes with Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos support in a tablet, which I'm telling you now comes at a very attractive price. But if you're taking on the iPad, no fingerprint scanner or Touch ID, and of course, no headphone jack in the Pad 6. But when we're talking about this particular sort of form factor, what's really good now, and we're going to come to the display, is that they've given you a camera here in landscape mode. So if you placed it on a keyboard, which is an add-on accessory with this particular device, then when you are looking at the camera or at your subject during a Zoom call, you're not looking away from them, as opposed to on the iPad. I always end up looking a little weird and wonky in terms of my line of sight or vision. With this particular device, the display is something we must talk about. Yes, it's an LCD display, but it is capable of a lot. But since we're talking about this particular layout, yes, it comes with an LCD display. It's not an AMOLED, but with Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos support at this price point, watching content on it is almost comparable to an iPad Air.
You are watching India Today.
Breaking news coming in. Khalistani hate plot against India busted. Jaishankar hits out at Canada over Khalistani army plot. After Indian diplomats seen on Khalistani hit list, Jaishankar says requested Canada, UK to take action. He says Canada, UK and Australia must not give space to the K army or the Khalistani army.
हम हमारे जो पार्टनर देश जो हैं, जैसे कनाडा है, अमेरिका है, यूके है, ऑस्ट्रेलिया है, जहां कभी-कभी खालिस्तानी एक्टिविटीज़ होती हैं, हमने उनको रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो उनको खालिस्तानियों को स्पेस न दें, क्योंकि उनकी सोच जो है ये रेडिकल एक्सट्रीमिस्ट विचारधारा जो है वो ना हमारे लिए अच्छा है, ना उनके लिए है, ना हमारे रिश्तों के लिए। तो ये जो पोस्टर का विषय जो है ये हम ज़रूर उन सरकारों से उठाएंगे। हो सकता है कि हम अभी तक, क्योंकि ये कल परसों ही निकला था, हो सकता है कि अभी तक हो भी।
Sandhu is now joining us for the latest on this. Kamalji, Jaishankar is hit out at Canada over Khalistani army plot, and he had requested Canada, UK to take action, but what happened?
Well, to be very honest, this has been an ongoing issue as far as these Khalistani operatives are concerned, whether these are gangsters who are operating out of Canada, especially these Khalistanis who've been backed by the Pakistan ISI, who released posters with photos and names of senior Indian diplomats and obviously putting their lives at risk. Sharp reaction coming in from S. Jaishankar, the Foreign Affairs Minister. This is also a talk about how we've seen different agencies, be it NI or the others, who've gone and actually said that the sort of security concerns that the Indians have been facing. But this is obviously an open challenge and a threat. And remember, the ghost of these kind of activities will come back to haunt the host country as well. And that's something which has been cited by intelligence agencies as well. So the poster, we believe, has come at least 2 days ago. And it talks about the Khalistan Freedom Rally, which is on the 8th of July. This talks about the Great Punjab Business Centre at Malton, and obviously it talks about Niger, who was recently killed, and obviously with names of at least 2 senior diplomats coming on. This is something which has been now flagged at the highest of level by the Minister of External Affairs himself. This hopefully should actually be raised by the Canadians itself. And remember, this is an ongoing issue, as I mentioned to you earlier, whether it's been Khalistanis or gangsters who seem to have a free run from Canada seems to be a huge concern as far as India is concerned.
Kamaljit, for that report. We'll keep tracking the latest developments on this front. Violence erupts yet again in poll-bound West Bengal. Another Congress worker shot at in Murshidabad. Allegations have been raised against TMC now. The victim has been identified as Arif Sheikh. He was admitted to Murshidabad Medical College Hospital in a critical condition. Additional police forces were rushed to the spot. In Bengal's Purulia, BJP worker was found dead in suspicious condition. The name of the deceased BJP worker is Bankim Hansda. Bankim was missing since Sunday evening. Bankim's body has been recovered from a bush near the village early today. Police reached the spot and started the investigation. In Bengal's Barakpur, a country-made bomb was recovered in a suspicious condition by civilians. Bringing you latest as far as the violence is concerned that has erupted in poll-bound West Bengal. West Bengal still on the ball now. Another Congress worker shot at Murshidabad. Now allegations are of course going on the ruling Trinamool Congress, Mamata Banerjee-led government over there, and the Trinamool Congress party. The victim has been identified as Arif Sheikh. He was admitted to a nearby hospital, which is Murshidabad Medical College Hospital. He was in critical condition. Additional police forces were also rushed to the spot. Even in Bengal's Purulia, BJP worker was found dead, and that was in a suspicious condition. The name of the deceased BJP worker is Bankim Hansda. Bankim was missing since Sunday evening. His body has been recovered from a bush near the village early today. The police has now started a complete and thorough investigation into this matter. The other area where there is a problem is Bengal's Barakpur. The country-made bomb was recovered in suspicious condition by the civilians. Questions will arise on the TMC, on the ruling party, on the local police over there as well, because violence is erupting in poll-bound West Bengal yet again. We're getting you the story from Murshidabad. We are getting you the story from Barakpur, and also the other area is Purulia, where BJP worker was found dead in a suspicious condition. In fact, the Murshidabad one, the victim was identified as Arif Sheikh, and additional police forces have been rushed to the spot. He's from the Congress party. The other one is from the BJP, which is in Purulia, and in Barakpur you have country-made bomb that was recovered in a suspicious condition, and what's more, it was recovered by the civilians. Indrajit Kundu is joining us live for the latest. Indrajit, this is across West Bengal. We're getting stories from Purulia where this happened, where a BJP worker was found dead. Then you've got Murshidabad, where you've got a Congress worker who was the victim. And now in Barakpur, you have a country-made bomb that is being found. How does the TMC even respond to this? What is going on in West Bengal?
Well, there has been questions about the law and order situation. That's precisely the reason why the Calcutta High Court has now ordered implementation of, central forces across all districts in the state in order, keeping in view the kind of law and order situation that is prevalent. In the run-up to the July 8th Panchayat elections, which is going to take place just a few more days left, there is eager anticipation and, of course, the apprehension that there will be more such incidents of violence. And the task is clearly cut out for the local administration and the police to keep a check on all these incidents of violence, because remember, there are 62,000 gram panchayats, which is going for these polls. These are very local body elections in rural areas, and therefore the power dynamics in rural areas is something that has always led to such violent incidents. And the big question, of course, that most people are asking is, when will there be a change to the existing nature of violence that's taking place, political violence that has always marred elections in West Bengal?
All right, leave it at that. Thank you, Indrajit, for joining us with the very latest details on Bengal. Shifting focus now to the unrest that is going on in France. The situation... The situation in France continues to remain grim. While the violent protests have entered its 5th day, the government is in a bid to control the flare-up, has banned demonstrations in some cities and even issued travel warnings. More on that in this report. Arson, looting and riots. France is swept by a storm of violence. Amidst the flare-up, visibly anguished, hundreds of mourners took to solemn procession from a mosque to a hillside cemetery to bury 17-year-old Nahel, whose killing by police has triggered days of rioting and looting across the nation. The government, in a bid to control the flare-up, has banned demonstrations in some cities and issued travel warnings. The protests in France were marked by pillaging of shops, including flagship branches of Louis Vuitton, Nike, Zara and Apple. Disturbing footage captured the rioters looting shops.
The protests are going to end soon, or at least an organized kind of protest. So it might be more random attacks during the day or the night to buildings and cars. But I think if it's going to finish, I think everything is going to finish.
In the Paris suburb Les Roses, attackers rammed a car into the house of the mayor, injuring his wife as she tried to flee with their 2 children. The government deployed 45,000 police to city streets across the nation to head off a 5th night of violence. Over 2,000 people have been arrested overall since the teen's death on Tuesday. As France continues to seethe with rage, President Emmanuel Macron on Saturday scrapped an official trip to Germany. This comes the day after Macron was ridiculed for partying at an Elton John concert while France was engulfed by violent riots. Officials hope that a turning point may have been reached, that rioters are losing energy thanks to the security crackdown and the massive unpopularity of their actions. With Maria Guilia, Bureau Report, India Today. We're slipping to a break. When we return, war intensifies in the NCP. Details up next on all the political drama that is going on in Maharashtra.
You are watching India Today.
The question that I want to pick up with Robin Raina is a statement that he's made to Business Today, which is leaving money on the table. Robin, explain the intent and the philosophy behind that statement.
Look, I've always been in the wealth distribution business in a way. I've always felt India has a big disparity between the rich and the poor. I've spent 2 decades trying to ensure that I can play my role in uplifting the underprivileged in India. I'm presently, as you know, building 6,000 homes for the slum dwellers of Bhavana. Bhavana is the 2nd largest slum today in the country after Dharavi. We've already handed over 2,304 homes. I also run schools all across the country, educating thousands of kids, providing them meals, breakfast, lunch, healthcare, and so on. When I look at my IPO, I'm hoping that my IPO is helping the middle classes, the lower middle classes, people on the street make a little bit of money. So from my perspective, if somebody asks me how do you rate the success of your IPO, to me the success is not about how much money I raise, and it's not about how many times will this issue be subscribed at. What I'm going to be looking at, success in my mind, the measure would be if people on the street said, after the issue, if people on the street said, Robin Rana knew he had great results and he still priced the issue at a low amount and he left money on the table, if they say that, then I would think my IPO has been a grand success.
What's the broader sense about the Indian market? We saw a bit of a slump, and clearly your IPO is so far this year going to be the largest one.
Well, look, investors want profitable companies, new age companies. They're looking for state-of-the-art companies that are redefining paradigm, which are changing the thinking of people. People are tired of companies whose entire model is just pure growth without any profitability. So that's the sense I'm getting, that people are looking for growth, but they're looking for growth to be accompanied by cash growth. They're looking for growth to be accompanied by profitability growth.
Since you meet so many investors all across the world, what was this? Was it just a tulip kind of mania where people were putting in money on just 10 slides of a business plan? Because that's what we have seen happen really. Many companies, again, no names being taken, where there is no possibility of profits ever, raising money by the bucket load. What was it? A euphoria?
Siddharth, look, it is a cycle. It's not just an euphoria. It is also how things are set up by the involved parties. So if you have back-end investors, if you have strong, large private equities, if private equities made an investment, they made an investment in India, and they made a call, and they invested X amount of money, and they have a cash burn in that business, as they're running a privately held business. What do you think they want? They want to ensure that at some point, they have a point where they can recover their money.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Maybe you've succeeded in quitting your regular soda consumption, but diet sodas aren't your alternative. According to some research, your brain responds to artificial sweeteners in a manner similar to how it responds to sugary sweets. Consuming them frequently could make you want more high-calorie food, increasing your risk of weight gain. The same applies to diet sodas. According to a different study, those who are overweight or suffer from obesity, who converted to diet sodas, were more likely to eat additional calories from food than those who continued to drink regular soda. Actually, individuals who use diet soda have a greater BMI than those who do not. Diet soda can confuse insulin. Your brain normally associates sweet with calories. In the realm of human physiology, that's a good thing. It drives your body to release insulin as sugar's chaperone to the cells to create fuel. In the past, people assumed this process couldn't occur when we consumed artificial sweeteners because calories don't allow the sweet flavor. diet soda might alter how your brain responds to sweetness. According to studies, those who drink diet soda exhibit increased brain activity in the region of the brain linked to cravings for foods high in fat and sugar. Diet soda consumption seems to change the reward center of your brain that detects sweetness. This suggests that diet sodas may alter how your brain responds to urges for meals rich in calories. No soda, no diet soda. Then what should you drink instead?
Any diet drinks are actually not a great thing to have. I would stick to natural stuff, lemonade, sugarcane juice, which is actually better than a diet drink, or coconut water, or fruit infused waters. They're also sweet, but it's just that, we are not able to cut down the taste of sugar, and we want something which tastes fizzy and sweet, but actually we are mocking our bodies and completely spoiling our gut health by having diet drinks.
Diet sodas have long been promoted by beverage companies as a healthy alternative to their full sugar drinks, although this is not true medically. With Kshitija Gosavi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Watching India Today.
Very good evening, viewers, and thank you for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula, getting you all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines. Exact Maharashtra numbers only on India Today. 24 NCP MLAs back Ajit Pawar, 14 MLAs back Sharad Pawar, 15 still undecided. Can Ajit Pawar get 36 MLAs to escape defection norms? NCP files disqualification plea against 9 rebel MLAs on instructions of Sharad Pawar. Maharashtra Speaker visits Fadnavis along with Ajit Pawar, says yet to study the plea.
I've received some petitions. Now, as you are aware, disqualification petitions. There's a process laid down for that. I'll have to see the merits of that petition. I'll have to see procedurally whether they comply, and thereafter we'll follow the process.
Ajit Pawar holds key huddle at his residence. Chhagan Bhujbal, Dilip Valse Patel and Praful Patel present in the meeting. Sharad Pawar slams BJP, alleging they're trying to divide the country. Day after Ajit's rebellion against Uncle Pawar, mega opposition unity meeting in Bengaluru postponed. Parliament and Assembly session cited as the reason. One nation, one law divides opposition. Crucial parliamentary panel meeting begins. Congress says timing of the UCC a poll agenda. Violence continues unabated in Bengal. Congress worker shot at in Murshidabad. Khalistani hate plot against India. Indian diplomats on Khalistani hit list. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar requests Canada, US to not give space to Khalistanis.
कनाडा है, अमेरिका है, यूके है, ऑस्ट्रेलिया है, जहां कभी-कभी खालिस्तानी एक्टिविटीज़ होती हैं, हमने उनको रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो उनको खालिस्तानियों को स्पेस न दें।
Breaking news coming in. NCP passes resolution to disqualify 9 rebel MLAs. Pankaj Upadhyay is joining us for the latest. Pankaj, throwing straight across to you for all the action coming in from Mumbai on back of this Maharashtra quake. Now the latest that we're hearing is that NCP has passed a resolution to disqualify 9 rebel MLAs.
Yes, Shati, action by the hour. And now the latest coming in that the disciplinary committee of the NCP has passed a resolution to disqualify 9 MLAs who had taken oath yesterday, which includes the current DCM Ajit Pawar. Now the disciplinary committee maintains that this entire operation was done in a very secretive fashion, and the president of the party, Sharad Pawar, was not kept in the loop of the things. He had no go-ahead from the party, and that is the reason why action needs to be taken against these 9 MLAs, because these people, these MLAs, including Ajit Pawar, Chhagan Bhujbal, have indulged in anti-party activities. At the same time, at around 5 p.m. today, Ajit Pawar will hold a press conference in Sayadri Guest House where he will reveal his further plans. Importantly and interestingly, today at 11 a.m. he had a meeting with all his party loyalists. That meeting lasted for 1.5 hours. After that, an NCP leader, Ajit Pawar, along with other party loyalists, went straight to Devendra Fadnavis's residence, and there too they had an hour-long meeting. And now Ajit Pawar is going to come out and have a press conference. Party insiders say that they're now going to reveal the various policies and programs that they are going to have with Fadnavis and Shinde alliance. They are perhaps going to reveal how they are going to prepare for the upcoming assembly polls and the most important Lok Sabha polls as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see, because these developments are going to take place at a time where Sharad Pawar is already indulging in show of strength, and Sharad Pawar loyalists clearly maintain that the story is far from over, and that within next 48 hours, many people who have joined the Ajit Pawar camp will return to the senior Pawar fold. So while on the surface,
interesting one to watch out for. Only time is going to tell. So it's going to be a power pack next 48 hours. Pankaj, continue to be out there. We're getting more breaking news coming in. Sharad Pawar has torn into Praful Patel, called him lucky. Sharad Pawar says Praful Patel got everything on a platter. He says Praful filed nomination and got into Rajya Sabha as well. Clearly, Pankaj, Sharad Pawar feels betrayed by Praful Patel.
Well, the statements definitely indicate so when Sharad Pawar says that Praful Patel was lucky enough.
Yes.
The fact remains, Praful Patel was and is one of the loyalists, a long-time loyalist of Sharad Pawar, and he was the one who was handling all the party activities for the NCP in Delhi. But not just Praful Patel, another party loyalist, another Sharad Pawar loyalist, Dilip Valse Patil, he's also sworn in, and that has also shocked many people. At the same time, Chhagan Bhujbal, senior NCP leader, he's also a part of the cabinet now. Now, Sunil Tatkare, who's a Lok Sabha member, his daughter has also been sworn in. So there are many surprises that we've seen yesterday. So it is very difficult to make a statement right now as to why the former loyalists, those people who are considered to be close confidants of senior Pawar, have suddenly changed their goalposts and now aligning with Ajit Pawar. And here the interesting thing comes, Chetty. Yeah. Many of the party insiders say, don't talk about the statements that are being made by Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar. The fact remains, this was not an overnight decision. The decision was not taken in haste. This was coming for many weeks now, and thorough deliberations took place between NCP leaders and Devendra Fadnavis, who was the main coordinator of what has happened now.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Continue to be with us right there. Day after Ajit Pawar pulled a Maha surprise and took oath as the new Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, the war has intensified in the NCP with Pawar versus Pawar escalating. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar is in Karat town, where he visited the memorial of his mentor and state's first Chief Minister, Yashwantrao Chavan. After which Pawar, in his first public meeting with his nephew Ajit Pawar, hid out at the BJP toppling governments and creating a division based on religious lines. Pawar vowed to unite Maharashtra against these divisive forces. The NCP that we just mentioned has now filed disqualification pleas against 9 turncoat MLAs who have joined the Shinde Sena BJP government as ministers. The NCP has also submitted a letter to the Maharashtra Speaker appointing Jitendra Ahwad as the new NCP chief whip and the leader of opposition.
एक उपाशी राहील पण तो महाराष्ट्राची सामूहिक शक्ती ही मजबूत केल्याशिवाय राहणार नाही आणि ही शक्ती मजबूत करून जी उलटा फालत करणारी शक्ती आहे वर्ग त्यांना त्यांची योग्य जागा दाखवायला राहणार नाही याला फार अवकाश नाही वर्ष 6 महिन्यामध्ये पुन्हा एकदा लोकांच्या समोर जायची संधी येईल आणि त्यावेळेला ही राज्याची लोकशाहीच्या मार्गाने शांततेवर विश्वास असणाऱ्या या शक्तीला धक्का देणाऱ्या ज्या प्रवृत्ती आहेत त्या पूर्ण फळानं बाजूला करू आणि पुन्हा एकदा महाराष्ट्र प्रगतीच्या आणि सामान्य माणसाच्या हितासाठी कष्ट करणाऱ्यांचे राज्य ही अवस्था आपण निर्माण करू.
I've received some petitions. Now, as you are aware, disqualification petitions. There's a process laid down for that. I'll have to see the merits of that petition. I'll have to see procedurally whether they comply, and thereafter we'll follow the process.
So basically, who is the real party and who has got the numbers is what you have to study. Is that the one?
No, there are the claims which have been made in the petition will have to be studied.
हमारे विपक्ष के नेता के जगह जहां अजीत पवार ने इस्तीफा दिया उस जगह पे हमने जितेंद्र आवाड को अपॉइंट किया है और आज हमारी संख्या कितने लोग हमारे साथ है वो आने वाले दिनों में सबके सामने आएगा. हमें आज ऐसा लगता है कि 53 हमारी पार्टी की स्ट्रेंथ है असेंबली में, उसमें से 9 जन जो उस तरफ गए हैं जिनके ऊपर हम डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन का पिटिशन दाखिल किया है वो छोड़ के बाकी सब लोग हमारे साथ है.
पहिलं 9 जणांचं पेपर आम्ही दिलेला आहे. मोबाईल थोडा पाठी गेले. 9 जणांना आम्ही डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नोटिसेस सर्व केलेल्या आहेत. आमचं काम आम्ही केलेलं आहे. अजून कोणी पुढे समोर आलेलं नाहीये. जो जसा जसा ऍक्शन घेईल तसं रिएक्शन येईल.
पूरे विधायक हमारे साथ है, मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट हमारे साथ है, बाकी के पार्टी के वर्कर हमारे साथ है. इसीलिए आज मैंने डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टरशिप का ओथ ली. तो बहुत अच्छी तरह से हम राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी बढ़ाएंगे. हम राष्ट्रवादी पार्टी के और भी ज़्यादा वर्कर्स पार्टी में कैसे आएंगे वो देखेंगे. हम अभी पावर में आए हैं. पावर में आके अलग अलग रीजन जो है वहाँ के जो सवाल है वो सवाल हल करने के लिए हम पूरी कोशिश हमारी रहेगी.
So it's quite clear the party is with the existing president, that is Mr. Pawar. So technicalities, you will understand it today and tomorrow. But what I feel is more than technicalities, what is important is where the Karyakartas are and where the people of Maharashtra are.
कल जो अजीत दादा जी ने बीजेपी की सरकार के साथ शामिल होने का निर्णय किया, उसके बाद हमने हमारे सारे कार्यकर्ता ने पुणे में पवार साहब के साथ रहना पसंद किया है. जी आज भी पुणे के सारे कार्यकर्ता राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी यानी पवार साहब के साथ है और कल भी रहेंगे. हमारी मोदी जी के और भाजपा आरएसएस के खिलाफ की जंग हमेशा कायम रहेगी.
As Ajit Pawar got sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, the battle to claim the real NCP, of course, begins. The stage is now all set for Maharashtra to witness another Shiv Sena-like legacy battle over the party's name and the symbol. While the uncertainty over future course of action by Sharad Pawar camp continues, the two factions of the party will chair 2 separate meetings on 5th of July. Earlier, speaking to the media for the first time after joining the government, Ajit Pawar laid claim on party's name and symbol. Claiming that he had the blessings of all the party members, Ajit Pawar had said that he will continue to contest on the party symbol. Meanwhile, rejecting his claim, NCP patriarch Sharad Pawar had said that justice will be done to his party in the court of the people.
राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्ष म्हणूनच आम्ही ह्या सरकारमध्ये सामील झालो. पुढं पण तशाच पद्धतीनं कुठल्याही निवडणुका असतील, जिल्हा परिषद असतील, तालुका पंचायत असतील, महानगरपालिका, नगरपालिका, आमदारकी, खासदारकी, तशाच प्रकारे जे पक्षाचं चिन्ह आहे, पक्षाचं नाव आहे, त्याच नावाखाली, चिन्हाखाली आम्ही सगळेजण निवडणुका लढवणार आणि त्याच्यातून पक्ष अधिक बळकट करण्याचा प्रयत्न, पक्ष वाढवण्याचा प्रयत्न हा आम्ही त्या निमित्तानं करणार आहोत.
मला असं वाटतं की याच्यात विचार करण्यात त्यांना वेळ घेतील तोपर्यंत महाराष्ट्राच्या विधानसभेचा कार्यकाळ संपेल. त्यामुळे थोडक्यात पुढच्या निवडणुकीपर्यंत त्यांच्याकडून निकालाची अपेक्षा माझी नाही आहे.
5 तारीख को आदरणीय शरद पवार जी के साहब के नेतृत्व में मुंबई में यशवंतराव चौहान प्रतिष्ठान के यहाँ महाराष्ट्र के सारे जिले के कार्यकर्ता, राज्य के कार्यकर्ता और नेताओं की एक बैठक बुलाई गई है और वो 5 तारीख को दोपहर में 1 बजे चौहान प्रतिष्ठान को होने वाली है.
इस बारे में हमने अभी तक सोचा नहीं है और सुबह पवार साहब ने भी, अगर आपने उनकी प्रेस देखी होगी तो एक चीज़ पवार साहब 2-3 बार बोले कि हम इस सब में नहीं फंसेंगे, हम लोग डायरेक्ट लोगों तक जाएंगे, हम लोगों में जाएंगे, लोगों से बात करेंगे. ये चीज़ पवार साहब ने आज सुबह ही बोली है. तो मेरे ख्याल से जो महाराष्ट्र देश की जनता, माई बाप जनता है, वो तय करेगी.
Breaking news coming in. Supriya Sule writes to Sharad Pawar, demands immediate action against the rebels accused taken and Patel for anti-party. That's the latest coming in. Supriya Sule has written to her father Sharad Pawar and she has demanded immediate action against the rebels, and that includes her brother Ajit Pawar, who she calls Dada. She also is saying Patel is indulged in anti-party activities and she wants to see her father take action against them. Latest breaking news coming in at this point. So Supriya Sule, if you remember, she had a press conference last evening, late last night, and she was very calm. She answered every question with a smile on her face. She said, I'm not going to be impulsive. She had also mentioned how she shared a good relationship with her brother Ajit Pawar and said that I know how to compartmentalize between my personal life and my professional life. And her entire demeanor was rather calm in the wake of what just happened to the NCP. But now she has acted. She has now acted and she has written to Sharad Pawar. She has demanded immediate action against the rebel MLAs. Latest news coming in right there. Supriya Sule demands immediate action against rebel MLAs. This comes on the back of NCP filing disqualification plea against the 9 rebel MLAs, as you already know, against the on the instructions rather of Sharad Pawar. The Maharashtra speaker also has visited Fadnavis along with Ajit Pawar and says yet to study plea. A lot of drama going on right there in Maharashtra. And NCP also, we mentioned to you earlier, they've passed a resolution to disqualify 9 rebel MLAs. Ajit Pawar and other rebels expelled from the NCP, but now Sule accuses Praful Patel and Tatkare of revolt. Sule says Patel and Tatkare spearheaded 9 MLAs oath. So now she is squarely blaming Patel, that is Praful Patel and Tatkare, for the 9 MLAs defecting from the NCP. Sule has accused Praful Patel and Tatkare of this entire revolt. It's interesting to see. Preeti is now joining us live from the newsroom. Preeti, it's interesting to see that Sule has gone ahead and accused Praful Patel and Tatkare and not Ajit Pawar.
Well, it's very interesting, the developments that are taking place right now, Chaiti. If you just go through the latest developments that are coming in, Supriya Sule, in a letter to Sharad Pawar, asking Sharad Pawar to take action because he's the party president. So Supriya Sule is a working president. Now, she's accused her other working party president, who is Praful Patel, of anti-party activities. Not just him, he is a Rajya Sabha MP. On the other hand, she's also accusing Sunil Tatkare, who is an MP as well. His daughter was was one of the 8 who, along with Ajit Pawar, had taken oath yesterday. You know, there clearly seems to be an attempt here to somewhere down the line pin the blame on Mr. Sunil Tatkare and Praful Patel, also leaving a window open for the other 8 to possibly make a U-turn and come back, because ideally, you know, Chaiti, if you look at it, Supriya Sule or anti-party activities should have been those who should have been accused, should have been all 9 who took oath yesterday. And how can you leave out the Deputy Chief Minister, Ajit Pawar? He's the one who's taken the highest oath in the new cabinet in terms of those who've defected. And out of the 9, it should be Ajit Pawar. However, what Supriya Sule has done is very interesting. This is politics at play at the best. Chaiti, pinning the blame on Mr. Praful Patel, pinning the blame on Sunil Tatkare, and saying they are responsible for administering the oath in terms of administering a defection where 9 of the NCP leaders are concerned. It is an attempt to isolate the blame on Praful Patel and Sunil Tatkare, give some breathing space and elbow room to the others, not directly attacking Ajit Pawar because of course he's a blood relative as well, but on the other side giving enough elbow room to the others. Mind you, there have been others who are loyalists of the NCP, Sharad Pawar, you know, the like of Dilip Walse Patil, maybe giving them a little bit of more elbow room because they are not being accused of anti-party activities, giving them room to maybe rethink. Very interesting what really is going down here. An isolation of Praful Patel and Tatkare, and it's not just coming in from Supriya Sule. You know, it's a concerted attempt by both the party president and the working president. Supriya Sule, working president, and the party president, Mr. Sharad Pawar. Remember, Mr. Sharad Pawar not using very harsh language for Ajit Pawar, that aside, did go out all in terms of attacking Praful Patel, where he said Praful Patel has got everything on a platter, he's got it easy. All he needs to do is fill a Rajya Sabha, form and actually go into the Rajya Sabha. He's always got it easy. So very interesting, you know, the kind of power play, if I may pun on the word, that is taking place. An attempt right now also, you know, 5th, you have about 48 hours where a meeting has been called by the NCP president right now, which is Sharad Pawar. And he's called the cadre, he's called even taluka level leaders, he's called...
But you know, Preeti, very interestingly, you know, since anything and everything is happening as far as politics is concerned in Maharashtra, and we've seen that over the years as well, Preeti, has Supriya Sule left any room here for Ajit Pawar to return to the NCP? Is that probably a possibility?
Okay, you know, the way you look at it is highly doubtful if that's a possibility, because Ajit Pawar has once again, for the second time, now taken oath as Deputy CM. So I really doubt whether it's trying to leave any room for him to come back. But yes, because his family, she made that very clear in her press conference late last night, where she went ahead and said that he's like a brother, to her, and professional and personal relationships should and would be kept separate. But what she's also doing here, it's a concerted attempt, and it's an attempt not just by Supriya Sule. Look at the language by the entire current, whatever's the leftover top brass of the NCP, Jayant Patil, Mr. Awad, and Sharad Pawar himself. A direct attack on Praful Patel, a direct attack on Mr. Sunil Tatkare, whose daughter also did take oath yesterday. So interesting, but leaving enough elbow room for the others. They are not being accused of anti-party activities. They are being accused of possibly coming into the play of Praful Patel and Mr. Sunil Tatkare. Giving them time for the next 48 hours to possibly rethink when this big mega NCP meet is being planned on the 5th, Chaiti.
What do you think now, Preeti? You track politics so closely. What can be the ifs and buts and possibilities over here given this particular development, and what's your reading of it in terms of what can transpire in the next 48 hours?
You know, I think it'll all come down to the numbers. Right now, the Pawar camp says that they have over 40 MLAs of the 53 that the NCP enjoys in the State Assembly. But having said that, where are those 40? If there should have been a show of strength of sorts, it should have happened this morning at a meeting at Ajit Pawar's residence, and we didn't quite see that. Our internal sources are telling us that the Pawar faction doesn't have more than 24. They need 36 of the 53 MLAs to actually buck the defection law. On the other hand, what we have been given to understand, out of the 53, if 24 have at least seemingly sided with Mr. Ajit Pawar, 15 are sitting on the fence and about 14 have sided with Mr. Sharad Pawar. There will be an attempt to try and get as many to Mr. Sharad Pawar's fold by the Sharad Pawar camp. We've already seen defections in that order. There have been leaders who attended the swearing-in ceremony yesterday. One of the MPs from the NCP has also now said that his allegiance lies with Mr. Sharad Pawar. So there's going to be a lot of tug and pull from both sides. Mr. Sharad Pawar would have factored this in. Mr. Awad had said this morning that they knew this was going to happen sometime. They were just waiting for it. So there must be a plan of action. Knowing Mr. Pawar, definitely so. But what now? What you asked, Chaiti, it'll all come down to the numbers, how the numbers stack up. I would think in the next day or two, there'll be more clarity on that. Right now, no. The Ajit Pawar faction, who yesterday confidently in that press meeting post-swearing-in had said that they are the real NCP, they don't have the numbers yet to prove that they are the real NCP.
All right, I'm taking this across to Sahil Joshi as well, who's joining us from Mumbai on the latest details. Sahil, Preeti's just given a reading of this situation. Now, why don't you tell us your reading of the situation? Because Sule has accused Praful Patel and Tatkare of the revolt, and she's not mentioned Ajit Pawar.
You know, it's of course a game plan because they want to take it to the people, because a lot of MLAs have been saying that the family shouldn't split. And finally, it's a split in the family as well. It was never thought of that Ajit Pawar will eventually gather this courage of revolting against his own uncle. He did try it earlier, but finally he had to give it up. But now the closest confidants of Sharad Pawar, that is Praful Patel, Dilip Valse Patil, Sunil Tatkare and Chhagan Bhujbal as well, have joined hands with Ajit Pawar, and finally he had gathered this courage of revolting against his uncle Sharad Pawar. Now, interestingly, at this point of time, it's exactly the same script what we were reading last year, exactly 1 year before, when Eknath Shinde split up. He also originally had the similar number of MLAs with him when he first travelled to Surat, hardly 250 kilometers from Mumbai. And after that, when he actually flew down to Guwahati, after that, one by one, the MLAs started taking the chartered flights and started travelling to Guwahati. And then he finally managed to get the number of 40 MLAs from Shiv Sena with him. Similarly, with Sharad Pawar, the only difference right now is that time Uddhav Thackeray was in power. The MVA government was in place in Maharashtra, and right now Sharad Pawar is in opposition. So obviously the state government's power, state government's machinery is not with him. He will have to fight on his own because he's in the opposition. Similarly, at this point of time, NCP has 24 MLAs. I mean, Ajit Pawar camp has 24 MLAs with him at this point of time. So it clearly shows that he has more number of MLAs at this point of time with him than that of Sharad Pawar. But Sharad Pawar also has 14 MLAs with him, and they have already expressed that they are going to stay with Sharad Pawar at this point of time. 3 of the member of parliaments from Lok Sabha are also with Sharad Pawar at this point of time. But the remaining 40 MLAs who have not yet cleared their mind, we have been trying to reach out to them. They are not picking up calls. They are not reachable to their constituency people. They are not reachable to the people who normally are seen around them. They have not yet made it clear that on whose side they are on. Some of the MLAs out of these 14 who are still undecided had gone to Raj Bhavan in 2019 as well, and later they came back to Sharad Pawar and said ki it was a mistake, we didn't know that it was happening for this, and that's why we decided to come back. So these MLAs are going to be the crucial. There are some party leaders are also going to be very crucial at this point of time. Whose side they are going to take. So on 5th of July is going to be the D-Day for NCP, that who has the bulk number of MLAs. And please mind well, 36 is the magic number.
Yeah.
If Ajit Pawar manages to get 36 number, then he will save himself from getting disqualified, because it crosses the 2/3 mark in Maharashtra Assembly, the NCP strength. If he couldn't get 36, then the ball is open.
And what are your sources saying about the numbers, Sahil? Since you speak of the numbers, you say they need 36, and for the moment, I believe they have 24.
Well, Chaiti, as I said, that the power is in the hands of Ajit Pawar. The government is of Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar. So it will not be that difficult. Even in the center, the government is of BJP. So, so it is tilted towards Ajit Pawar at this point of time. And if he plays well, I don't think he will have difficulty in gathering numbers. So let's see. Let's look at Sharad Pawar's strategy. On one hand, Sharad Pawar is making it very clear that he is not going to contact any MLA. He is not going to get into this legal fight at all. He has taken the view, the position what Uddhav Thackeray had taken a year back, saying that they are not going to get into the legal fight. Whoever wants to go can go. And similar line has been taken by Sharad Pawar, and he has said that he will be travelling around Maharashtra and gathering the public opinion against these particular MLAs. But on the other hand, what we are seeing is that the Jayant Patil, the state president, have started taking action against those MLAs who have revolted against the party line, and including that of Ajit Pawar. So on the other hand, they have started taking the legal action. When Sharad Pawar was asked about it, he said he has no idea about it. Jayant Patil is a state president. He can decide what he needs to do about the MLAs from Maharashtra. He is a party president. He is a national party president, and he is going to tour the state against the BJP, against the MLAs who have gone against the party line. And that is how it has become very interesting. Even if Sharad Pawar tomorrow lose the number game, he can still claim that he was never in the number game, and he only wanted to convey his message to the party cadre and the party voters rather than going with the party MLAs. So even if the elected representatives have shifted, the party, the cadre and the party voters have not shifted. So that is going to be the real crucial thing, which will
Sahil, may I request you to stay on with us? We have breaking news coming in from Maharashtra. Stay on with us. Let's go straight across to the breaking news. Amidst this Maharashtra Pawar quake, there is a big claim that is being made by MNS Neta. MNS Neta says public is demanding for Thackeray's unity now. MNS Neta goes on to say Thackeray's should unite for the common man. Will the Thackeray cousins unite ahead of 2024? That is the big question. Sahil Joshi still continues to be with us on this broadcast. All right, Sahil will join us in moments from now, but the friction between Raj Thackeray and Uddhav is an old one and got aggravated back in 2005. As you remember, and that's when he had deserted the saffron outfit. Saurav Aktania now joins us for the latest. Saurav, questions arising on will Thackeray cousins unite ahead of 2024? We do know that they've been rather sour and estranged in their relationships ever since 2005. If I'm not mistaken, that's when Raj Thackeray had left the saffron outfit to form his own political outfit. And it's been many years after that, a lot of water under the bridge. What's your sense?
So, well, looking at the current situation in Maharashtra politics, there are several voices which were raised that both the brothers, Uddhav Thackeray and Raj Thackeray, should come together. In fact, let me tell you, once this NCP thing came out, and yesterday at several places in stronghold of Shiv Sena and MNS in Dadar and Mahim area, there were posters of Raj Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray were put up. In that particular message was written that both brothers should now come together. Today, one very important meeting of MNS was called at Raj Thackeray's residence in Dadar Shivaji Park. And here Bala Nangaonkar, a senior leader for MNS, had put a resolution. He said that there is a public sentiment. There are people, there are Marathi Manus who wants that both the brothers, Raj Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray, should come together, and Raj Thackeray should really think about it. In fact, he went on to say if both brothers come together, then it will be a great majority and people will really have a good option for to whom to vote to. So now this is a big political development, and Raj Thakkre's reaction, even we asked during the press conference to Raj Thakkre that whether both brothers will come together. He has kept the suspense over it. He did not neglected it. He did not deny it. In fact, he said that in coming days I will be touring in the state of Maharashtra. I will going to meet people. That time I will give my decision. So clearly there is a suspense that whether both Thakkre brothers, Raj Thakkre and Uddhav Thakkre, will come together or not. But still, Raj Thakkre has not given any clear statement on it. He has not even denied it. He said that in the coming days when he will travel and touring Maharashtra, he'll give the answer for that.
All right, thanks for joining us, Saurabh. Going straight across to the next news that is coming in from Karnataka now. Breaking news coming in. Breaking news just coming in. Maharashtra quake tremors in Karnataka. Big statement by former Chief Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy. H.D. Kumaraswamy says, who will be Ajit Pawar in Karnataka? He's taken a jibe right there at Ajit Pawar, whose controversial switch that we've been reporting from the NCP to the BJP has weakened NCP's hold in Maharashtra. And now we have HDK, which is H.D. Kumaraswamy of Janata Dal Secular, asking who will be the Ajit Pawar in the state of Karnataka now. Listen in to what he said.
After yesterday's shocking development in Maharashtra about Ajit Pawar decision, now in Karnataka also, I'm fearing next Ajit Pawar, who will be going to be emerging in Karnataka. For that, actually, we are waiting.
So there you go. You heard H.D. Kumaraswamy right there, who's basically gone on to say that after Ajit Pawar's decision to support BJP, he's scared of what is going to happen in Karnataka as well, and they're waiting to see who will turn Karnataka's Ajit Pawar in near future. Interesting set of developments right there. Sagai coming in from the Janata Dal Secular leader, whose dreams of becoming kingmaker were shattered in the last elections after Congress came to power.
Absolutely. He was trying to point out the differences that D.K. Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah has. When we have seen last week where D.K. Shivakumar had it out at Siddaramaiah, stating that he was afraid of building flyover, and later on there were other instances where we have openly seen that how D.K. Shivakumar spoke against Siddaramaiah. Now H.D. Kumaraswamy went on to compare Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar with Siddaramaiah and D.K. Shivakumar in the state of Karnataka, where he said that he is expecting that when the next Ajit Pawar from Karnataka will emerge.
Priyank Kharge is joining us on the phone line at the moment. Priyank, your first up reaction on this statement that is coming in by H.D. Kumaraswamy. How do you respond?
I think the former CM is daydreaming. Their party has been decimated in the previous election, and so has BJP. So BJP is unable to even appoint their opposition leader even after the session has begun today. They have no opposition leader. So who is going? This is not the BJP of the past. And all the Ajit Pawars that were to be in Congress had already left and gone last time itself, right?
Yeah.
And BJP is already. If you hear the BJP speaking now, they are saying it was because of they lost the election because of the people who came in from Congress and stood from BJP. They are blaming them. So I'm not sure where Mr. Kumaraswamy is getting these vague ideas from.
But you know, he's gone ahead and made this statement, given the fact that his own dreams of becoming kingmaker last time around were completely shattered after the Congress party came into power.
See, we have won with a huge mandate. The people of Karnataka have blessed us to give good governance, and we will just stick to that. The opposition party can shout from rooftops or whatever they want, but they should have some substance to it, right? Our government is just a month and a half, not even a month and a half. already you are telling there will be Ajit Pawar. All the Ajit Pawars of Congress have already left and joined BJP. I would request Mr. Kumaraswamy to hold on to his MLAs.
Okay, that's interesting. Thank you for joining us with that message right there and your first up reaction as well. He says, tell him to hold on to his MLAs. That's the Congress party telling H.D. Kumaraswamy. We're slipping into a break, but when we return, next day after Ajit's rebellion against Uncle Pawar, mega opposition unity meeting in Bengaluru postponed. Parliamentary Assembly session cited as the reason. Cutting live across to Sharad Pawar, who is speaking live at the moment.
एक संदेश दिला शिक्षणाच्या संबंधित शिकावं याबद्दलची भूमिका मांडली आणि त्याची नोंद समाजाच्या काही घटकांनी उत्तम रीतीने घेतली. मी काही जाती असे बोलतो असं नव्हे, पण त्याचा आढावा घेतला, अभ्यास केला तर महार समाजामध्ये शिक्षणाचं प्रमाण दलितांच्या इतर समाजापेक्षा अधिक आहे. आणि त्याचं कारण डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांचा संदेश तो त्यांनी स्वीकारला. त्याच्यानंतर मात्र समाजाची शिक्षणाची स्थिती ही आपल्याला बघायला मिळते. दोन गोष्टी आहेत, शिक्षणाच्या बद्दलची कमतरता, लोकल व्यवसायाच्या संबंधीची कमतरता आणि त्यामुळं समाजाची जी आर्थिक गळी आहे त्या आर्थिक गळीमध्ये मातंग समाजाचा घटक विशेषतः तरुण मुलं अजूनही फार वर नेण्याची गरज आहे. त्यांच्यासाठी अधिक धोरणं ही राबवायची गरज आहे. त्यांची स्थिती संतोषजनक आहे असं म्हणण्याचं आपण हे करू शकत नाही. आणि मग काय करता येईल? ओबीसीमध्ये अनेक जाती आहेत. मागे एकदा माझ्या पुण्यामध्ये राज्यात असताना एक प्रश्न आला की धनगराचं आरक्षण, वंजारी समाजाचं आरक्षण आणि तत्सम इतर जाती त्यांचं आरक्षण. आणि मला सांगितलं गेलं की आरक्षण तुम्ही ठेवलं, पण त्या आरक्षणाचा लाभ एकच घटक जात घेतो. आणि का तर त्यांच्यामध्ये थोडीशी जागृती जास्त आहे आणि त्यामुळे जागा मर्यादित असतात. त्या मर्यादित जागेमध्ये एकाने जर त्याचा वाटा जाग घेतला तर बाकी त्यांची स्थिती ही चिंताजनक होते, सवलती असताना सुद्धा. आणि म्हणून आम्ही एक धोरणात्मक निर्णय घेतला की ज्या जागा आहेत त्याच्यात अ, व, क, ज असे 3-4 भाग केले आणि त्यामधून त्या समाजातला जो घटक मागे राहिला आहे त्याला पुढे जाण्याच्या संबंधीची संधी मिळाली आणि त्याचा फायदा आज त्या ठिकाणी दिसतो. मी बघतो बारामतीमध्ये डॉक्टरच्या कार्यक्रमाला मी कधी गेलो तो बारामतीमध्ये 100 डॉक्टर जर असले तर त्या 100मध्ये कमीत कमी 20 ते 22 डॉक्टर एकट्या धनगर समाजाचे बघायला मिळतात. आनंद एका दृष्टीनं हा समाज पुढे जातोय याचा आनंद, पण तो आनंद घेत असताना तो बाकीचा राहिला त्याच्याकडे दुर्लक्ष करून चालणार नाही. आणि आज नेमकं मात्र आमच्या बाबतीत तेच होतंय की त्या दृष्टीनं एकंदर ज्या सुविधा आहे त्या सुविधेचा मोठा वाटा गेल्याच्या नंतर त्याचा फरक पडेल असा फार मर्यादित वाटा शिल्लक राहतो आणि तो त्या ठिकाणी कसा देता येईल, त्याचं नवी पिढी ही कशी करता येईल याची काळजी ही आपल्या सगळ्यांना घ्यावी. मातंगांचं आणखीन एक वैशिष्ट्य आहे की खेड्यापाड्यामध्ये समाजातल्या लहान माणसाच्यासाठी तर सगळ्या वर्गांच्यासाठी कष्ट करण्याची भूमिका मात्र घेते. पण तुम्ही बघितलं असेल की आज महाराष्ट्राचे भूमिहीन, ज्यांच्याकडे शेती नाही, जमीन नाही आणि मोलमजुरी करतायत, अशा वर्गाची पाहणी जर केली तर त्याच्यामध्ये मातंगाची संख्या ही अधिक आहे. आणि म्हणून जो वर्ग मोलमजुरी करतो, भूमिहीन आहे, संपत्तीपासून बाजूला आहे, त्याच्या प्रश्नाच्याकडं एका वेगळ्या दृष्टिकोनातून बघितलं. आणि तिसरा मुद्दा हा आहे की मातंगांच्यामध्ये शिक्षणाचा प्रभाव ते बौद्धांच्या आणि अन्य जातींच्या पेक्षा कमी आहे. ते तसं दुरुस्त करता येईल याचा विचार हा आपल्या सगळ्यांना करावा आहे. आणि मग प्रश्न खूप आहे. त्या प्रश्नाची मांडणी करून योग्य ठिकाणी व्यासपीठावर मांडून निर्णय घेण्याचा अधिकार त्यांच्याकडून वेळप्रसंगी दबाव आणून सुद्धा ते प्रश्न शोधून घ्यावे लागतात. मातंग समाजाचं एक भाग्य म्हणून की अण्णाभाऊ साठेंच्यासारखा एक विचारी आणि पुनरावली विचाराची भूमिका मांडण्याचा प्रयत्न करणारा एक नेता या समाजात होऊन गेला. आणि तो नेता एका समाजाचा नव्हता. साहित्याच्या क्षेत्रामध्ये त्याचं योगदान हे ज्याला मराठी समजतं, मराठी वाचन करतात, त्या सगळ्या घटकांच्यासाठी त्याचं योगदान होतं. ही गोष्ट आपल्याला मान्य करावी. अनेक गोष्टी त्यांच्याबद्दलच्या सांगायची. आज आपण साताऱ्याची परिषद आहे. तुम्ही भाग्यवान आहात की अण्णाभाऊ या जिल्ह्यातले होते. वाटेगाव आज सांगली जिल्ह्यात असेल, पण त्याच्यापूर्वी सांगली आणि सातारा हा एकच जिल्हा होता. आणि म्हणून हा सह्याद्रीच्या पेक्षा सुद्धा कर्तृत्वाच्या बाबतीत त्याची उंची जास्त आहे. असा कर्तृत्व नेता या भूमीमध्ये जन्माला आला. अनेक गोष्टी त्यांनी केल्या. वाटेगाव सोडलं कसं करायला त्या काळात सुद्धा लोक मुंबईला जायचे. अण्णाभाऊ मुंबईला गेले. गिरगावच्या लोकांचं दुःख मानलं, त्यांच्यामध्ये सहभागी झाले. अनेक गोष्टी त्यांनी केल्या. आज कुठेही आपण गेल्याच्या नंतर हा जो वर्ग आहे त्या वर्गात आज खऱ्या अर्थानं एक प्रकारची प्रेरणा देण्याचं काम, जीवनामध्ये आम्ही पुढे जाऊ शकतो या प्रकारची उजवी देण्याचं काम.
Eknath Shinde is speaking live. Let's listen into him as well now.
शेवटी वारकऱ्यांच्या गैरसोयी होऊ नये, त्यांना लाखो लोक येतील, त्यांना सुविधा मिळाल्या पाहिजे, हे सगळं सरकारचं काम आहे, सरकारची जबाबदारी आहे. आणि तुम्हाला मी सांगतो, सगळी यंत्रणा एवढी अलर्ट झाली. आणि नंतर आषाढीची पूजा झाल्यानंतर मी जेव्हा बाहेर निघालो, रस्त्याच्या दुतर्फा लाखो लोक होते. त्यांच्या चेहऱ्यावरचा आनंद पाहिला मी. आणि सगळे असं सांगत होते, उत्तम नियोजन, चांगली सोय, हे ते. आता काय ते केलं आपल्या अधिकाऱ्यांनी, परंतु ते करून घेणं देखील आपली जबाबदारी आहे. आणि जेव्हा जेव्हा कुठेही काही संकट, आपत्ती येते, तेव्हा तुम्ही सगळी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री देखील उतरता. तुम्ही देखील कोविडमध्ये खूप काम केलं, माहीत आहे. शेवटी एकट्या दुसऱ्याचं काम नाही, घरात बसून काम होऊ शकत नाही. कोविडमध्ये देखील आपले परके झाले होते, भेटणं मुश्किल होतं. पण अशा परिस्थितीत देखील तुमच्या कलावंतांनी देखील आपापल्या परीने खूप मदत केली. काही सगळ्यांनीच काही म्हणजे त्याची प्रसिद्धी केलेली नाही, परंतु प्रसिद्धी न करता देखील प्रत्येक घटकाने या कोविड सारख्या भयानक आजारामध्ये खूप मोठं काम केलं. आणि म्हणून आज तुमची जी काही इंडस्ट्री आहे खूप मोठी आहे. स्टेजवर काम करणारे लोक आहेत, स्टेजला काम करणारे लोक आहेत, म्हणून आपल्याला जिथे सहकार्य लागेल, आपल्याला म्हणजे जिथे गैरसोयी आहेत, अडचणी आहेत, ते आपल्याला सोडवण्याचा आपलं. त्यामुळे तुम्ही
All right, there's some audio audio glitch as far as Shinde is concerned. We'll replay this reaction of Eknath Shinde, I promise you, in moments from now and bring you up to speed with the very latest developments. For now, we're slipping into a short commercial break here on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
The India Today group is pleased to announce the launch of a brand new online portal for our Best Colleges survey, featuring 6 years of ranking data as well as a wealth of granular information on thousands of institutes of higher learning. Our interactive portal offers easy access, analysis and guidance to our Best Colleges of India survey results for over 2,000 colleges across 14 streams. We invite everyone to visit our site, bestcolleges.indiatoday.in, and we wish aspiring students all the very best.
So how does one log off? Limit yourself to one screen at a time. Spring clean your social media accounts. Use apps to bolster self-control. Don't charge your phone near your bed. Set time boundaries in usage. Use your gadgets thoughtfully. Think about whether you actually need to use your laptop or whether you need to use your phone. Is there any work really, or just using it mindlessly? Do you really need to watch TV, or you'd rather go for a walk or even take a nap, which is actually more relaxing, more refreshing?
If you ask an average person, they'll say, oh, I'm on social media for about 10-15 minutes or maybe a little bit more in there. I'm not typically there. But if they start actually analyzing their time, and there are apps and features available on these gadgets, they then come to realize that I was putting so many hours more.
Prioritizing offline relationships and getting a glimpse of what real life offers brings real joy. Try it.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 36 and minimum 28 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 29 and minimum 25 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 34 and minimum 23 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
You are watching India Today.
War intensifies in the Nationalist Congress Party with Pawar versus Pawar escalating. Sharad Pawar, in his first public meeting after his nephew Ajit Pawar exit, hit out at the BJP for toppling governments and creating a division based on religious lines. NCP has now filed disqualification plea against 9 turncoat MLAs who have joined the Shinde Sena BJP government as ministers. The opposition meeting postponed amidst the NCP split. The meeting of the opposition parties was slated for 13th and 14th of July in Bengaluru has been postponed, now being scheduled for 17th and 18th of July after taking oath as the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister. Ajit Pawar said the opposition is making efforts to unite, but they have different situations in each state and no leader wishes to work for the nation. Crucial parliamentary panel meeting to discuss UCC currently underway. Headed by BJP Rajya Sabha MP Sushil Modi, the committee will be deliberating on the proposal and will seek the views of stakeholders on the matter. Meanwhile, PDP has hit out at BJP. Mufti says UCC lacks basic fundamentals. Congress continues to oppose the UCC. Violence erupts yet again in poll-bound West Bengal. Another Congress worker shot at in Murshidabad. Allegations have been raised against TMC. In Purulia, BJP worker was found dead in a suspicious condition. Additional police forces were rushed to the spot.
The world of wellness has advanced. Cryotherapies are now being used increasingly for fitness rehabilitation.
It is very cold. I'm dying.
They help as anti-inflammatory treatments and can treat the entire body. Beat the face with a cryofacial that helps puffiness of the face, cryo body sculpting that helps you get rid of stubborn fat by freezing fat cells, cryo for localized pain, and cryo baths that help you recover from any aches and pains. Where do we even begin? Let's start with cryo baths. The ice baths are now replaced with the state-of-the-art chambers where you jump in minus 110 degrees Celsius once a week or as guided by your doctor. All of this to tackle inflammation in your body or specifically for a post-workout recovery to help your muscles recover.
Alright, so what I'm doing here is the power of ice. I'm going to show you the power of ice on my face with a cryofacial. I'll get a cryotherapy done and show you what an ice bath can do to you when it comes to recovery from a lot of inflammation and a lot of fatigue that your body goes through because of exercising or injuries or any kind of rehabilitation that you require. And of course, what I'll be doing is a localized cryo treatment. In this sequence, where we're going to show you the power of ice in a wellness setup. First, I'm going to start with a lovely refresher because why not? Summer/monsoon is here. I would love a refresher for my face. So let's see how the power of ice really changes my skin.
Depends on which center you're doing this and the technology that they're using. One session of this refreshing yet freezing cryotherapy will cost you anywhere between 5,000 to 12,000 rupees. Cryotherapy is excellent for pain relief. The variety of conditions they're being used for include fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue syndrome, post-workout recovery, aches and pains, inflammation in the body, osteoarthritis, amongst many others. Just in case you're not very keen on the full body cryo or the cryo bath and have highly localized pain, it can also be treated with the help of this machine at a wellness clinic. Are you worried you're going to be catching a cold or freeze inside? Actually not. Here is why. Whole body cryo helps release endorphins or feel-good hormones straight after the treatment, and it is perfect for anyone who needs a quick lift-me-up. Celebrities are making this chilling ice therapy quite popular. Will Smith, Alicia Keys, Mandy Moore, Demi Moore, the New York Knicks, Jennifer Aniston, Jessica Alba, Cristiano Ronaldo, Daniel Craig are just few of the celebrities who have raved about it on their social media handles. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ। एयरटेल 5G प्लस।
मी अजित पवार गांभीर्यपूर्वक प्रतिपादन करतो की
Pawar play hits opposition plans. 10 months before the 2024 fight. BJP missile hits opposition ranks. Pawar's dynasty split wide open. Latest in series of opposition wounds. BJP adds to opposition's list of woes. In the wake of India Today's news break, the big opposition report card. Top focus on 5 Live.
नमस्कार. आजच्या या पत्रकार परिषदेमध्ये राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या काल राज्याच्या मंत्रिमंडळामध्ये माननीय अजितदादा पवार यांच्या नेतृत्वात आम्ही सामील झालो आणि कालच राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाची जी आमची अधिकृत भूमिका आहे हे माननीय अजितदादांनी आणि माननीय छगन भुजबळ साहेबांनी आपल्या सगळ्यांच्या समोर प्रस्तुत केली होती. त्या अनुषंगाने राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाचे काही संघटनात्मक धोरणाच्या बद्दल आम्हाला आपल्या सर्वांना सूचना करायची होती. आपल्या माध्यमातून राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाचे सर्व कार्यकर्त्यांना, पदाधिकाऱ्यांना आणि राज्याच्या जनतेला हे आम्ही सूचित करू इच्छितो.
We want to tell the people.
काल पहिला आमचा जो काम होता ते झाल्यावर आता संघटनात्मक दृष्टीनं
From the organizational perspective,
मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये नियुक्त्या करायची आम्ही सुरुवात केली आहे. पक्षाच्या मागच्या दिल्लीच्या 21 जूनच्या कार्यक्रमामध्ये पक्षाने अधिकृत रीतीनं आणि पक्षाने अधिकृत रीतीनं मला राष्ट्रीय कार्यकारी अध्यक्षांची जबाबदारी दिली होती.
I was appointed working president of the party, and before that,
सप्टेंबर 2022 मध्ये
in September 2022,
पक्षाच्या राष्ट्रीय अधिवेशन दिल्लीमध्ये पार पडला होता. त्या अधिवेशनाच्या नंतर
in the party national executive, after that was over,
वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंटच्या आधी मी पक्षाच्या व्हाईस प्रेसिडेंट म्हणून नियुक्त झालो होतो.
I had been appointed as vice president of the party.
जे संघटनात्मक जे काही नियुक्ती होती ती माझ्या माध्यमातून माझ्या हस्ताक्षरांनी मी जाहीर केली होती.
Organizational appointments were made by me.
माननीय जयंत पाटील यांची आम्ही नियुक्ती केली होती.
We had appointed Jayant Patil as state president of the NCP.
नव्हते तरी देखील एक तत्काळ म्हणून काही व्यवस्था असावी त्या हिशोबाने आम्ही जयंत पाटलांना एक या महाराष्ट्र प्रदेशच्या राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाची जबाबदारी
Until elections were over, so that there is an interim arrangement, we made him state president.
च्या पार्श्वभूमीमध्ये मी आज जयंत पाटलांना अधिकृतरीत्या कळवलेलं आहे की त्यांच्या आता जे जबाबदारीतून आम्ही त्यांना मुक्त करतो.
We are relieving him of his duty today.
जागेवर
And in his place,
मी माननीय श्री सुनील तटकरे यांना महाराष्ट्र प्रदेश राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या अध्यक्ष म्हणून नियुक्त करत आहोत.
Sunil Tatkare as NCP state president, Maharashtra state president.
आपल्या सर्वांना मी करू इच्छितो.
This was what I wanted to convey to you.
नि कारभार पक्षाच्या तत्काळ आजच आत्ताच त्यांनी स्वीकारावं आणि कामाला लागावं अशी पण आम्ही
Sunil Tatkare is to take the position effective immediately and get down to doing his job.
जे काही कार्य जे करत आहे जे जबाबदारी पार पाडत आहे आतापर्यंत त्यांनी सगळे म्हणजे ते हँडओव्हरची प्रक्रिया माननीय सुनील तटकरेंना करावी अशी आम्ही त्यांना अधिकृत सूचना केली आहे.
We have officially communicated that the handover should be done to Sunil Tatkare.
एक बदल झाल्यानंतर महाराष्ट्र राज्यामध्ये जे जे काही संघटनात्मक धोरणाची जे काही आणखीन बदल करायचे आहे नियुक्त्या करायची आहे
After this, any further organizational changes,
माननीय सुनील तटकरे यांना पूर्णपणे अधिकार राहील की ते
Sunil Tatkare will have the full right to do it.
त्यांची बॉडी म्हणा किंवा जे आमचे बाकीचे महिला अध्यक्ष असो युथचे अध्यक्ष असो बाकीचे जे आणि बाकीचे वगैरे त्यांची नियुक्ती आता अधिकृतपणे
all of these appointments officially Sunil Tatkare will make.
हे आमच्या पक्षाच्या धोरणाप्रमाणे हे आम्ही ठरवलेलं आहे. आणि म्हणून
This is what we've decided.
मी एवढाच म्हणेल. आणखीन एक गोष्ट मी सांगू इच्छितो की बऱ्याच हे काही मेसेजेस फिरत आहे.
Many messages are under circulation.
इथे निवडणूक आयोगाकडे काही शिफारस केली आहे कुठे विधानसभेच्या अध्यक्षाकडे काही शिफारस केली आहे की अमुक अमुक लोकांना
That some communication is made to the election commission, to the Lok Sabha, to the assembly speaker.
स्तरावर सुद्धा अशाच काही कारवाईसाठी काही पत्र ते आम्हाला आताच काही बघायला मिळाले. माझ्या मत आहे की कुठल्याही व्यक्तीच्या डिस्क्वालिफिकेशनची किंवा सस्पेन्शनची प्रक्रिया हे काही पक्षद्वारा होऊ शकत नाही. आणि सोबत
no disqualification proceedings can actually take place.
पण याचा अधिकार नाही. तो अधिकार
Nobody has the right to do it.
आणि त्याची लांब एक प्रक्रिया प्रोसेस केल्याशिवाय या कुठलाही असा निर्णय किंवा कुठल्याही त्यांच्या सूचनाचा अंमल होऊ शकत नाही. आणि म्हणून
any such decision taken by anybody, that decision cannot be actually moved forward on.
करत आहे. आता या पुढची बाकीची काही सूचना आहे मी माननीय अजितदादांना मी सूचित करू इच्छितो. आणखीन एक सूचना आम्ही केली आहे जे माननीय अजितदादा पवार यांना आमदारांनी पक्षाच्या विधिमंडळाच्या नेता म्हणून नियुक्त केला आहे आणि
MLAs have elected Ajit Pawar as the leader of the legislature party.
अजितदादा पवार अधिकृतपणे पक्षाच्या वतीनं या विधिमंडळाचे नेत्याची जबाबदारी सांभाळतील.
And Ajit Pawar will take on that responsibility effective immediately.
महाराष्ट्र विधानसभेच्या अध्यक्षांना केली आहे पक्ष म्हणून, कारण प्रतोद जे असतो त्याची नियुक्ती पक्ष करत असते. तो माझ्या सूचनाप्रमाणे आम्ही माननीय अनिल भाईदास पाटील जे आमचे होते त्यांना कंटिन्यू करण्याची आणि या जबाबदारीवर कायम राहण्याची माझ्या पत्राद्वारे मी महाराष्ट्र विधानसभेच्या अध्यक्षाला कळवलेला आहे. आणि म्हणून संघटनात्मक बाबतीत जे जे काही आता आवश्यक जे काही सूचना करायची होती, जे काही नियुक्त्या करायची होती ते आम्ही अधिकृतपणे पार पाडलेली आहे. कारण येणाऱ्या काळामध्ये थोड्या दिवसानंतर महाराष्ट्र विधानसभेच्या सत्र सुद्धा होणार आहे आणि त्याच्या अगोदर हे सगळे अधिकृत नियुक्त्या होण्याची गरज होती आणि म्हणून हे सूचना सुद्धा मी तुम्हाला सगळ्यांना मी करत आहे. या पुढची जे काही
all of these appointments had to be made before the monsoon session of the assembly and hence we are conveying the same.
आपल्या सर्वांना संबोधन एक होऊ द्या ना, हे महत्वाचे हिंदी पाहिजे. राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी के स्थापना दिवस के निमित्त 21 जून 2023 को मुझे हमारे राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी का राष्ट्रीय कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष नियुक्त किया गया और उसी के तहत मैं मेरी जिम्मेदारी पार्टी के कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष के नाते निभा रहा हूं. इसके पूर्व सितंबर 2022 में पार्टी का नेशनल एक अधिवेशन हुआ था. उस अधिवेशन में के बाद पहली बार राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी के उपाध्यक्ष के नाते, क्योंकि ये पोस्ट पहले नहीं थी, मुझे नियुक्त किया गया था और उस अधिकार के अंतर्गत मैंने कई हमारे संगठनात्मक जो नियुक्तियां थी वो करने का काम किया था. खास करके क्योंकि हमारे महाराष्ट्र में और अनेक राज्यों में, बल्कि हर राज्य में जो हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के आधार पर जो चुनाव पार्टी के होने चाहिए वो हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में है, हमारे रूल्स में है कि पार्टी के चुनाव हर कुछ समय 3 साल के मर्यादा में ये होने चाहिए. और क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ चुनाव हुए नहीं थे तो जो पहले के जो पदाधिकारी थे उनको तत्काल कुछ कंटिन्यूटी के लिए चार्ज हमने फिर से दिया था, जिसमें महाराष्ट्र की जिम्मेदारी हमने श्री जयंत पाटिल को दी थी. उस जिम्मेदारी को आज तक हमने उनको वो करने का मौका दिया, लेकिन अभी मैंने राष्ट्रीय कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष के नाते उसमें महाराष्ट्र की जिम्मेदारी आज से श्री सुनील तटकरे जी को देने का फैसला किया है और वो पत्र उनको मैं अभी यहाँ पर आप सभी के सामने देने वाला हूँ। साथ साथ में श्री सुनील तटकरे जी अभी इसमें आगे के भी जो पार्टी के जो संगठनात्मक जो नियुक्तियां हैं, चेंजेस है, वो कर सकते हैं और इसी के तहत वो महिला की अध्यक्षा हो, चाहे यूथ के हो या अनेक जो हमारे जो संगठनात्मक जो घटक है और साथ साथ में जो हमारी जो और सेल और बाकी इकाइयां हैं उसकी महाराष्ट्र में वो उस प्रकार की नियुक्ति करेंगे। इसके पहले हमने महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा के अध्यक्ष को कल सूचित किया है कि महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा के जो संसदीय हमारी विधिमंडल जो पार्टी है इसके नेता श्री अजित पवार चुने गए हैं और उसके साथ साथ क्योंकि ये नियुक्ति पार्टी करती है और पार्टी के नाते मैंने विधानसभा के अध्यक्ष को पत्र द्वारा सूचित किया है। साथ साथ में हमने जो व्हिप होता है, व्हिप के नाते पार्टी व्हिप अपॉइंट करती है, इसलिए श्री अनिल भाईदास पाटिल जो हमारे व्हिप पहले भी थे उनको हमने फिर से महाराष्ट्र राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी विधानसभा के प्रतोद व्हिप के नाते उनको फिर से नियुक्त किया है। तो ये महत्व की जो हमारी संगठनात्मक जो प्रक्रिया है इसको हमने अभी यहाँ तक हमने पूरी की है। आगे जैसे जैसे हमारे को जो भी संगठनात्मक कार्रवाई करनी होगी ये हम आगे आपको समय समय पर सूचित करेंगे। मैं अब माननीय अजीत पवार साहब को कहूँगा कि वो आगे की जो भी कोई सूचना हो वो आपको जरूर यहाँ पर वो बताएंगे। एक मिनिट पहले
आत्ताच प्रफुल्लबाईंनी सांगितलं, काल त्यांनी सन्माननीय सुनील तटकरे साहेबांची अध्यक्षपदावर नेमणूक केली आणि सुनील तटकरे साहेबांनी ही नेमणूक झाल्यानंतर काही निर्णय घेतले। त्याच वेळेस
some decisions have been taken and communicated to you.
प्रांताध्यक्ष या नात्याने माझ्यानंतर ते सांगतील, पण हे बोलत असताना मी एक बातमी वाचली की एकाला विरोधी पक्ष नेता आणि मला वाटतं त्याच्यामध्ये प्रतोद म्हणून नेमलं गेलेलं आहे। वास्तविक माझं पण विधिमंडळामध्ये बरेच वर्ष मी काम केलेलं आहे। विरोधी पक्ष नेता नेमायचं काम हे विधानसभा अध्यक्षाचं असतं आणि असेंब्ली चालू असताना विधानसभा अध्यक्ष जी पार्टी सत्तेवर नाहीये, विरोधी पक्षात आहे, त्याच्यामध्ये सगळ्यात जास्त संख्या ज्या पक्षाची असते त्याचा अध्यक्ष म्हणून विरोधी पक्ष नेता म्हणून अध्यक्ष नेमणूक करतात। हे कदाचित आपल्याला पण माहिती असेल।
On the basis of whichever party is in the opposition and has the highest number.
त्याच्यातल्या आमदारांच्या मध्ये एक समरावस्था निर्माण व्हावी, त्यांच्यामध्ये भीती निर्माण व्हावी म्हणून अशा प्रकारच्या काही गोष्टी करण्याचा प्रयत्न हा त्या ठिकाणी केला जातो। त्याला काही अर्थ नाही। या संदर्भामध्ये शेवटी बहुसंख्य आमदार हे राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाबरोबर आमच्या बरोबर आहेत। आम्ही सगळेजण एकत्रपणे काम करतोय।
MLAs are with us.
आम्ही महाराष्ट्राच्या भल्याकरता काम करत राहणार। राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या काम करत राहणार आणि तसंच देश पातळीवर जे नरेंद्र मोदी साहेबांचं नेतृत्व आहे त्या नेतृत्वाखाली देश जो आगेकूच करतोय त्याचाही पाठिंबा देत त्या गोष्टीला
we will keep supporting the progress that the country is making under the leadership of Narendra Modi.
केंद्राचा फायदा देखील राज्याच्या विविध विकास कामांच्या करता जो निधी लागतो, परवानग्या लागतात, इतर काही गोष्टी लागतात, त्याचा पण त्याच्यामध्ये व्हावा। आपल्याला सगळ्यांनाच माहिती आहे
The state will benefit from working together with the center.
राज्य सरकार वेगळ्या विचाराचं असतं तर त्या राज्यातल्या जनतेवर नाही म्हटलं तरी विकास कामाच्या बाबतीमध्ये कुठंतरी निधीच्या बाबतीत कमतरता राहते. हे अनेक वर्ष आपण सगळेजण बघत आलेलो आहोत आणि त्यामुळं जे काही प्रेस घेऊन काहींनी सांगण्याचा प्रयत्न केलेला आहे त्याच्यामध्ये आम्हीच राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या प्रमुख असल्यामुळं आणि आता प्रांताध्यक्ष या नात्याने कालपासून सुनील तटकरे साहेबांची नेमणूक केली गेली असल्यामुळे आम्ही जे करतोय ते पक्षाच्या हिताचंच करतोय. त्याच्यामध्ये
whatever we are doing is in the interest of the party.
9 लोकांना नोटीस काढली वगैरे काढली त्यांना काही नोटीस काढण्याचा अधिकार नाहीये. शेवटी
they do not have the right to send notices to our MLAs.
असं विश्वास आहे आणि ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टी करत असताना आमच्या बरोबरचे आमदार या सगळ्यांचंच भवितव्य हे व्यवस्थित कसं राहील त्यांना कुठल्याही प्रकारची घटनेची कायद्याची अडचण येणार नाही त्याबद्दलची खबरदारी आम्ही सगळेजण घेतो.
इनका हमारा हो जाने दो. अरे बाबा शांति रखो.
अजितदादांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली काल राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाने सरकारमध्ये सहभागी होण्याचा निर्णय घेतला. उपमुख्यमंत्री म्हणून ते काम करत आहेत. अशाच वेळेला राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाचे राष्ट्रीय कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष यांनी मला कालच महाराष्ट्र प्रदेश राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या अध्यक्षपदी नियुक्तीचं पत्र त्या ठिकाणी दिलेलं आहे.
I was told yesterday by the working president of the party that I will be the state president.
या कालावधीमध्ये सुद्धा मी केली. ज्या कालावधीमध्ये पक्ष सत्तेवरती नव्हता राज्यभरामध्ये फिरत आम्ही संघटना त्या कालावधीमध्ये मजबूत केलेली होती. आज पुन्हा एकदा ही जबाबदारी या ठिकाणी माझ्याकडे सुपूर्द केली जात असताना पक्षाची ध्येयधोरणं पक्षाचं संघटन मजबूत करण्याचा प्रयत्न पुढच्या कालावधीमध्ये आम्ही सगळेजण त्या ठिकाणी निश्चितपणाने करणार आहोत.
We will all try to work to strengthen the party together for the future.
पक्षाच्या अन्य यांची नेमणूक सुद्धा करणं स्वाभाविकपणाने त्या ठिकाणी ठरत असतं. पण ती त्या ठिकाणी नेमणूक करत असतानाच इतर पदाधिकारी आहेत. 5 तारखेला आम्ही MIT कॉलेजमध्ये राज्यभरातील आमचे जिल्हाध्यक्ष, तालुकाध्यक्ष, विधानसभा मतदारसंघाचे अध्यक्ष, प्रदेश प्रतिनिधी यांची बैठक आदरणीय अजितदादा, प्रफुल्लभाई भुजबळ साहेब, मंत्रिमंडळातील आमचे सर्व सहकारी यांच्या उपस्थितीमध्ये त्या ठिकाणी ठेवलेली आहे. त्यावेळेला राज्यभरातून राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाचे विविध स्तरावरील पदाधिकारी नक्कीच त्या ठिकाणी उपस्थित राहतील असा विश्वास या निमित्ताने व्यक्त करत असतानाच आता संघटनात्मक पुढील कामकाज करण्याच्या दृष्टिकोनातून महाराष्ट्र प्रदेश महिला राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या अध्यक्षपदी रुपाली ताई चाकणकर यांची नियुक्ती या ठिकाणी मी जाहीर करत आहे आपल्यामार्फत. त्याचबरोबर महाराष्ट्र प्रदेश राष्ट्रवादी युवक काँग्रेसच्या प्रदेशाध्यक्षपदी सूरज चव्हाण यांची सुद्धा नियुक्ती या ठिकाणी मी जाहीर करत आहे.
Sunil Tatkare is making announcements concerning appointments for the youth wing and other bodies for the NCP.
प्रदेश प्रवक्ते म्हणून आमदार अमोल मिटकरी, श्रीयुत आनंद परांजपे, श्रीयुत उमेश पाटील, श्रीयुत संजय तटकरे, सूरज चव्हाण हे सुद्धा पक्षाची भूमिका अधिकृतपणाने आपल्या सर्वांच्या समोर माध्यमाच्या समोर त्या ठिकाणी मांडण्याची जबाबदारी निभावणार आहेत. पुन्हा एकदा विश्वासाने माझ्यावरती जबाबदारी सोपवल्याबद्दल सर्वच नेत्यांचे मी मनापासून या ठिकाणी आभार मानतो.
I thank the leaders for the faith they've shown in me.
राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष शरदराव पवार आपण विसरला का?
National President Sharad Pawar having forgotten?
त्या संदर्भामध्ये काल निर्णय झालेला आहे. काल स्वतः त्या पोस्टवर प्रफुल्लबाई त्या ठिकाणी होते. मी पण संघटनेमध्ये गेले अनेक वर्ष 99ला स्थापना झाल्यापासून भुजबळ साहेबांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली आम्ही राज्यामध्ये कामाला सुरुवात केली. ते आजपर्यंत आम्ही लोक काम करत होतो ते महाराष्ट्राने पाहिलेलं आहे. त्याच्यामुळं काल मला जी माहिती मिळाली त्याच्यामध्ये स्वतः प्रफुल्लबाईंनी सुनील तटकरे साहेबांची प्रांताध्यक्ष म्हणून नेमणूक त्या ठिकाणी केलेली आहे. आणि या संदर्भामध्ये आपल्याला सगळ्यांना आठवत असेल ह्या घटना घडल्यानंतर काही मान्यवरांची अशी स्टेटमेंट आली होती की आम्ही कायद्यामध्ये किंवा ह्याच्यामध्ये न जाता जनतेच्या मध्ये जाऊ. परंतु काल रात्रीपासून काही वेगळ्या घटना म्हणजे रात्री 12 वाजता
Some people said, some seniors said that we will go to the people. We won't go into taking action.
केला जातोय. त्याला काही एक अर्थ नाही.
News started coming in late last night.
ती योग्य रास्त चांगली महाराष्ट्र राज्याच्या भल्याची आणि राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस
पक्षाची. The position that we've taken is right, it's appropriate, and it is in the interest of the state.
मी सर्वप्रथम सुनील तटकरे यांची महाराष्ट्र राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या अध्यक्षपदी काल नेमणूक झाली आणि त्यांनी कामाला सुरुवात केली. मी त्यांचं अभिनंदन करतो.
Sunil Thakkare has been appointed as the state president of the party.
आणि युवक राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेसच्या प्रमुखपदी सुरेश चव्हाण यांची नियुक्ती झाली. त्याबद्दल त्यांचंही अभिनंदन करतो. फार मोठ्या प्रमाणावर
I welcome the decision.
आणि सर्व संबंधित कामाला भेटण्यासाठी कालपासून फार मोठी गर्दी सातत्याने होते आहे आणि राज्यातील सर्व काँग्रेस राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाचे जे नेते जे आहेत, कार्यकर्ते जे आहेत, जिल्हा पातळीवरचे, तालुका पातळीवरचे, फ्रंटल ऑर्गनायझेशनचे, हे सगळे जे आहेत अजितदादा यांना पाठिंबा देत आहे. आता तुम्ही कुठेतरी सांगितलं की प्रफुल्ल पटेल यांची त्या संदर्भामध्ये काही निर्णय जे आहेत ते वरिष्ठांनी जाहीर केले. एक लक्षात घ्या, प्रफुल्ल पटेल आणि सुप्रियाताई यांची सुद्धा जी नेमणूक झाली ती पक्षाच्या कार्यकारिणीने केलेली आहे. आणि जे नेमणूक करतात त्यांना ते नेमणूक रद्द करण्याचा काढण्याचा सुद्धा अधिकार असतो. त्यामुळे ही काही कार्यकारिणीने घेतलेला तो निर्णय आहे.
Praful Patel and Supriya Sule were elected as working presidents of the party. On the basis of their appointment, they have the right to take any decision, which is to remove someone as well.
प्रफुल्ल पटेल जे आहे ते त्या ठिकाणी अजूनही काम करू शकतात आणि त्यांना काढण्याचा काही प्रश्न येत नाही. कार्यकारिणीच्या मीटिंगमध्ये निर्णय होईल त्या पाहता येईल. मला असं वाटतं की आता महाराष्ट्राच्या हिताच्या दृष्टीनं ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टी ज्या आहेत त्या तू मायमाई चालू राहणार आहेत. परंतु अजित दादांनी जे आहे अनेक प्रश्न जे आहेत त्या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये जे निर्माण झालेले आहेत. काही ठिकाणी प्रचंड पाऊस, काही ठिकाणी अजूनही पाऊस नाही, शेतकऱ्यांचे प्रश्न, त्या संदर्भामध्ये त्यांनी कामाला सुरुवात केलेली आहे. आणि
There are many questions before Maharashtra, and we've already started working on this.
इतर सुद्धा ठिकाणावर जे जे राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाचे कार्यकर्ते आहेत त्यांच्याबरोबर खांद्याला खांदा लावून काम करण्यासाठी अजितदादांनी त्या सुरुवात केलेली आहे. मी त्यांच्या हा जो प्रयत्न आहे, प्रयास आहे, त्याचं सुद्धा मी कौतुक करतो, अभिनंदन करतो.
आम्ही अकालपट्टी करण्याच्या करता पक्ष आमचा चाललेला नाही. काही तर पक्ष बेरजेचं राजकारण आम्ही करतो, पक्ष वाढवतोय, तिथं काय अकालपट्टी करायला बसलो काय? काय ह्याच्यामध्ये राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्ष काही आपल्या देशात आपल्या राज्यामध्ये अशा वेळेस असे काही प्रसंग कुठल्या पक्षांच्या बद्दल निर्माण झाले तर त्या संदर्भातला अधिकार कुणाला आहे? निवडणूक आयोगाला आहे. निवडणूक आयोग त्या ठिकाणी सांगतो की पक्ष कुणाकडे, चिन्ह कुणाकडे, त्या संदर्भामध्ये आपल्याला त्या ठिकाणी कळेल. आम्ही म्हणजेच पक्ष आहोत. आम्ही सगळ्यांनी त्या पद्धतीनं पुढे आम्ही चाललेलो. आमदार महोदय आम्हा लोकांच्या बरोबर आहे. आमदारांचे मतदारसंघातले प्रश्न, त्यांच्याकरता विकासाला लागणारा निधी, त्यांच्याकरता कुठल्या काही स्थगित्या दिल्या गेल्या असतील तर त्या स्थगित्या उठवणं आणि त्या विधानसभा मतदारसंघाचा सर्वांगीण विकास करणं, त्याच्यामध्ये अधिकचा निधी कसा जास्तीत जास्त देता येईल याबद्दलचा प्रयत्न करणं हे सरकारचं काम असतं. आणि ते काम अतिशय उत्तम पद्धतीनं आम्ही एकनाथराव शिंदे आणि देवेंद्र फडणवीस यांच्या बरोबर हे जे काही महायुतीचं जे सरकार आहे, हे महायुतीचं सरकार ते चांगल्या पद्धतीनं करून दाखवेल हा मी विश्वास राज्याच्या जनतेला पण देतो आणि माझ्या सगळ्या विधिमंडळातील सहकाऱ्यांना, आमदारांना, कार्यकर्त्यांना, सगळ्या अध्यक्षांना, सर्वांना त्या ठिकाणी देतो. कुणाला बंड वाटतं, कुणाला काय वाटतं, असं तुम्हाला काही वाटून, तुम्हाला काही मनात आलं तर तसं वाटून चालत नाही. त्याला कायदा, घटना, नियम, काही कुणाला तिथं अधिकार दिलेला आहे, त्यांना स्वायत्तता दिलेली आहे, हे तर जगजाहीर आहे. या संदर्भामध्ये त्याकडून येणारा निर्णय, उद्याच्याला अशा प्रकारचा कधी वाद निर्माण झाला तर त्यांनी दिलेला निर्णयच हा अंतिम असतो. हे अलीकडच्या काळामध्ये वर्षापूर्वीच आपल्या सगळ्यांच्या लक्षामध्ये आलेलं आणि आपण सगळ्यांनी ते पाहिलेलं.
This is a declaration of war by the rebel faction of the NCP led by Ajit Pawar. Praful Patel appears to be the architect of all of this. Remember that Supriya Sule has just fired a big shot by labeling Praful Patel as the person who has orchestrated all of this. He's been labeled as a traitor, and now the rebel NCP group has declared war right back, claiming to be the true owners of the NCP identity and symbol, and that they have all the numbers. Rajdeep Sardesai is with us, breaking all of the stories and developments on this unfolding Maharashtra drama. Rajdeep, what did you think of the Praful Patel Ajit Pawar press conference just now, where they've gone ahead and named Sunil Tatkare as the NCP Maharashtra president and said, we have the numbers, the symbol is ours?
Look, if till yesterday evening we thought that all of this was orchestrated in some way by Sharad Pawar, that he was in a way had given implicit consent, if not explicit consent to the rebels, that number of them like Praful Patel are extremely close to Mr. Pawar, so it was difficult to imagine them breaking away without some kind of sanction from Mr. Pawar. Events of the last few hours clearly suggest that the first war which is being fought is for control of the NCP, where Mr. Pawar, Sharad Pawar and his daughter are on one side, and the likes of Praful Patel, Ajit Pawar are on the other. The battle is over the symbol, the battle is over MLAs, the battle is over control of MPs, and the battle essentially is for control of the party. What we are told, Shiv, is over the next 48 hours, Mr. Pawar will be in Mumbai. He's called a meeting on the 5th. He will be meeting various local leaders in Mumbai. A parallel meeting has been called by Ajit Pawar and and Praful Patel. The question is, out of the 54 MLAs of the NCP, how many really are with the Ajit Pawar faction? Now, the Ajit Pawar faction is claiming that they have the support of 90% of the MLAs. But we still haven't seen any written evidence of that. At yesterday's swearing in, there were of course the 9 ministers, and there were reportedly another half a dozen MLAs who were present at the Raj Bhavan at the time. Now, we don't know how many eventually will join which side. So in the next 3 to 4 days, that's the battle that is being fought. With Ajit Pawar sacking Jayant Patil as the party president, effectively the rebel NCP is also suggesting that they will take on Mr. Pawar head on. And
that in a way has surprised many of us, because we thought whatever else happens, this will not be much less acrimonious than what happened with Shiv Sena. I had spoken to Praful Patel even late last night, and he insisted we are not against Mr. Pawar, the individual. Now it appears, as your breaking news is suggesting, it's all-out war within the NCP. So if this is stage managed, then they are doing a very good job of managing, of creating this impression that they are at war with each other. But my sense is clearly the two sides are trying to ensure that they have the maximum MLAs. Mr. Pawar is hoping that Sharad Pawar is hoping that he can at least get 20-25 MLAs on his side, so it's not like what happened with Uddhav Thackeray, where 40 of the 53 MLAs eventually deserted him. Mr. Sharad Pawar is hoping that if he travels across Maharashtra, he will be able to ensure that at least a sizable section of the MLAs remain with him.
Picking up on a point you just made, Rajdeep, which is that, the conciliatory kind of note, the respectful kind of tone that we'd heard all of these leaders use till yesterday when referring to Sharad Pawar, even though they didn't attack him directly, that appears to have evaporated overnight. Now it's a more warlike tone and tenor, at least at this press conference. It wasn't really defensive. They've gone on the offensive now. Would you see that? I know that, never say never in politics, but is this like a line in the sand in some ways as far as the NCP is concerned? It'll never go back to the old ways, that, it's reached a point of no return for this rebel faction?
Well, the one thing I will say, Shiv, I haven't heard as yet, at least, Praful Patel or Ajit Pawar directly targeting Sharad Pawar, the individual. That's the difference between Eknath Shinde when he targeted Uddhav and Aditya Thackeray. We haven't seen them name Supriya Sule and Sharad Pawar by name. So there is a certain Lakshman Rekha that has been drawn. Even Mr. Pawar hasn't directly attacked Ajit Pawar by name. So short of the name calling, you could say it's war between the two factions for control of the party. It's very interesting that Mr. Pawar will hold his meeting at the YB Chavan Pratishtha, at the YB Chavan Center in South Mumbai, which is traditionally seen as the NCP headquarters and which is controlled by Sharad Pawar, while the rebels are going all the way to the suburbs to where Chhagan Bhujbal controls an education institute. Look, this is a party which has shared the spoils of power for years. The only thing that holds the NCP together is power. If you look at the NCP that was formed in 1999, they formed it by taking on Sonia Gandhi on foreign origins, but months later had an alliance with the Congress. Post-poll alliance to form a government, and they've only been out of power basically between 2014 and 19, and then in the last 1 year. So of the last 24 years in Maharashtra politics, there are only 6 years where the NCP, which has never been the #1 party of Maharashtra, has actually been in power for 16 or 17 of the years. The glue that binds the Pawars together is power. It's power, and this is power play in a way, and we'll have to see which side is able to live without power for the longest time.
You heard Sahil Joshi also joins us, but one final question to you, Rajdeep, before I let you go, because I know you're going to get on the phone and speak to your sources as well about this unfolding story, is, you heard in this press conference Ajit Pawar invoke, the Prime Minister's name under the Modi ji ke netritva mein. He used that word a few times. Do you see significance there? Because, there's a lot of chatter over how there has been no formal tweet or, note of welcome from either Narendra Modi or Amit Shah. What do you make of that? Ajit Pawar invoking Modi multiple times in this press conference.
Very good point, Shiv. It's very interesting, as you put it, that not a single major BJP leader, neither JP Nadda nor, forget about Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah, have tweeted welcoming Ajit Pawar. It is embarrassing. Let's be honest, this is the leader you said chakki pissing. To use the words of Devendra Fadnavis, this is the leader about whom Prime Minister Modi, when he spoke about the cooperative bank scam and the irrigation scam only last week, not even a year ago, last week, he was seen at the center of it. There's an ED inquiry. How do you welcome openly someone like Ajit Pawar? So I think the national level BJP is a little wary of being seen to be overwhelmingly welcoming Ajit Pawar, which is why you could perhaps see why Ajit Pawar has to invoke Prime Minister Modi. He has to now prove, Modi ji, I'm loyal to you. I've forgotten my uncle. I'm now with you. He has to somewhere convince the BJP leadership that, I don't worry, I won't leave tomorrow and go back to Sharad Pawar like I did in 2019. Yes, Praful Patel, important character in all of this, because Praful Patel has links between Delhi and Mumbai. Remember, Ajit Pawar has practiced all his politics in Maharashtra. Praful Patel has practiced almost all his politics in Delhi. So he is the link between the BJP central leadership and the state leadership. And it's no secret that he's the one who's been, in a way, pushing and goading a lot of the Maharashtra NCP leaders to join the BJP. So Praful Patel clearly is a key member of this rebel group that has been forged.
And practically labelled enemy number one by the Pawars, certainly by Supriya Sule, who's written off that letter. Rajdeep, thank you for being with me here. Sahil continues to be with us. Sahil, your big takeaways after this press conference by Ajit Pawar and Praful Patel. What are your big takeaways, Sahil?
Well, they have decided that they have drawn the line. They have decided that they will be acting completely against what Sharad Pawar is trying to do. But they will not touch Sharad Pawar at all. But at the same time, they will also try and touch to those people who are, close to Sharad Pawar at this point of time. Basically, Jayant Patil and, of course, Jitendra Awad. Number one. Number two, what can be clearly seen as the Ajit Pawar fraction is gearing up for a fight in Election Commission. Because Praful Patel has made it very clear that we don't want to take this fight to the Election Commission. But if need be, finally, the call will be taken by the Election Commission. So this is exact script what we are reading today. It's you remember a lot of times we take adaptations from the Hollywood movie and make some Bollywood movie as well. The name changes, the language changes, but finally the storyline remains the same. Exactly what is happening in Maharashtra today. 1 year before, the story which was written for Shiv Sena is being replicated for NCP as well. The pattern is also the same. The first 20 to 25 MLAs desert. They take the oath, they form the government, and slowly what we see is that one by one, the MLA starts, transferring to the other fraction which is already in the power, which has formed the government. And then finally the fight goes to the Election Commission, and the fraction which is actually rebelled gets the original name and the symbol. That is what exactly is happening. Now, interestingly, Praful Patel declares as the working president that he is removing Jayant Patil as the president of the party, Maharashtra State Party of NCP. They also take action against Jayant Patil. But at the same time, he says that Sharad Pawar remains the national president. Now, in what capacity Praful Patel has taken this decision is not yet clear. Most importantly, in this fight, what will matter in the end is on whose side number of MLAs are, whose side more number of MLAs are. At this point of time, that is not clear. None of the fraction is showing that they have so many MLAs on their side. What we are hearing at this point of time, that Ajit Pawar can clearly claim that all 27 MLAs are with him at this point of time, but he's still short of 10 more MLAs. By which he can become, the largest chunk, the chunk which has 2/3 of the total number of MLAs. Whereas on the other side, there is a dual policy again. Sharad Pawar has taken a stand that he is not going to fight a legal fight. Rather than that, he will go to the people, he'll go to his cadre, he'll go to his voters and expose these people. He will try to ask for the mandate from the people rather than getting into a legal fight. Whereas his supporters, Jayant Patil and others, are getting into the legal fight. Sharad Pawar says that it's their prerogative, but he's not going to get into it. Jayant Patil will fight the legal fight and Sharad Pawar will go to the people. Here as well, they are not touching Sharad Pawar, but they are going to take action against Jayant Patil and others. So end of the day, this fight is again going to go the same way. First to the speaker, as we have seen that number of recommendations, number of resolutions have reached to the speaker's office. Almost 8 of them have reached to the speaker's office, which Rahul Narwekar has confirmed to me. 4 from Sharad Pawar's side, 4 from Ajit Pawar's side. Their resolution says that the disqualification petitions as well. Ajit Pawar's resolution say that he has been appointed as a leader of the legislative party and the whip of the party has been appointed by the party working president, that is Praful Patel. On the other side, they have removed Ajit Pawar and they have removed the whip and they have appointed their own whip, that is Jiten Rawat. So this is going to be an interesting fight. The round 2 of this fight will eventually land up with the election commission, and the speaker, according to me, will not be in a hurry to take any kind of a decision, because please understand, the constitutional bench have made it very clear in their judgment when it when they passed an order on the Shiv Sena issue, that the whip of the party in the legislative party is appointed by the political party. At the same time, the speaker can prima facie decide that which is the political party, and the speaker's decision about the political party and the election commission's decision about the political party can be completely separate. They cannot. There is always a possibility that they have a separate view on that, and they can run run it parallelly. So that is going to be the really interesting fight. The ambiguities within the law will now be used for the NCP fight as well, which is very clear.
Ownership of the NCP, it's all going to be down to the numbers. Sahil, thanks very much for getting us the latest on that. A power-packed press conference by the rebel faction of the NCP, claiming to be the real NCP. Very importantly, they don't mention either Sharad Pawar or his daughter and Lok Sabha MP Supriya Sule, but they've basically said there is no discrepancy. We are the real NCP. We have the symbol, we have the identity, and more importantly, we have the numbers, even though that demonstration has not taken place just yet. Here's a quick reminder and a recap of the top developments in the Pawar versus Pawar showdown that has reached fever pitch. NCP working president Supriya Sule, right before this press conference, has written to her father Sharad Pawar over the disqualification of Praful Patel and Sunil Tatkare. Only those two. Very interesting. Supriya Sule has accused Patel and Tatkare of acting against party rules and spearheading the 9 MLAs oath in her official letter to her father and party supremo. So basically, Praful Patel and Sunil Tatkare, not the others, have been labelled enemy number 1 and enemy number 2. Meanwhile, Amol Kole, one of the MLAs who had rebelled along with Praful Patel and Ajit Pawar, has switched back to the Sharad Pawar faction after being present at the swearing-in ceremony yesterday. Amol Kole has pledged his support to Sharad Pawar a day after joining hands with the Shinde government. That's the level of commitment or lack of commitment, and how whimsical Netagiri really is in Maharashtra. Totally shameful in every direction. After the mega split in the NCP in Maharashtra, leaders of the party are ready to forgive Ajit Pawar over his betrayal. NCP leaders are holding Praful Patel accountable for the rift in the party. They say that he is enemy number 1. He is the puppet master. He is the one who has orchestrated this whole thing. Praful Patel's photo frames have been removed from NCP student offices in Delhi and elsewhere. The NCP's State Discipline Committee has passed a resolution to disqualify 9 NCP MLAs for indulging in anti-party activities after they attended the swearing-in ceremony of Ajit Pawar as the new Deputy CM of Maharashtra yesterday. This is even though the NCP leadership, as Sahil just told us, will not be pursuing any legal recourse. The NCP's Goa unit has pledged support to Sharad Pawar amidst this split. State President Jose Philip D'Souza has vowed his loyalty to the party supremo and said that this faction will not break away from the NCP. If yesterday's big political news break by India Today was defined by a certain amount of softness and sobriety by the things that Ajit Pawar, Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule, Praful Patel and others were saying, today all of that has been thrown to the wind, because now it's a political fight that's out in the open. A day after Ajit Pawar pulled a bolt from the blue, a Maha surprise, and took oath as the new Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, the Pawar versus Pawar battle is now at boiling point. This has become a declaration of war between the two sides. While Sharad Pawar has blamed the BJP for dividing the parties and toppling governments, Ajit Pawar has expressed confidence in Prime Minister Modi's leadership and that he will receive the necessary support to avoid defection. Here's the very latest on this rapidly developing story.
battle of perception, a battle of numbers, a battle of the Pawars. A day after Ajit Pawar pulled a Maha surprise and took oath as new Deputy CM of Maharashtra, the war over who's the real NCP is peaking. A day after he made it clear he did not approve of the rebellion, NCP chief Sharad Pawar, in a symbolic message to his rivals, visited the memorial of his mentor and state's first CM, Yashwant Rao Sawan, in Karad. The NCP patriarch blamed the BJP for the crisis in his party.
भारतीय जनता पार्टीच्या माध्यमातून समाजामध्ये जातीमध्ये धर्मामध्ये एक प्रकारचं वेगळं वातावरण तयार करण्याचा प्रयत्न केला जातो.
Sharad Pawar isn't holding back. He's cracked the whip, now filing disqualification pleas against Ajit Pawar and 8 other turncoat MLAs who have joined the Shinde Sena BJP government as ministers. NCP approached the Maharashtra Assembly Speaker and the Election Commission, appointing Jitendra Wad as the new NCP Chief Whip and Leader of Opposition.
पहिलं 9 जणांचं व्हिप आम्ही दिलेलं आहे. मोबाईल थोडा पाठी गेले. 9 जणांना आम्ही डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नोटिसेस सर्व केलेल्या आहेत. आमचं काम आम्ही केलेलं आहे. अजून कोणी पुढे समोर आलेलं नाहीये. जो जसा ऍक्शन घेईल तसं रिॲक्शन येईल.
Meanwhile, Ajit Pawar has been a busy man, holding meets with his loyalists and then meeting with Devendra Fadnavis as well. So who's got the edge now out of the Pawars? Out of the total 53 NCP MLAs in the Maharashtra Assembly, India Today has learned that Ajit Pawar's camp had 24 MLAs, while Pawar camp had 14 MLAs, while 15 of them were still undecided. With Sahil Joshi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, it's no longer just a political split in Maharashtra. It's all-out war in the NCP. Can Sharad Pawar stem the rot and the bleeding in his party? Is it the BJP's next big missile on opposition unity? Akshita takes you through the big unfolding developments on this big story that India Today has set the agenda with on 6 p.m. Prime next.
The India Today Group is pleased to announce the launch of a brand new online portal for our Best Colleges survey, featuring 6 years of ranking data as well as a wealth of granular information on thousands of institutes of higher learning. Our interactive portal offers easy access, analysis and guidance to our Best Colleges of India survey results for over 2,000 colleges across 14 streams. We invite everyone to visit our site, bestcolleges.indiatoday.in, and we wish aspiring students all the very best.
Maybe you've succeeded in quitting your regular soda consumption, but diet sodas aren't your alternative. According to some research, your brain responds to artificial sweeteners in a manner similar to how it responds to sugary sweets. Consuming them frequently could make you want more high-calorie food, increasing your risk of weight gain. The same applies to diet sodas. According to a different study, those who are overweight or suffer from obesity who converted to diet sodas were more likely to eat additional calories from food than those who continued to drink regular soda. Actually, individuals who use diet soda have a greater BMI than those who do not. Diet soda can confuse insulin. Your brain normally associates sweet with calories. In the realm of human physiology, that's a good thing. It drives your body to release insulin as sugar's chaperone to the cells to create fuel. In the past, people assumed this process couldn't occur when we consumed artificial sweeteners because calories don't allow the sweet flavor. Diet soda might alter how your brain responds to sweetness. According to studies, those who drink diet soda exhibit increased brain activity in the region of the brain linked to cravings for foods high in fat and sugar. Diet soda consumption seems to change the reward center of your brain that detects sweetness. This suggests that diet sodas may alter how your brain responds to urges for meals rich in calories. No soda, no diet soda. Then what should you drink instead?
Any diet drinks are actually not a great thing to have. I would stick to natural stuff, lemonade, sugarcane juice, which is actually better than a diet drink, or coconut water, or fruit infused waters. They're also sweet, but it's just that, we are not able to cut down the taste of sugar, and we want something which tastes fizzy and sweet, but actually we are mocking our bodies and completely spoiling our gut health by having diet drinks.
Diet sodas have long been promoted by beverage companies as a healthy alternative to their full sugar drinks, although this is not true medically. With Kshitija Gosavi, Bureau Report, India Today.
The question that I want to pick up with Robin Raina is a statement that he's made to Business Today, which is leaving money on the table. Robin, explain the intent and the philosophy behind that statement.
Look, I've always been in the wealth distribution business in a way. I've always felt India has a big disparity between the rich and the poor. I've spent 2 decades trying to ensure that I can play my role in uplifting the underprivileged in India. I'm presently, as you know, building 6,000 homes for the slum dwellers of Bhavana. Bhavana is the second largest slum today in the country after Dharavi. We've already handed over 2,304 homes. I also run schools all across the country, educating thousands of kids, providing the meals, breakfast, lunch, healthcare, and so on. When I look at my IPO, I'm hoping that my IPO is helping the middle classes, the lower middle classes, people on the street make a little bit of money. So from my perspective, if somebody asks me, how do you rate the success of your IPO? To me, the success is not about how much money I raise, and it's not about how many times will this issue be subscribed at. What I'm going to be looking at, success in my mind, the measure would be if people on the street said, after the issue, people on the street said, Robin Raina knew he had great results, and he still priced the issue at a low amount, and he left money on the table. If they say that, then I would think my IPO has been a grand success.
What's the broader sense about the Indian market? We saw a bit of a slump, and clearly your IPO is, so far this year, going to be the largest one.
Well, look, investors want profitable companies, new age companies. They're looking for state-of-the-art companies that are redefining paradigm, which are changing the thinking of people. People are tired of companies whose entire model is just pure growth without any profitability. So that's the sense I'm getting, that people are looking for They're looking for growth, but they're looking for growth to be accompanied by cash growth. They're looking for growth to be accompanied by profitability growth.
Since you meet so many investors all across the world, what was this? Was it just a tulip kind of mania where people were putting in money on just 10 slides of a business plan? Because that's what we have seen happen really. Many companies, again, no names being taken, where there is no possibility of profits ever, raising money by the bucket load. What was it? A euphoria?
Siddharth, look, it is a cycle. It's not just an euphoria. It is also how things are set up by the involved parties. So if you have back-end investors, if you have strong, large private equities, if private equities made an investment, they made an investment in India, and they made a call, and they invested X amount of money, and they have a cash burn in that business, as they're running a privately held business. What do you think they want? They want to ensure that at some point, they have a point where they can recover their money.
by Volta's Pure Air 6-stage adjustable AC.
Pawar versus Pawar power play. After Ajit's coup, now battle for NCP. Sharad Pawar turns to people.
आज भी पुणे के सारे कार्यकर्ता राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी यानी पवार साहब के साथ है और कल भी रहेंगे.
Ajit flexes political muscle. Who will win this Mahadangal? Maha-Pawar quake. Top focus on 6 p.m. Prime.
Good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshata Nandagopal, and this evening we're getting you all the details on the Pawar power play. It's about the optics now. It's about the numbers right now. We'll see how that plays out because the fight for the real NCP has broken out between uncle and nephew. The latest updates coming your way. The headlines first. Pawar versus Pawar hits top gear in Maharashtra. Sharad Pawar sacks nephew. Ajit sacks NCP president. Declares he's the real NCP. Day after Ajit's rebellion against Uncle Pawar, mega opposition unity meet in Bengaluru also postponed. Parliament and Assembly sessions cited as the reason. No bail for former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. Delhi court rejects his bail plea in the Liquorgate case. One nation, one law divides the opposition. Crucial parliamentary panel meet takes place. Congress says timing of UCC a poll agenda, but remain undecisive on their stand on UCC. Violence continues unabated in Bengal. Congress worker now shot at in Murshidabad. And Khalistani hate plot against India. Indian diplomats on Khalistani hit list. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar requests Canada and United States not to give space to these Khalistanis.
कनाडा है, अमेरिका है, यूके है, ऑस्ट्रेलिया है, जहां कभी-कभी खालिस्तानी एक्टिविटीज होती हैं. हमने उनको रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो उनको खालिस्तानियों को स्पेस न दे.
Let's begin with breaking news that's coming in of what every camp is up to right now. With all of the churn that we've seen in Maharashtra politics, it's all about sending out a message on who's the most powerful. And on your screens right now are images coming in from Shivaji Park. This is Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, who's visiting the Bala Sahib Smarak in Shivaji Park on the occasion of Guru Purnima. The fight over the legacy of Bala Sahib Thackeray is on display there on your screens, as Eknath Shinde has time and again referred to him being the true heir of Bala Sahib's legacy because he's carried forward his ideology. You juxtapose this with what's happening currently with the NCP, it's a very, very similar narrative. While in the Shiv Sena you saw the split over Bala Sahib's legacy, over the Thackeray name, over the party name and the poll symbol. Similarly now, a rift between the Pawars over the Pawar legacy, over the NCP party name and the poll symbol. So very similar what we're witnessing essentially in Maharashtra, in a sense of deja vu, I'm sure, for all Maharashtrians. You may question the intent, you may question what really led to what we're seeing right now, but the reality is that at the end of the day, it's very unpredictable to say what's going to happen next in Maharashtra. And at this point, looking at what's happened in the NCP, Ajit Pawar is saying, I have the numbers. Sharad Pawar is saying, I have the support of every single NCP loyalist, as he displayed just a few hours ago when he visited Karad as well. Let's in fact focus on more breaking updates that's coming in. Let's get you more reactions that are coming in. Remember that the announcement has been made of the Ajit faction, BJP and Shinde Sena being officially referred to as the Mahayuti Alliance in Maharashtra. And now Sanjay Raut, who's part of the Uddhav Sena, has hit out at this alliance. He's saying that Pawar was aware of Ajit's attempts of his coup against the NCP, and he said that the political game of BJP will be reversed in Maharashtra. A trend we're seeing here of most of these political leaders reinstilling their faith, reposing their trust in Sharad Pawar, saying he will emerge on the top of this political battle and making it very clear that at this point Sharad Pawar knew what was happening and he has things under control. Let's play out for you this exclusive reaction from Sanjay Raut.
शरद पवार साहब का दावा है कि 3 महीने में पिक्चर बदल जाएगी। क्या आपको लगता है कि असल पिक्चर अभी बाकी है?
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिस प्रकार की राजनीति इस देश में करने जा रही है वो महाराष्ट्र में नहीं चलेगी, दाव उल्टा पड़ेगा। हमारी पार्टी तोड़ दी, लेकिन शिंदे से काम नहीं बन रहा है तो एनसीपी तोड़ दिया। अब अजित पवार से भी काम नहीं बनेगा, क्योंकि लोग जो है ऐसे लोग नेता के साथ नहीं रहते, वो नेता नहीं है, पार्टी है इसलिए वो नेता बन गए। शिवसेना पूरी ठाकरे साहब के साथ है और एनसीपी का पूरा केडर पवार साहब के साथ है। और हम महाविकास आघाड़ी जो हमने बनाई है वो ज़्यादा मजबूत हो रही है। तो जो बीजेपी जो कर रहे हैं ना खेल,
इससे आपको लगता है मजबूती आप लोगों को मिल रही है?
डेफिनेटली लोगों की सिंपैथी है, कार्यकर्ता मजबूती से लड़ने को तैयार है, सड़क पर उतरे हैं। तो बीजेपी को करके सब क्या मिल रहा है? ये अहंकार की राजनीति क्यों कर रहे हैं? अगर आपके पास इतनी मेजॉरिटी महाराष्ट्र में है, 170 है, 175 है, तो वापस से 40 है, वापस एनसीपी के तोड़ो, उसके तोड़ो, ये खेल क्यों चल रहा है?
मतलब लगता है कि प्रफुल्ल पटेल जब जाते हैं तो ऐसा लगता है कि शायद ये कहा जा रहा है कि पवार साहब को सब खबर थी।
नहीं, पवार साहब को खबर थी, ये टूट रहे हैं। उस बारे में मैंने पहले भी बात की, ये लोग टूट रहे हैं, ये लोग जा रहे हैं, पवार साहब को पूरी खबर थी। जैसे हमको खबर थी हमारे लोग टूट रहे हैं, तोड़ने की कोशिश हो रही है, ये खबर तो सबको थी।
विपक्ष की बैठक होने वाली है, उस पर कुछ आपको लगता है कि एक बहुत बड़ा झटका 17-18 को बैठक है बेंगलुरु में, पवार साहब आप लोग जाएंगे?
कोई झटका नहीं, कोई झटका नहीं।
And has been non-stop twists and turns through the day. 24 hours after Ajit Pawar was sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister, and many of, in fact, the NCP leaders chose to side with him being sworn in to the Maharashtra government. Sharad Pawar issued an order removing Sunil Tatkare as well as Prafull Patel from the party, disqualifying them essentially. These two are MPs. Now, immediately after that, minutes later, you had Prafull Patel addressing a press conference saying Sunil Tatkare, the man who's been suspended and sacked by Sharad Pawar, is now the the NCP chief. So both sides now propping up their own faces to claim that we are the only ones who can make organizational changes. How will this be solved? Well, it's essentially a story that we've visited far too often, and the latest example is of what happened with Shiv Sena. This will take a legal angle if it continues in this manner, and of course it comes down to who has the numbers as well. Just about an hour ago, you had Ajit Pawar along with Praful Patel and Bhujbal addressing the media, speaking about the kind of support and maintaining that there is no rebellion against Sharad Pawar. Let's play out some of the highlights.
काही आमच्या 9 लोकांना नोटीस काढली वगैरे काढली, त्यांना काही नोटीस काढण्याचा अधिकार नाहीये. शेवटी पक्ष आणि चिन्ह हे आमच्या बरोबर आहे असं आमचा ठाम विश्वास आहे. आणि ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टी करत असताना आमच्या बरोबरचे आमदार या सगळ्यांचंच भवितव्य हे व्यवस्थित कसं राहील, त्यांना कुठल्याही प्रकारची घटनेची कायद्याची अडचण येणार नाही ह्याबद्दलची खबरदारी आम्ही सगळेजण घेतो. बहुसंख्य आमदार हे राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाबरोबर आमच्याबरोबर आहेत. आम्ही सगळेजण एकत्रपणे काम करतोय. पुढेही आम्ही महाराष्ट्राच्या भल्याकरता काम करत राहणार. राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या बळकटीकरणाकरता काम करत राहणार.
तो जो पहले के जो पदाधिकारी थे उनको तत्काल कुछ कंटिन्यूटी के लिए चार्ज हमने फिर से दिया था, जिसमें महाराष्ट्र की जिम्मेदारी हमने श्री जयंत पाटिल को दी थी. उस जिम्मेदारी को आज तक हमने उनको वो करने का मौका दिया, लेकिन अभी मैंने राष्ट्रीय कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष के नाते उसमें महाराष्ट्र की जिम्मेदारी आज से श्री सुनील तटकरे जी को देने का फैसला किया है, और वो पत्र उनको मैं अभी यहां पर आप सभी के सामने देने वाला हूं.
It comes down essentially to the numbers right now in Maharashtra, looking at how things have changed in the last 24 hours. So on one hand, with the Shinde government of a total of 288 seats, 195 are with the Shinde government. The halfway mark, majority mark, they're written for you at 145. And this is, if you keep in mind that there are 24 MLAs with the Ajit Pawar faction. Now 106 of the BJP, 44 of the Shinde Sena, 21 others, they were already at a comfortable level of 171. Then you had the NCP with 24 more, and we're talking about the Ajit Pawar faction now. This entire alliance is referred to as the Mahayuti. Now what about the other side, the Maha Vikas Aghadi? Now at one point the numbers look very different. Today it's a very, very different story, because you look at the NCP under Sharad Pawar, the numbers are about 14. That could of course change. Both of these are based on claims and counterclaims put forth, but overall their numbers at this point are much, much lower. If you look at really the number of MLAs who are yet to reportedly take a call, it's about 15 NCP MLAs who remain undecided. If they switch to that side or this side, it doesn't make a difference as far as the government formation is concerned. But what it does make a difference too is the NCP and really who holds on to power in the party. So lots that's happened in the last few hours since Ajit Pawar was sworn in as the deputy. It was essentially a show of strength, because as I mentioned earlier, it's all about perception, it's all about optics and showing off who has the support. We will in fact get you those images also of Sharad Pawar and how he held this massive public rally, this massive public campaign earlier today, after in fact he visited his political mentor's memorial. The message is very clear. Sharad Pawar is not backing down without a fight. He's already expelled, taken decisions and sacked most of the NCP MLAs, all of them in fact, who have rebelled against the party, who've joined Ajit Pawar's side, including the two MPs, Sunil Tatkare as well as Praful Patel. All of this has also been initiated by Supriya Sule, who shot off one letter after another to Sharad Pawar seeking action against these leaders. As we get you all the latest updates coming in right now, there was also, of course, the press conference by Praful Patel, Ajit Pawar, as well as Chhagan Bhujbal. What was the takeaway from that? It was essentially that you had the Ajit Pawar faction claiming that they are the only ones who can actually make any sort of organizational changes. But these are images that Ajit Pawar cannot ignore. The kind of support that Sharad Pawar still has. He's a patriarch. Many would say he's ready for retirement from active politics. But the images on your screen speaks volumes of the kind of respect that people still hold for him, the kind of support that he still enjoys. So these are, in fact, images that we're getting to you from just a few hours ago of Pawar paying homage to his political mentor. And then you have thousands of people, all of his supporters, coming together there. A sea of supporters with a very clear message that Sharad Pawar is the boss. Many of whom we spoke to said all of this has been orchestrated by the BJP. But the reality is that while all of these loyalists are with Sharad Pawar, where do the MLAs stand? And that's what it will effectively come down to. At this point, the numbers that we showed you, Ajit Pawar claims he has a support of 40. But if you actually break it down, it's about 24. And at no point publicly have they actually declared, even today in the press meet, they said we have the support. We have the support of majority MLAs. But did they take a name? Absolutely not. There was no mention of anyone mentioned really at this point. I'm going to slip into a short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side, we're going to be focusing on Bihar. Why Bihar, you ask? Well, there's a speculation right now that the situation that's playing out in Maharashtra could repeat in Bihar.
The India Today Group is pleased to announce the launch of a brand new online portal for our Best Colleges survey, featuring 6 years of ranking data as well as a wealth of granular information on thousands of institutes of higher learning. Our interactive portal offers easy access, analysis and guidance to our Best Colleges of India survey results for over 2,000 colleges across 14 streams. We invite everyone to visit our site, bestcolleges.indiatoday.in, and we wish aspiring students all the very best.
The question that I want to pick up with Robin Rana is a statement that he's made to business today, which is leaving money on the table. Robin, explain the intent and the philosophy behind that statement.
Look, I've always been in the wealth distribution business in a way. I've always felt India has a big disparity between the rich and the poor. I've spent 2 decades trying to ensure that I can play my role in uplifting the underprivileged in India. I'm presently, as you know, building 6,000 homes for the slum dwellers of Bhavana. Bhavana is the second largest slum today in the country after Dharavi. We've already handed over 2,304 homes. I also run schools all across the country, educating thousands of kids, providing them meals, breakfast, lunch, healthcare, and so on. When I look at my IPO, I'm hoping that my IPO is helping the middle classes, the lower middle classes, people on the street make a little bit of money. So from my perspective, if somebody asks me how do you rate the success of your IPO, to me the success is not about how much money I raise, and it's not about how many times will this issue be subscribed at. What I'm going to be looking at, success in my mind, the measure would be if people on the street said, after the issue, people on the street said Robin Rana knew he had great results and he still priced the issue at a low amount and he left money on the table. If they say that, then I would think my IPO has been a grand success.
What's the broader sense about the Indian market? We saw a bit of a slump, and clearly your IPO is so far this year going to be the largest one.
Well, look, investors want profitable companies, new age companies. They're looking for state-of-the-art companies that are redefining paradigm, which are changing the thinking of people. People are tired of companies whose entire model is just pure growth without any profitability. So that's the sense I'm getting, that people are looking for growth, but they're looking for growth to be accompanied by cash growth, They're looking for growth to be accompanied by profitability growth.
Since you meet so many investors all across the world, what was this? Was it just a tulip kind of mania where people were putting in money on just 10 slides of a business plan? Because that's what we have seen happen really. Many companies, again, no names being taken, where there is no possibility of profits ever, raising money by the bucket load. What was it? A euphoria?
Siddharth, look, it is a cycle. It's not just an euphoria. It is also how things are set up by the involved parties. So if you have back-end investors, if you have strong, large private equities, if private equities made an investment, they made an investment in India, and they made a call, and they invested X amount of money, and they have a cash burn in that business, as they're running a privately held business. What do you think they want? They want to ensure that at some point, they have a point where they can recover their money.
Let's get you breaking news that's coming in right now. The CBI has filed a charge sheet in the land for jobs scam against Lalu Yadav, Rabri Devi as well as Tejaswi Yadav. Another scam that continues to haunt the Lalu family. The charge sheet has been filed in this particular case, which means you could see more action being taken against Lalu Yadav, Tejaswi and Rabri Devi. Remember, it is in the land for jobs scam that only recently you had Tejaswi also being questioned. There was, in fact, Lalu and Rabri Devi, those images from a few months ago of them being questioned as well at the CBI headquarters. This charge sheet has now been filed in the Rouse Avenue Court. Munish Pandey is joining us with more details on this. Munish, run us through what are the charges really against Lalu and his family?
Well, Akshita, the Central Bureau of Investigation had filed a case against Lalu Yadav and certain public servants in the case on the allegations that Lalu Yadav, when he was the union minister in Indian Railways, there were people who were given job in railways in exchange of selling their land to family members of Lalu Yadav and certain entities linked to Lalu Yadav family. These were the allegations. The CBI filed an FIR and then later they started investigating this case. Now we have been given to understand is that a charge sheet has been filed by the Central Bureau of Investigation against Bihar's Deputy Chief Minister Tejaswi Yadav, his father and former Union Railway Minister Lalu Yadav, and former Bihar Chief Minister Rabri Devi in this case. Apart from these, there are certain public servants who have been made accused in the case. Now, this charge sheet will be a big blow for Lalu Yadav because remember, in few cases, Lalu Yadav has been convicted by the courts, but in this case, what we have been given to understand is that CBI claims that they have concrete evidence against Lalu Yadav. Remember, when he returned from Singapore after his treatment there, the Central Bureau of Investigation recorded his statement. Rabri Yadav's statement was also recorded. Yes. And recently, even Tejaswi Yadav appeared before the CBI at its headquarters in Delhi, and Correct. His statement was already recorded.
All right. Thanks very much, Munish, for joining us with that update. We'll keep tracking the latest on this story. And here in India today, we've been getting you every political twist and turn coming in from Maharashtra. But is a similar crisis also brewing in the state of Bihar? There's been speculation rife over Nitish Kumar having one-on-one meetings with legislators, with members of parliament, as the BJP has claimed that a situation similar to Maharashtra is going to play out in Bihar, that there's a rift, a divide in the JDU.
The tremors of the political quake in Maharashtra are being felt all the way in Bihar.
आरजेडी को छोड़कर आने के बाद जब उनके 45 एमएलए चुनकर आए थे नीतीश कुमार जी की, उसके बावजूद भी मतलब उनको मुख्यमंत्री पद दे दिया था, लेकिन कुछ दिनों के बाद वो फिर आरजेडी के पास चले गए। तो इसीलिए एमएलए में, विधायकों में नाराजगी है और बिहार में भी इसी तरह का बंड हो सकता है।
On Sunday, Bihar CM Nitish Kumar met his MLAs.
हम लोग एकजुट रहे, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने यही कहा कि हम लोग एकजुट रहे और पार्टी जो काम कर रही है उसको आगे बढ़ते रहना चाहिए। कहीं कोई परेशानी है तो फिर हमको बताइए।
न सीआईडी है, न कोई गबन का आरोप है, सब पर जो कुछ हो, लेकिन नीतीश बाबू का ही नाम विपक्ष नहीं बोल रहा है, अमित शाह भी नहीं बोल रहे हैं, न प्रधानमंत्री बोल रहे हैं। तो नीतीश बाबू योग भी है और हर गुणवत्ता उनमें है।
State BJP president said the cat among the pigeons by declaring that several leaders from Nitish Kumar's JDU were willing to defect because they were unhappy with the Bihar CM.
बिहार की जनता नीतीश कुमार जी को 1 घंटा मुख्यमंत्री नहीं देखना चाहती और विधायकों में डर पैदा हो गया है कि अब नीतीश कुमार जी के साथ रहेंगे तो नैया मेरी डूब जाएगी।
The political chatter in Bihar went into overdrive with this admission by the JDU president Lallan Singh.
7,000 करोड़ रुपए के घोटाला में एनसीपी के नेता फंसे हुए हैं, तो वो जितने थे सब तो वॉशिंग मशीन में चले गए। ये डर दिखा के लोगों को भयभीत करके, धन बल का प्रयोग करके ये सब काम करते हैं।
Other Bihar netas also fueled the fire.
मुख्यमंत्री तो जनता के बीच जाते नहीं और जब जब गए उनका भी विरोध ही हुआ है। ऐसे में एक असंतोष मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी की पार्टी में है। बहुत जल्द जनता दल यूनाइटेड में भी एक बड़ी टूट संभव है।
As reports of a Bihar rebellion gained steam, BJP neta and former deputy CM Sushil Modi declared that the party's doors were closed for Nitish Kumar.
नीतीश कुमार के बारे में तो पहले ही अमित शाह जी ने साफ कर दिया है कि किसी कीमत पर नीतीश कुमार को हम स्वीकार नहीं करेंगे और से वो नाक भी रगड़ेंगे आकर बीजेपी के दरवाजे पर, तो भी बीजेपी कभी नीतीश कुमार को भी स्वीकार नहीं करेगी और नहीं ढोने के लिए और भविष्य में तैयार।
Ahead of 2024, will Maharashtra coup rewrite political equations in other states too? Bureau Report, India Today.
And let's bring in on this broadcast Rohit Singh, who's joining us live from Patna. Rohit, good evening. Is there any truth to all of these reports suggesting that, a Maharashtra-like crisis could play out in Bihar with the JDU?
Well, Akshita, there is some sort of a tension definitely which is brewing in Bihar, and which is, we can say, like aftershocks of what happened in Maharashtra. Because you see, the kind of political development that is taking place in the state in the last 3-4 days, Nitish Kumar has started meeting all his party MLAs, MPs and MLCs. One-to-one meetings are happening. So this is not what Nitish Kumar is known for, that of having one-to-one meetings with his MLAs and leaders. But this is what is happening for the last 3-4 days, and this clearly signifies that Nitish Kumar is apprehensive that something what happened in Maharashtra could be brewing and simmering in Bihar too, and especially ahead of 2024 Lok Sabha elections, because remember, there are a lot of MPs who won on JDU ticket. They had defeated RJD candidates and Congress candidates in 2019, but now JDU, RJD and Congress are all united in Mahagathbandhan. So it is a fact that several JDU MPs, their tickets will be cut. They will not be getting tickets to fight elections, and that is why they are also worried about their own future in politics. And Nitish Kumar also knows that, and that is why he has started negotiations and talks with his party leaders, trying to gauge the mood as to what they are up to. Have they been approached by some political parties like BJP
Rohit,
or NCP?
Nitish Kumar is holding one-on-one meets with these legislators. Let's see what emerges in the next day or two from Bihar. Thanks for the moment for joining us with all of those details. I'm slipping into a very short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side, we're getting you the latest updates on the parliamentary panel meet that took place on the Uniform Civil Code. I'm also joined by Kerala Governor Arif Mohammad Khan, live and exclusive in just a bit.
Very interesting because I'm about to do aerial bungee jumping. Anushka is an expert at that. She's going to teach me and Nitika how to do this. It combines dance, acrobatics, and helps you achieve your overall fitness goal.
These workouts help you defy gravity and make you use body weights to propel movements. You are strapped to a harness, a bungee cord that is secured to the ceiling. This form of workout has been around for many years, but only just recently picking momentum in India, quite literally. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here you can see Nitika and me having a lot of fun. A dance-like routine, lunges, jumps, and Peter Pan-like movement. How does this even help?
You burn your beautiful calories in a beautiful way.
Yeah.
Second, you sweat because you sweat, your pores get open and activated.
Yeah.
Because of your heart pumping, there's so much of blood rush, your blockages get open.
Yeah.
Then you have knees functioning.
Yeah.
So the function of your knee, because the format in such a way that it's a low impact.
These exercises are extremely nice. They are basically taking off the weight from your joints. There are certain injuries that you're still predisposed to, especially if you are a person who has low back pain involvement of any kind. So if you're an osteoporotic person, bungee jumping may not be, or the bungee exercises may not be the best workout for you.
Aerial bungee fitness has a lot of benefits. Not only is it a full body workout, it's also low impact exercise, making it suitable for anyone susceptible to injuries. It will give you core strength and stability and enhanced flexibility. It also helps with stress relief and mood enhancement, which is a given with any workout.
Jumping up in the air and giving each other high five, and guess what? They're burning a lot of calories while doing it. Why would you not go in for an exercise which is so much fun? Now, just to give you a download, one session can cost you anything between 800 to 1000 rupees, and you should ideally do it thrice a week to maintain that continuity. I've had a great session with you doing this workout. Tell me a little bit about who should not do this, because it involves a lot of movement.
Okay, so talking about who should not do this, because it's definitely very hard on your heart. So anybody with heart diseases will not perform bungee. Second, pregnant ladies, anybody with knee injuries, any fracture which has not been healed cannot perform this.
Welcome back. Since Prime Minister Narendra Modi last week made a strong pitch for uniform civil code, there's been, of course, non-stop talk, discussion and debate over it. In a crucial update that comes in today, the parliamentary panel, which is on law and justice, held a meeting to discuss UCC as well. Now, this particular panel came together. It's a high-level parliamentary standing committee that held a meeting that's headed by BJP Rajya Sabha MP Sushil Modi. The committee deliberated on the proposal and is seeking views of all stakeholders on the matter. The politics, of course, continues as each political party is taking a side as far as UCC is concerned. PDP very clearly has lashed out at the BJP, saying they're against UCC. As former Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti says UCC lacked basic fundamentals. Congress, meanwhile, remains to sit on the fence on this issue. They're saying that till we see a draft, we don't know what our stand is going to be. However, they've questioned the motive, the agenda behind bringing it at this time, saying there's a clear communal agenda. At this point, Uddhav Sena too remains non-committal, saying they'll speak post the draft of UCC being made available. They've, however, given their in-principle support to UCC, much like AAP.
कांग्रेस 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों, हिंदू, मुसलमानों, सिखों, ईसाई, आदिवासी, जनजाति और तमाम उत्तर दक्षिण पूर्व पश्चिम की परंपराओं की हत्या नहीं होने देगी, किसी के धर्म पर कोई चोट नहीं आने देगी। हम ड्राफ्ट देखें, ये तो भाजपा सिर्फ पोलराइजेशन कराने के लिए कर रही है।
पार्लियामेंट्री पैनल की बैठक होती है, गोपनीय बैठक होती है। कल मैं इतना ही कह सकता हूँ कि जो पर्सनल लॉ है, रिफॉर्म्स इन पर्सनल लॉ, इस मुद्दे पर हम लोगों ने लॉ कमीशन को बुलाया है, भारत सरकार के मंत्रालय को भी बुलाया है। तो इतना ही मैं केवल कह सकता हूँ, बाकी मीटिंग में क्या होगा नहीं होगा ये गोपनीय मुद्दा रहता है, सभी पार्टी के लोग रहते हैं, इसलिए उस बैठक के बारे में से ज्यादा कुछ नहीं कहा जा सकता है।
चुनाव से पहले ऐसी कोई काम करो जिससे खलबली फैल जाए, तो आज ही क्यों यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड, जब 7 महीने चुनाव को रह गए हैं, 5 साल की बात की थी, ये वादे 5 साल पहले के वादे थे, उनको यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड पहले लेकर आना चाहिए था। इसके ऊपर चर्चा और विवाद जो थे उसमें बैठ के बातचीत करनी चाहिए थी।
धारा 44 संविधान की कहती है कि सभी समुदायों से बातचीत करके जो भी सरकार होगी वो यूसीसी लाने का प्रयास करेगी, उसमें लिखा हुआ है साफ तौर पे। क्या इन्होंने कोई ईमानदारी से प्रयास किया? क्या सिखों के समूह से बातचीत की, जैन समूह से बातचीत की? बात सार्थक दिशा में होनी चाहिए, सभी समुदायों से बातचीत होनी चाहिए और उसके बाद एक कंसेंसस बना के आप यूसीसी के ऊपर काम कीजिए। आपकी मनसा ही नहीं, 9 साल तक तो मोदी सरकार भांग खा के सोती रही, जब 10 महीने चुनाव कर गया तो अब कह रहे हैं यूसीसी लागू करना है। तो इसलिए इनकी मनसा पर बुनियादी तौर पे सवाल है।
उनके पास अब कोई मुद्दा नहीं है 2024 के चुनाव के लिए। राम मंदिर हो गया, 370 हो गया, ट्रिपल तलाक भी हो गया, तो 2024 से पहले ये मुद्दा लाया है, लेकिन हम इसका ऊपर डिबेट करेंगे। हम देखेंगे नया ड्राफ्ट क्या बनाया है। कानून है, देश को दिशा देने वाला एक कानून बनने जा रहा है, तो ड्राफ्ट तो देखना पड़ेगा। सर, अगर समाज के हित में है, राष्ट्र के हित में है, तो उस पर डिबेट करेंगे।
हमारे पास ऑलरेडी यूनिफॉर्म क्रिमिनल कोड है और वो बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है, क्योंकि बिल्किस बानो के रेपिस्ट को छोड़ दिया गया और हमारी जो पहलवान बच्ची हैं उनका रेपिस्ट खुला घूम रहा है। टमाटर जो है 25 रुपए से 100 रुपए किलो आपको भी मिलता है, मुझे भी वही मिलता है। नौकरियां ना हिंदुओं को मिल रही है ना मुसलमान। दैट इज द यूनिफॉर्मिटी जो इस कंट्री में इस वक्त। गैस की जो कीमत है 500 से 1200 हो गई है, वो यूनिफॉर्मिटी है। आप इन्होंने कहा था कि 2 करोड़ रोजगार देंगे, ना आपको मिला, ना मुसलमान को, ना मिला हिंदू, वो तो सब यूनिफॉर्म चल रहा है। अब कौन सी यूनिफॉर्मिटी लाना चाहते हैं वो मुझे बताइए। अगर वो कोई ऐसा कानून है जिससे टमाटर की कीमत फिर 25 रुपए हो जाएगी, यहाँ के नौजवानों को 2 करोड़ रोजगार मिलेगा, अगर पहलवान बच्चियों को इंसाफ मिलेगा, उनका रेपिस्ट जेल में डाल दोगे आप, तो शायद हो सकता है कि किसी को कोई एतराज नहीं होगा।
हिंदुस्तान के लिए यूसीसी आना अनिवार्य है, क्योंकि एक देश में अलग अलग कानून कैसे हो सकते हैं। हम सब लोग भी ये समझते हैं कि देश में एक ही कानून होना जरूरी है। सब इकट्ठा हो रहे हैं, लेकिन उसमें से ही कई पार्टियां यूसीसी के मुद्दे पे भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ है, यूसीसी के साथ में है, और जो पार्टियां विरोध कर रही है उनको डर है कि कहीं उनका वोट बैंक न चला जाए।
Let's get you the inside track that we're picking up of what really transpired in the parliamentary panel meet that, as you know, consists of different political parties also coming together. Now, what we're picking up is that the BSP has also come on board. They're saying that we too believe there's a need for UCC, and they've cited the fact that there are similar reforms that are already there in the United States as well. Reportedly, Uddhav Sena at this point is skeptical over UCC. They've already confirmed that they want to see the draft before they take a stand, and Sanjay Raut, who was there in that meeting, said he was skeptical if it would affect the Northeast. There's been a lot of talk about that, how this could also affect and could affect cultural diversity as well. This crucial parliamentary panel meet has taken place where several political parties have put their stand clearly up front. Let's take this across to Maushmi Singh. She's joining us live with more details on this. Maushmi, as far as the BSP is concerned, they're on board. They're saying we are for UCC. I understand you also have a guest with you from the BSP.
Right, Akshita. The big takeaway is that already the Law Commission has opened suggestions for the UCC, and almost 19 lakh suggestions have come as it nears the closing date. The other big takeaway is the opposition members have questioned the timing of it all. We are joined by BSP MP Maluk Nagar, and we'll take his reaction because, as I told you, that the BSP sources say has come out in support. Now, of course, Maluk Nagar Sahab is bound by the oath of secrecy, but I will try and dig out whatever best possible we can. Maluk Sahab, how do you see this coming about? क्या अभी वक्त लगेगा? बताया जा रहा है 5-6 महीने और लगेंगे, और तमाम विपक्षी दलों ने आपत्ति जताई कि ये लोकसभा चुनाव से पहले क्यों उठाया जा रहा है मामला।
देखिए, जहाँ तक डीओपीटी एंड लॉ जस्टिस कमेटी की बात है, उसकी तो गोपनीयता रखी जाती है, वो बताया नहीं जाता है। लेकिन जहाँ तक बात है पार्टी बेस पे या अपने बेस पे एज एमपी, तो कुमारी बहन मायावती जी ने कहा है देश हित और जनहित को ध्यान में रखते हुए अगर देश को फायदा होता है और इस देश के दलितों को फायदा होता है तो उनके साथ हैं और इससे देश को मजबूती मिलेगी। लेकिन साथ में जो दलित समाज के लोग हैं उनको अडॉप्शन वाले में बहुत फायदा होगा। लेकिन दलितों में ही जो दूसरे एसटी आते हैं, जो जम्मू कश्मीर के, हिमाचल के और उत्तराखंड के जो मुस्लिम गुजर और दूसरे जो दलित हैं, जो आदिवासी हैं, उनको अगर कोई कन्फ्यूजन है, और जो अकलियत समाज के लोग हैं, मुस्लिम समाज के लोग हैं, उनको अगर कोई कन्फ्यूजन है तो उनको खास करके लॉ कमीशन और सरकार को देश में एक माहौल बनाना चाहिए, गांव स्तर पे और विधानसभा स्तर, तहसील स्तर, लोकसभा स्तर, जिला स्तर, प्रदेश और देश स्तर पे कि समन्वय की भावना बनाएं और आराम से सर्वसम्मति से बात करें। जहां तक बात टाइमिंग की है, 1947 से 52 तक बाबा अंबेडकर साहब कॉन्स्टिट्यूट असेंबली में हमेशा बोलते रहे और पक्षधर रहे इसके। तो जब 70 साल से 68 साल से कांग्रेस ने जब नहीं करा, सब मैं खत्म कर रहा हूं, तो जल्दी क्या है, आराम से करें, हाबड़ दाबड़ में
इसके पहले करें कि बाद में करें?
हम तो ये कह रहे हैं देश में दो दलितों को और अकलियत समाज के मुसलमान लोगों को कहीं कंफ्यूजन है। अगर उनका कंफ्यूजन दूर हो जाए तो 24 से पहले लाना चाहे पहले ले आए, लेकिन अगर उनका कंफ्यूजन दूर नहीं होता तो जल्दी क्या है, फिर आराम से करें, उसमें क्या दिक्कत है?
अगर और मगर की स्थिति, इफ्स एंड बट्स, अ लॉट ऑफ इफ्स एंड बट्स, अक्षता। बट आई आस्क द अदर क्वेश्चन। बहुत सारे ऑपोजिशन मेंबर्स ने बोला कि सिख समुदाय की अपनी चिंताएं हैं, नॉर्थ ईस्ट को लेकर चिंता जताई गई कि मिजोरम हो या फिर मणिपुर हो, उसमें अपने कानून है और असेंबली का अप्रूवल चाहिए होता है। तो खबर ये भी है कि चेयरपर्सन साहब ने खुद कहा कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट और ट्राइबल्स पे ये लागू नहीं होना चाहिए।
देखिए,
फिर कैसी यूनिफॉर्म?
पारसी लोगों के लिए भी है, सिख धर्म के लिए भी है, जैन धर्म के लिए भी है, ईसाई धर्म के लिए भी है, मुस्लिम धर्म के लिए भी है, हिंदू धर्म के लिए भी है। हिंदू धर्म के गोवा में 2 शादियां कर सकते हैं, उनके लिए भी है। इसीलिए हम कह रहे हैं कि सर्वसम्मति से गांव से लेके जिले और प्रदेश तक सहमति बनाई जाए, जब लाया जाए, जल्दी ना करें।
So there you are, Maluk Nagar from the BSP saying wide consultations should be held. Akshita, we are told that the Law Commission will take about 5-6 months to give its report to the ministry, and this will not be like a consultative paper, so the ministry can make a bill out of it.
Right, all right, Maushmi, thanks very much for joining us with all of those details. A lot of views that are coming in right now on the Uniform Civil Code, and many who are also opposing it. Joining us here on India Today, I'd like to introduce now, live and exclusive, here on 6 p.m. Prime, Kerala Governor, Mr. Arif Mohammad Khan. Mr. Arif Mohammad Khan, thank you for joining us here on India Today, sir. I'm curious to know what really your view is on the Uniform Civil Code, considering back in 1986, I remember you walked out of the Congress over the handling of the Shah Bano case. So what's your view on UCC?
Constitution clearly says, Article 44, the fourth chapter of the Constitution, which lays down the directive principles of state policy, and it says that the provisions contained in this part shall not be enforceable by any court, but the principles therein laid down are nevertheless fundamental in the governance of the country, and it shall be the duty of the state to apply these principles in making laws. And uniform civil code is one of the directive principles where state is obliged to secure for the citizens a uniform civil code throughout the territory of India. Therefore, my view and your view, once we have accepted the Constitution to be our national scripture, then there is no way we can run away from that.
No.
And uniform civil code, in my opinion, is not to bring about uniformity of customs, uniformity of rituals, or uniformity of practices. It is about uniformity of justice. That if two persons placed in similar circumstances, if they go to the court, then while delivering the justice, no distinction is made on the basis of the religious affiliation of these people. It is about uniformity of justice.
Mr. Arif Mohammad Khan, you're saying there's no differences, and that's what Uniform Civil Code is all about. It's quite the opposite reaction that's come in from many political leaders, including the Kerala Chief Minister, Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan, who all deem UCC as being discriminatory against Muslims. You as a Muslim, sir, what do you have to say to them?
When the draft, nobody has seen so far the draft.
Yeah.
How can you label this kind of criticism? And then you should ask him that when the left parties were betting for uniform civil code at least till 1990, Mr. EMS Namboodiripad was the most vocal supporter. When I had resigned from the government, then what has happened in between for the left parties to depart from their earlier stand?
Okay, but you know, Mr. Arif Mohammad Khan, it's not just the likes of the Kerala Chief Minister. There are many who claim to represent Muslims across the country. The AIMPLB, Mr. Asaduddin Owaisi of the AIMIM, they too have taken a very, very clear and rigid stand against the UCC. Why is that? Why is it that there are so many of these groups that are saying, look, we don't want uniform civil code?
I do not know about the Muslims or any sectional. I never look at things from this angle because serving sectional interest goes against the spirit of the Constitution. But I know one thing, that this will definitely serve the cause of uniformity of justice. And I shall not be, no two persons who are victim of the same kind of oppression will be, in delivering the justice, they will not be discriminated on the ground of religion.
But do you, Mr. Arif Mohammad Khan, believe that if a UCC is brought in, it will trample upon a Muslim's right to practice religion?
No, well, everybody is entitled to their opinion, and we know Law Commission has already asked people to give their opinion. They can give. In fact, they can prepare even a draft and send it to the Law Commission and the government to ensure that it is not HCC, it is UCC. And they can be rest assured that every suggestion which anybody makes will be given serious consideration.
So you've mentioned how this process is going about, that there are in fact consultations that are happening with groups, with religious groups, to get their view as well. Do you agree with how this is being conducted, sir, before UCC is brought in?
What else the Law Commission is doing? They have already written to everybody. They are consulting them. We are a huge country. This is the only manner in which you can consult people.
And finally, Mr. Arif Mohammad Khan, you're the governor of a beautiful state like Kerala, which is also culturally diverse. There's also a concern and some criticism that's come forth saying that, look, UCC could trample upon cultural diversity. What's your response to that?
I have already made it clear
that the purpose of law cannot be to bring about uniformity of custom, ritual or practices, or labeling these differences. The purpose of the law is to bring about uniformity of justice, where two persons placed in similar circumstances, they are not delivered different kind of justices because they belong to different religions.
Okay, very interesting perspective. Thanks very much, Mr. Arif Mohammad Khan, for taking the time out and joining us here on India Today. The Kerala governor, someone who's also in history in 1986 taken a stand in the Shah Banu case, saying very clearly that he believes uniform civil code must be implemented in the country. That's all we have time for on this broadcast. Thanks very much for tuning into this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. Do stay with us, because coming up in a few moments from now, Preeti Chaudhary runs you through all the latest twists and turns coming in from Maharashtra.
The world of wellness has advanced. Cryotherapies are now being used increasingly for fitness rehabilitation.
It is very cold. I'm dying.
They help as anti-inflammatory treatments and can treat the entire body. Beat the face with a cryofacial that helps puffiness of the face, cryo body sculpting that helps you get rid of stubborn fat by freezing fat cells, cryo for localized pain, and cryo baths that help you recover from any aches and pains. Where do we even begin? Let's start with cryo baths. The ice baths are now replaced with the state-of-the-art chambers where you jump in minus 110 degrees Celsius once a week or as guided by your doctor. All of this to tackle inflammation in your body, or specifically for a post-workout recovery to help your muscles recover.
All right, so what I'm doing here is the power of ice. I'm going to show you the power of ice on my face with a cryofacial. I'll get a cryotherapy done and show you what an ice bath can do to you when it comes to recovery from a lot of inflammation and a lot of fatigue that your body goes through because of exercising or injuries or any kind of rehabilitation that you require. And of course, what I'll be doing is a localized cryo treatment in this sequence where we're going to show you the power of ice in a wellness setup. First, I'm going to start with a lovely refresher, because why not? Summer/monsoon is here. I would love a refresher for my face. So let's see how the power of ice really changes my skin.
Depends on which center you're doing this and the technology that they're using. One session of this refreshing yet freezing cryotherapy will cost you anywhere between 5,000 to 12,000 rupees. Cryotherapy is excellent for pain relief. The variety of conditions they're being used for include fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue syndrome, post-workout recovery, aches and pains, inflammation in the body, osteoarthritis, amongst many others. Just in case you're not very keen on the full body cryo or the cryo bath and have highly localized pain, it can also be treated with the help of this machine at a wellness clinic. Are you worried you're going to be catching a cold or freeze inside? Actually not. Here is why. Whole body cryo helps release endorphins or feel-good hormones straight after the treatment, and it is perfect for anyone who needs a quick lift me up. Celebrities are making this chilling ice therapy quite popular. Will Smith, Alicia Keys, Mandy Moore, Demi Moore, the New York Knicks, Jennifer Aniston, Jessica Alba, Cristiano Ronaldo, Daniel Craig are just few of the celebrities who have raved about it on their social media handles. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
use one, log off. Limit yourself to one screen at a time. Spring clean your social media accounts. Use apps to bolster self-control. Don't charge your phone near your bed. Set time boundaries in usage. Use your gadgets thoughtfully. Think about whether you actually need to use your laptop or whether you need to use your phone. Is there any work really, or just using it mindlessly? Do you really need to watch TV, or you'd rather go for a walk or even take a nap, which is actually more relaxing, more refreshing?
If you ask an average person, they'll say, oh, I'm on social media for about 10-15 minutes or maybe a little bit more in there. I'm not typically there. But if they start actually analyzing their time, and there are apps and features available on these gadgets, they then come to realize that I was putting so many hours more.
Prioritizing offline relationships and getting a glimpse of what real life offers brings real joy. Try it. Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Breathe, breathe, breathe.
A stronger core, a toned figure, classical yoga. Add some anti-gravity into the mix. And you have this fun, elegant and rather exciting aerial yoga practice going for you. Celebrities all over are obsessed with this Instagrammable yoga. They've been hanging upside down like owls of the aerial silks suspended from the ceiling. The acrobatic aspect makes it a lot of fun and rather very clickable. Shilpa Shetty, Alia Bhatt, Jackie Fernandez, Kareena Kapoor Khan, Ananya Pandey, Malaika Arora and so many more have shown us how they look after their bodies and tone those abs for a beautifully strong core that makes age look like just another number. Aerial yoga is a hybrid one. Developed by Michelle Dotignac in 2006, it involves dancing, Pilates, yoga poses and tons of acrobatic moves.
You have to add on to other ways of format as well if you want to see yourself into a progress to aerial. So either you do your body weight workouts, either you do yoga, either you do ashtanga, anything that has to be, alternate.
If you get bored going to the gym every day or running or walking does not cut it for you, give this a shot. This anti-gravity yoga as a lifestyle change. It will help you maintain great fitness, help with flexibility and balance. Just remember to check with your doctor first. Yes, doctor, because it is so dynamic that there are some who should not do it. Pregnant women, people with migraine.
Pokerbazi, you hold the cards.
Pawar play. Pawar versus Pawar.
बहुसंख्य आमदार हे राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाबरोबर आमच्याबरोबर आहेत. आम्ही सगळेजण एकत्रपणे काम करतोय. पुढेही आम्ही महाराष्ट्राच्या भल्याकरता काम करत राहणार.
आणि ते घेऊन पुढे जायला काही अडचणी असतील कमतरता असेल, पण त्याच्यामध्ये बदल नाही, ते चालू राहणार किंवा पक्ष आम्ही वाढवणार.
Advantage uncle or nephew. How many MLAs with Ajit Pawar? Bluff, bluster or surety? Top focus, 7 p.m. India Today.
Good evening, viewers. Our focus is Maharashtra and the NCP. Will the real NCP stand up in the midst of appointment, counter-appointment, sacking, counter-sacking? What really is happening where the NCP is concerned? Does Ajit Pawar actually have the numbers that he talks of? We're going to break it down through the course of the next 40 minutes. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. These are the headlines. Pawar versus Pawar hits top gear in Maharashtra. Sharad Pawar sacks nephew. Ajit sacks NCP president, declares he's the real NCP.
आमच्या 9 लोकांना नोटीस काढली वगैरे काढली, त्यांना काही नोटीस काढण्याचा अधिकार नाहीये. शेवटी पक्ष आणि चिन्ह हे आमच्या बरोबर आहे.
Day after Ajit's rebellion against Uncle Pawar, mega opposition unity meet in Bangalore postponed. Parliament and Assembly session cited as reason. No bail for former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. Delhi court rejects his bail plea in liquor gate case. Trouble mounts for former Bihar Chief Minister Lalu Yadav's family. CBI files charge sheet in the land for job scam. Lalu, Rabri and Tejasvi named. One nation, one law divides opposition. Crucial parliamentary panel meet concludes. BSP backs Congress questions the timing of UCC, calls it a poll agenda. Violence continues unabated in Bengal. Congress workers shot at Murshidabad. Khalistan hate plot against India. Indian diplomats on Khalistani hit list. External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar requests Canada, US to not give space to Khalistanis.
कनाडा है, अमेरिका है, यूके है, ऑस्ट्रेलिया है, जहां कभी-कभी खालिस्तानी एक्टिविटीज़ होती हैं, हमने उनको रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो उनको खालिस्तानियों को स्पेस न दें.
Our top focus is the state of Maharashtra, and it is the Maha Aghadi versus the Mahayuti. And there is that Mahayudh right in the middle of it all. An all-out war has now erupted over the control of the NCP. Sharad Pawar has sacked his nephew and 8 other MLAs who were sworn in as ministers in the Shinde-Fadnavis cabinet on Sunday. In fact, in scathing letter to her father, Supriya Sule has accused Praful Patel and Sunil Tatkare of engineering the NCP revolt. On the other hand, the Ajit Pawar faction has claimed that they are the real NCP. It's been appointment, counter-appointment, sacking, counter-sacking. The latest in that, they've sacked Jayant Patil, which is the Ajit Pawar faction, has sacked Jayant Patil, which is the Sharad Pawar faction, as NCP president and appointed Sunil Tatkare instead. They've also declared that no one except the Maharashtra speaker has the right or the power to disqualify them.
काही आमच्या 9 लोकांना नोटीस काढली वगैरे काढली, त्यांना काही नोटीस काढण्याचा अधिकार नाहीये. शेवटी पक्ष आणि चिन्ह हे आमच्या बरोबर आहे असं आमचा ठाम विश्वास आहे. आणि ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टी करत असताना आमच्या बरोबरचे आमदार या सगळ्यांचंच भवितव्य हे व्यवस्थित कसं राहील, त्यांना कुठल्याही प्रकारची घटनेची, कायद्याची अडचण येणार नाही, याबद्दलची खबरदारी आम्ही सगळेजण घेतो. बहुसंख्य आमदार हे राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाबरोबर आमच्याबरोबर आहेत. आम्ही सगळेजण एकत्रपणे काम करतोय. पुढेही आम्ही महाराष्ट्राच्या भल्याकरता काम करत राहणार. राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या बळकटीकरणाकरता काम करत राहणार.
तो जो पहले के जो पदाधिकारी थे उनको तत्काल
कुछ कंटिन्यूटी के लिए चार्ज हमने फिर से दिया था, जिसमें महाराष्ट्र की जिम्मेदारी हमने श्री जयंत पाटिल को दी थी। उस जिम्मेदारी को आज तक हमने उनको वो करने का मौका दिया, लेकिन अभी मैंने राष्ट्रीय कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष के नाते उसमें महाराष्ट्र की जिम्मेदारी आज से श्री सुनील तटकरे जी को देने का फैसला किया है और वो पत्र उनको मैं अभी यहां पर आप सभी के सामने देने वाला हूं।
All right, let's cut across right now to our reporters and our analysts breaking down the current dynamics and what is taking place in the state of Maharashtra. Joining me, Dr. Sandeep Shastri, National Coordinator, Lok Niti Network. Rajdeep Sardesai is going to be joining us shortly from the newsroom. Sahil Joshi, our Mumbai Bureau Chief, as well as Rahul Srivastava. Rahul, it's dramatic developments that have been taking place through the course of the last 24 hours. Yesterday we were sitting here. It looked that Mr. Pawar finally had it in the bag this time around, which is, of course, Pawar Jr., the nephew. But the numbers still not quite stacking up for Mr. Ajit Pawar.
Yes, Preeti, I think eventually it all boils down to numbers, and that is why you see there are multiple exercises which are happening, which can only be put together and called attempts to fortify. Why I say that, if you see at one level, given after the entry of the NCP into the alliance with the BJP and Eknath Shinde Sena, one finds that the Shiv Sena has started playing on the nerves of the Eknath Shinde Sena group, trying to weaken the minds of the MLAs who had gone with Eknath Shinde. The second is the NCP, Sharad Pawar-led NCP, trying to weaken those who have, or wean away those who have gone with Ajit Pawar. Ajit Pawar faction, what it is doing is trying to make those moves which can be interpreted as moves which are largely to consolidate their position, like removing Jayant Patil, claiming that X is holding that post. There is one very interesting thing. I think what makes the Maharashtra NCP split different is that this was the first time that there are two ships called NCP, and both are saying that Sharad Pawar is our president. Despite breaking away, Ajit Pawar faction is not saying that Sharad Pawar is not our leader, Ajit Pawar is our leader. The idea basically is to send out a signal to all those who can actually go away to tell them, no, Sharad Pawar's blessings are still around. I think we will see some very interesting maneuvering. Otherwise, largely it's going the Shiv Sena split way when it happened last year.
Stay with us, Rahul. What I'm going to do is, before we cut across to Rajdeep, Mr. Sandeep Shastri and Sahil Joshi, what are the big questions that beckon to be asked right now? Question number one, does Ajit Pawar actually have the numbers this time? What does Ajit Pawar say? Ajit Pawar says that he enjoys over 40. Does he really have them? Because what we are given to understand, it's not more than 24. Who will the cadre and the local leaders pledge allegiance to? Will it be Pawar Jr. or Pawar Senior? On the other hand, is Mr. Sharad Pawar playing both camps? Is he somewhere down the line two-timing the opposition? Because that is also something which has been deliberated, calibrated and even asked. Moreover, the other big question that needs to be asked at this point of time is, can the NCP survive the split? Whatever it might be, the sheer fact that you have a certain set of MLAs pulling away, can the party survive it? It's happened before where the party is concerned. And ultimately, if there's going to be a line of succession where Pawar Senior is in question, can Miss Supriya Sule carry her weight as Mr. Pawar's successor? And there is possibly a lot that has gone down in the last 24 because of possibly Miss Supriya Sule. Will BJP Shinde and the Shiv Sena, of course, which is now Eknath Shinde, the Chief Minister, the BJP face an inside revolt of sorts for ceding space to the NCP? You have already Eknath Shinde, amidst immense pressure, where his own party leaders are saying, when are you going to accommodate us? You got 9 now entering, 1 is deputy, 8 in the cabinet. Where is the space? Also, have you seen the language, viewers? Praful Patel, a key player in the revolt, is a question that needs to be asked, because Look at the language by Ms. Sule. Look at the language of Mr. Sharad Pawar as well. Not so strong when it comes down to Ajit Pawar, but quite harsh when it comes down to Mr. Praful Patel. So what's the role that Mr. Praful Patel has played in this entire saga there? Let's cut across right now to Sandeep Shastri getting us, an inside detail, break it down. But Sandeep Shastri, one question which constantly emerges and constantly needs to be asked is, away from what Ajit Pawar's role is or even what we just spoke of Mr. Praful Patel's role is, that question comes from the fact on what is Mr. Sharad Pawar's role. Nobody that we have spoken to, off record with our sources, most people say there is no way Mr. Pawar would have not been in the know of what has gone down. You have the likes of Mr. Patil, Valse Patil, who very close to Mr. Sharad Pawar, his personal assistant once, no cases where the ED or any other agencies are concerned. In those 8 ministers who took oath alongside Ajit Pawar. So what's really going on? Do you think this could have happened without the knowing of Mr. Sharad Pawar at all?
Preeti, this is a real tough question you have posed, as you always do. I think this is one of the most difficult challenges that senior Pawar has faced. I think the public perception is something that is going to be watched very closely. Do supporters and people feel that Sharad Pawar was not aware of this? He has been taken by surprise. I think this is something that's going to play out very strongly in the next few days. But Preeti, 4 quick points on this whole development. Number 1, as you said in the beginning, numbers may not be stacking up, but power is clearly stacking up. I think for the Ajit Pawar group, it is not a question alone of do they have the numbers, but the fact that they have the political power backing them, I think is the biggest strength that they have, and they are going to leverage on that strength. And Preeti, number 2, I think there are multiple layers to the political game that is being played out in Maharashtra. The point which Ajit Pawar makes that he's still part of the NCP, his is the real NCP. The others claiming that the real cadres and even the MLAs are not with Ajit Pawar. So you have multiple layers to this challenge, as some you have yourself raised. What happens to the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena now in terms of its political bargaining capacity? Point number 3, Preeti, I think this development has both national implications as state implications. But for the BJP, what it is more concerned about at the current moment is the next year's Lok Sabha election. And given the trend that was being seen that the alliance was doing much better than the NDA was doing, was something which I think was a matter of concern, which needed to be broken. But what will its implications for state politics be in terms of political accommodation? And finally, Preeti, I think people also will look to how does the court respond to these developments, because it's only a matter of time that the issue will touch the doors of the court. So I think all these 4 complex issues are part of what is playing out in Maharashtra. And I think while 24 hours has seen a lot of developments, I think every hour has seen a new trend coming in. And for me, very clearly, the fact that Ajit Pawar has the support of both the state government and the national government, and they have the backing of power, is, I think, the real decision-making on which is the real power which will be seen in Maharashtra.
But okay. But Mr. Shastri, and I want to bring in Rahul Srivastava as we are just waiting to be joined by Sahil Joshi as well as Rajdeep Sardesai into this conversation. Let's play out the numbers there. Because Rahul Srivastava, away from whether the state government or the centre, and strangely there's ominous silence from the centre the last time, and one doesn't really want to pun on it, but the last time that Mr. Ajit Pawar took oath as Deputy CM, he was congratulated by the top leadership of the centre. There's been absolute silence where that is concerned. Do you think that it is the central leadership, be it Mr. Amit Shah, be it Mr. Nadda, even the Prime Minister congratulated the last time around, be it them waiting very careful this time, looking whether the numbers will come in where Mr. Ajit Pawar is concerned. You know, once the session begins, definitely one will know where each one stands. But 5th is when both sides, you have Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar's faction, that they have called an all-party meeting. Interesting, you know, where each of those MLAs of the 54 will go. Let's play those numbers out while Rahul takes us through that conundrum. 54 is what the strength of the NCP is. Out of that, 40 plus is what Ajit Pawar says he has. As per our sources, not more than 24, 15 are still sitting on the fence, and about 14 have sided openly with Mr. Sharad Pawar. Rahul.
See, Preeti, as far as the first part of the question, why the BJP hasn't responded, there is one Hindi saying and one English one. The Hindi one is much better. Ki doodh ka jala chhach bhi phuk phuk ke pita hai. So last time around, they rushed in with the congratulations, and you will find that that is not going to happen. Number game is extremely critical. If they had the numbers, I'm pretty sure you would have seen them yesterday when the entire drama took place. Also, I think the number game is being shielded also because, one, there is a doubt over numbers, who is sitting where. There is one basic problem with the NCP. I think one should understand that NCP is unlike a cadre party or like BJP or the CPM, CPI, or unlike a Congress party, which has got a large name, history, legacy, and others. NCP always has been an association of leaders. I will call them aggregators in each area. Now, these aggregators come together and make a party called the NCP. So in a Bhandara Gondia area, you have a Praful Patel. If you remove Praful Patel, there is no NCP. Similarly, in Pune, you have Ajit Pawar and others. In Baramati and a lot of these adjoining areas, you got somebody like Supriya Sule and others. Remove them, there is virtually no NCP. Similarly, that's what happens that suddenly in Northeast, you will find NCP winning a seat. That's not because NCP is doing well. There is one leader who chose NCP as symbol and then won the seat. That's what happens in several states. In that kind of scenario, you will always find loyalty is very fluid. They may change very quickly this way or that way, and people must be weighing which aggregator should go which side. And that is why I think there is a lot of radio silence on who is going where. And I think that will happen only when the dust eventually settles down.
Well,
I have spoken to few leaders, topmost leaders, who have quit the party, and some who have not but are maintaining that line. Say, for example, why Praful Patel left the party. Now, I have got it from Mr. Praful Patel also. What his indication broadly was that till a few days ago, Praful Patel was number 2 in the party. The day Sharad Pawar made that choice of anointing Supriya Sule as the working president, he did two things. He virtually pushed Praful Patel to be number 3 in the party, and by handing over Maharashtra, he undermined Praful Patel because Praful Patel was earlier handling Maharashtra. Now, this is a choice. Now, a lot of questions are being talked about how Sharad Pawar may be into it. I do not think so. I think there is no blessing. I think Sharad Pawar made a very conscious choice that it's been very long. He wants to settle his daughter, create a sense of party around her.